Welcome back. Day 2 of the NFL draft. The fun day. I mean, first round is always fun because it's draft day. We're all excited. We get to see the high-end players go off the board. But day 2 is for the fantasy freaks, man. We get to see all these running backs fly off the board. We've only had 2 of them taken so far. Only 2 of the tight ends have gone off the board. We should see a couple go today. Only, how many receivers went? 4 receivers in the first round?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
4?
Travis Hunter, Ted McMillan, Matthew Golden, and Emeka Egbuka. Yeah, 4.
Yeah, and then only 2 quarterbacks went off the board so far. So should be a lot of fun. I'm hoping. Let me set the over-under for running backs that get drafted today at
6,
4.5.
I'd take 6. I'd take higher. I think 6.
You take higher on 4.5 running backs drafted today?
I think 6 get drafted.
Okay.
So 8 in the first 3 rounds.
So, I mean, if you're doing the math there, you're saying that Henderson, Judkins, and Caleb are 3 locks.
Yeah.
And then you're saying what, like
Samson, Tootin, and Martinez, Scadaboo. Yeah, like guys like that. Maybe a Harvey, because I think the NFL is probably going to be high on him. Just feels like there's so many names that should be day 2 picks. And I mean, that could also work like against me because the NFL could just say, so many good backs, I'm just going to wait another round to be able to pick one. But I think it's going to be the inverse. Teams are realizing now the importance of the run game. And I just think the talent of, like I said, the Samsons, the Tootins, the Martinezes, the Scadaboos available today is just going to be too alluring to pass up.
Yeah, no, of course. I think you can get me there on the running backs going fast and furious today. But you can also get me on, maybe we'll just wait until round 4 to get our running back. And I don't think it's at all shocking if the only running backs that go today are the 3 that I just mentioned. It wouldn't shock me.
That would make sense too.
Yeah, that's why I set it at 4.5 because I think that gives you a chance that maybe 2 more go or kind of something like that. Whereas I think it's pretty possible that let's say just like Samson goes in addition to those guys, or just Tootin goes, or just Scadaboo goes or something like that.
Makes sense. We got the man himself in the background here. What up?
Yo,
what's good?
What's going on?
What's up, y'all?
How you doing?
Dude, Janty, I'm so hyped.
Yo, the boy. You get to enjoy him in fantasy and on your real life team.
No, for real.
You get the feeling that I had for Ezekiel in 2016, except hopefully he has a longer shelf life.
I can't, dude. I'm so
keep him away from Cabo.
We're gonna give him 50 carries immediately.
Yeah,
on the first game.
Dude, their front office looks so pumped after you guys took him. Like they are already planning 25 touches a game.
Contract, he's fried.
Yeah,
he's gonna be fried.
I would welcome this, preferably at 76, but I mean, worst case,
he won't last that long.
I agree. Like, I honestly think it would have to be at 44, and I think I'd be willing to there. Just from a fit perspective, you're just getting a guy with juice to be able to pair up with CeeDee Lamb. And like we were talking about yesterday, adding Tyler Booker, we're committing to the power run game, obviously, with Clayton Adams coming in at OC, former offensive line coach, Brian Schottenheimer wanting to develop a more shot-based offense. You want to give Dak time, protection up front with Tyler Booker. You get a guy, Kyle Williams, 4.4 speed to be able to get in behind. I think it works.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how many receivers go today. Like, it wouldn't shock me if the NFL was like, we'll draft 7 receivers today. Not like a crazy amount. You know what I mean? But it also wouldn't shock me if people are like, well, this draft isn't really that good anyways in terms of the other positions. We'll just take wide receivers here. So, do you remember, Danny, just off the top of your head, because I did not write it down. Do you remember how many points you had yesterday?
I had 13. Flett had 12, and you had 10, I believe, right?
I thought it was 12, 10.
I had 13. I remember I was up by 1.
Okay. Maybe
you can ask Flett when he comes. 100% though.
Okay, I think we might have to get a confirmation in the chat. I thought I said 12, 10 if I was mistaken.
No, and then I got one at the end and I got 13 because I remember I went one up on Flett.
Oh, did you get Simmons at the end? We all picked Simmons. Oh no,
and Jahad Campbell.
We all picked Simmons. It was 13, 11.
Maybe, but I
said you'd pick Simmons, and then me.
I was the only one who got Jahad Campbell 100%. We could,
but that was your 12th point. I'm pretty sure.
No, it was my 13th. I went one up on Flett after that.
Okay, well, I'll go 13, 12, 10. Just I'll believe you here. I don't know if I can't.
Again, somebody could fact check it, but I just remember I went one up on him.
NFL Draft 2000. What the hell's going
Yeah,
on
I'm
here?
not sure what's going on. Do either of y'all have YouTube TV?
I do not.
We don't have that here, I don't believe.
Oh, okay. I just got it recently because I'm done with cable and all that shit.
So we're just reviewing the 2000 NFL Draft. Is that what's going on right now?
Was it a go to draft?
Courtney Brown was the first pick, so I'm trying to think who else came out of the 2000 draft other than Tom Brady.
Wasn't that not Charles Woodson?
Yes, that was.
Oh, yeah.
No, he was 98, wasn't he?
98, right? Okay.
Wait, yeah, he had to have been before 2000.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, gonna be an interesting situation here. Who do you,
Wait, so does Cleveland take Sanders before the Raiders?
Well, what I was gonna say is, who's the first quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end that go off the board today?
Mason
Who's
Kelly,
this guy
tight
that
end lock.
Danny keeps talking about? Tyler Shough?
Tyler
Shough,
Shough, quarterback. He's
Tyler
gonna go
Shough?
as the first quarterback.
Yeah, I saw some tweets saying that he's going to be the first QB off the board today.
I saw tweets saying that he's gonna be this pick.
That's crazy.
Nah, if Cleveland takes him, they're fading.
I think they're just tanking.
Yeah, like there's no need to take him.
This is given Deshaun Kaiser all over again if they take him.
Yeah, that would be cringe if they took him.
Dude,
I don't think the Browns pick a quarterback with this selection. Personally, I think they will pick a position player and then hope that whoever their quarterback is there for your next selection. Because Houston,
I don't think they
Tennessee
take
are
a
not gonna
quarterback.
pick
Period.
quarterback.
They have the 4th pick today, right? As well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think honestly, just tank for a 2026 quarterback is their best route.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have some fun,
agree.
play with Flacco. Maybe you get something out of Pickett.
Yeah, like there's no need to actually be good this year.
Yeah. What are we gonna make a prediction here with this selection?
Luther Burden.
I am gonna say that this is Mike Green.
I respect it.
Mike Green did ball, yeah.
They didn't take Carter in the first round. They took Graham, and they're just gonna completely beef up their defensive line, and they're gonna take Mike Green here. That's my prediction.
I think Green might legit fall to fringe day 3 because he's got some bad character concerns.
Goodness, Stefanski's good looking.
But he was projected first round, right?
Kevin Stefanski might be one of the best looking guys, like no Diddy, I've ever seen in my life. Like he is a very attractive older guy.
No, like they should put him on like a shaving commercial, you know, just like the
he should be on like a touch of gray just for men kind of shit going on.
The essence of
you can
man.
Say pause. I can appreciate when a man's good looking.
Yo, we can appreciate a good looking lad. Yo, Flat, was I not up 13, 12, 10 after yesterday?
It sounds right.
Yeah, I'll believe it. I thought it was 12, 12, 10, but well,
I remember I went up one late because I got Jahad Campbell and nobody else did.
We'll give you the charity point.
Sounds right.
I thought it was 12, 12, 10, and then we all got Josh Simmons, and then it became 13, 13, 11.
Jahad Campbell was the pick before that.
I know, but Flett was ahead of that before.
No, I went up one off that. We were tied before that.
On pause.
I honestly don't remember.
I said, Flett, is this out of pocket? I said that Stefanski's one of the best looking guys I've ever seen.
You're not capping.
Is that out of pocket or am I like, is that Diddy?
Dude, Ovi looks like he just snorted a line in the locker room. Did you see that guy on the bench dialed in?
Not one of the best looking guys I've ever seen.
He loves a good beer and he's 40 years old, still ripping.
Did you guys guess for this one, by the way?
Yeah, we did. I went with Mike Green.
I don't even know what to guess.
I might just guess Burden for everybody so that if I'm wrong, it's a higher chance it goes to Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, now that you put Mike Green in the atmosphere, I might have to do it. There's no way I'm missing out on a Mike Green point.
We got to put Mike Green. Dude, Mike Green.
I have to get the point for Mike Green. Like,
we said Mike Green all time yesterday.
And we just like guess him for another 2.5 rounds.
He just doesn't get drafted.
This is also fair. He's chilling.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir, Mason.
Yes, sir.
Best looking coach is Andy Reid. My apologies.
And
always Mike Green.
Always Mike Green.
Also, I agree with Jared. Get Montreal out of here. We don't need any French-speaking teams in the playoffs.
Come on, relax.
We're getting the brooms out to beat Ottawa, who's a borderline French-speaking team.
Fuck Ottawa.
Ottawa
So-
might as well just, Quebec separatism. If it ever happens, they'll just take the fucking city of Ottawa with them.
They can have Ottawa as a compromise.
Yeah, give them Ottawa. They both.
Are you
half
guys
of them
already
speak
at the
French in
selection?
Ottawa, anyways.
I'm watching Joe Thomas.
Yeah, he just threw up a W on my screen.
Oh, yeah, no, I just saw that right now.
Mhm.
Now I see a random fan and a Nick Chubb jersey.
I have no idea who this is.
He's making the selection right now.
Yep. Browns select. Ooh. Oh, set the tone.
Yeah, kind of low key wanted him to fall to Tampa Bay, so I'm a little pissed about that.
That's a tone setter right there.
All right, let's bring up the player card.
Former
No, I'm just
walk
kidding.
on.
The
Former
playing
walk on
card.
with elite instincts, boys.
Wait, this guy kind of looks like a beauty. I'm not gonna lie.
He is. Yeah,
He's
Carson.
got some.
Washington is
He
a
looks
good
like
player.
Blett low key.
He looks like he's like a potentially failed hockey player.
He has a hockey player name too.
That's what I mean. Like he
Dude,
really
he-
tried his best at hockey.
He was somebody's left defenseman at some point.
He definitely had way too many penalty minutes in hockey, and then the coach said, "Football might be for you."
Yeah. One in the
Questions
chat
are
asking
good.
some questions here. Should I trade CD 207 and 303 for BTJ 105 and 201? Yeah, I'm going to take BTJ 105 and 201 there.
Yeah.
For one quarterback league, so you lose a bit of value on that 105, but you're still going to get a pretty solid player there. I think that's enough to make up the difference between Brian Thomas and CD. And 201 to 207 is a sizable upgrade, I think, too.
It's close, but especially if you can get Travis Hunter somehow
Houston
at 5.
picked
I don't know
so
how
quick.
it is in your league, but
So
Yeah.
this is Burden, right?
Daniel.
offensive line, I'm going.
He is, if it is. Yeah, I'm
Who's,
saying
who's in that?
All the
Ursary, I
offensive linemen suck right now, don't they?
Ursary's pretty good. I think he's like the last good one.
this will be Tate Ratledge. That's what my official guess is.
Doesn't that guy have a
I guess it's
mohawk?
Burden.
Is
He
there
either has a
tackle on
mohawk
the
or a
board?
mullet.
Isn't there a tackle still?
What?
I think there's an OT still on the board, isn't there?
Well, like Ursary's okay.
I mean,
Yeah, I'll
Donovan
go
Jackson
Ursary.
even went in the first round.
Yeah.
Teams wanted their
Arnerly
offensive
and
linemen.
Simmons both went at the end of the first.
Yeah, I don't think there's any big offensive tackles
This
left.
could. No, never mind. It's too small.
Yeah, I don't know who this is going to be, to be honest.
Sleeper pick could be a fucking Jaden Higgins because they're like, yeah, why don't we get 2 Nico Collinses?
Yeah, I'm going to be completely
They can get
honest with
Trey
you, Danny.
Harris.
When I see you,
I'm going
look at a different
offensive line.
monitor-
I'm going Ursary, but
When I
I'm
see
saying
you
I
go-
can see it.
Okay, all right. When I see you,
I'm
look at a
going with
different
Ursary.
That
monitor,
is a classic Danny.
I'm
Just out of
going with
nowhere.
Ursary.
What I could see.
yeah.
I'm going
just
with
needs to
Ursary.
get it exactly right.
I'm going with Ursary.
Okay. I'm sticking with Tate Ratledge.
I'm going
Also,
Burden.
I will literally show. Actually, I can't show it because I have the Montreal game streamed up. So
I would.
I have the
wouldn't say no
NFL
to
draft and I have the
Quinshon.
Montreal game.
Steve saying KOC is better looking. That's a horrid take.
Okay, dude.
Yeah,
Danny
he's gotta look-
definitely looked.
No, I
Oh
didn't.
my gosh, dude.
Oh, 100%.
No, was it actually?
Yeah, we haven't seen it
Yeah.
yet.
Me and Flit are like way ahead right now.
Danny, fucking cheater.
I didn't cheat.
You're so full of shit.
I have the Montreal game up on one monitor. I have the NFL draft up on one, and I have the Phase Optic series, which Optics getting their backs.
All I
on.
know is I witnessed this. Look at me right now. You know what would be pretty crazy? They took
Because
Jaden
I was putting the Montreal stream up. Stop.
Okay, well, it's a fantasy relevant player. First one off the board.
It's really not good for New England at all, actually.
Top 35 capital for Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver from Iowa State,
Yep.
whose athletic comp is actually quite similar to his new teammate, Nico Collins. He ran a 4.47 at 6'4", 214 pounds. Cortland Sutton, Jawan Jennings, Michael Pittman, some of the comps that we have listed there. Got a prototype size profile, strong hands, good production. I thought he was really sudden out of his breaks for a big receiver. You don't usually see guys like that fluid. Obviously, McMillan is kind of the standard for that in this class, but he's really tough, really physical. I think he could definitely use a little bit more, juice in the pants when it comes to yards after catch. I don't think he explodes really when he gets the ball in his hands. I think he just he doesn't have average speed in terms of what you actually get out of him from a 40 time because he ran a 4.47 at his size. I just think he has average like explosiveness and burst out of his release package, and also kind of once you get the ball in his hands, I don't think he's like special in that regard, which is it's hard to be that good after the catch with big receivers. Like he's not Brian Thomas Jr., for example, who's a similar size profile.
Yeah, no, he's a number 2 wide receiver at the next level, for better or worse. He's a guy that's going to file into the mid-range of your rookie second round, I would assume. Again, we'll see where some of these landing spots for these running backs are, but I mean, you kind of know what you're getting. Like maybe a Michael Pittman level player.
Yeah, the Seahawks just traded up also, and if they take a running back,
and the Browns to take a quarterback.
We got a potty.
I saw Spicy Hot. I was like, I got to get in here.
Yes, sir.
How you doing? How's Texas?
Dude, hot.
It's hot.
Yo, you missed Fiesta?
Sadly, yes, I did.
No, not
Yo
Fiesta.
I was working Fiesta yesterday.
Yo soy Fiesta.
Well, you coming to Austin in August
For what?
for the draft again?
Oh, dude, of course.
Hell yes.
Just let me know when.
I'm calling my shot, by the way.
I'm gonna go with
This is Jalen Milroe.
Milroe?
Ooh.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm
nobody
gonna
did
back
more
that.
work on him than Cleveland and Seattle. And if
I'm gonna-
Seattle felt the need
gonna
to
back
hop
that.
Cleveland, this is Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, I'm definitely backing that then. You sound right.
I thought that it would have been interesting to see, and I know this is going to sound stupid. I remember way back in the day when the Browns had the 1st and 10th pick, and people were saying like, go Baker and Josh Rosen, and one of them would work out, which I thought was ridiculous. I don't know if y'all remember people saying that, but if you have 2 early seconds, like, would it have been ridiculous for them to go like Milroe and Sanders?
I think so. I think that would have been terrible for them.
I'm fairly certain that Mary Kay Cabot suggested they do that this year, which was take Sanders at 3 and trade into the 1st round for Tyler Shough, was what she said.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember.
I don't know.
Tyler
Who-
Shough.
Who? Mary Kay.
Mary Kay Cabot, she's the athletic reporter for Cleveland.
Oh, okay.
Also, I hope
I would
Charlie
think,
is not
I thought he was talking about
spoiling the pick in the chat,
designer
by the way. If you are guessing a pick, make sure you put a question mark.
mark.
It. Otherwise, we might be concerned that you are spoiling said pick. And we're not going to spoil picks until we all see them, so that anybody watching the stream here who's behind, we don't want to be spoiling shit. Also,
Yep.
I do need to inform the people, because somebody in the chat said, are you going to be updating the prospect model live here? I am personally on my end, and I think Mason, you and I were talking earlier today, we'll probably try and get that stuff like immediately done when day 3 is over. Like Saturday night, I should have everything I can send to you guys.
I talked to Joe, and since all it is updating the draft capital column and the FSC score, I can do the draft capital column very easy. He sent me over the CSV. All I need to know is the new FSC score.
Are there grade changes?
If you send me the spreadsheet where it automatically changes their grade, I can get it handled night by night.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, I can even once tonight's done, I'll get all those updated to you and send you in those ones if you need me to.
Because then I can send you the CSV that like is updated like for Joe. That way you don't have to send him the blah blah blah. If I send you the CSV, all you have to do is update those 2 columns, send it to him, and it can be up immediately.
Sweet. Yeah, because that's the only thing that's going to change in terms of their overall grade. So I would say yeah, we should be good to get all that stuff up to date. The only thing that's going to be a little bit of a major project is getting the tight end model put on the site. But yeah, that stuff will all be up to date, and our draft guide will also hopefully be up to date at the very latest by Sunday morning, with all the new changes to the write-ups and where they actually went, and the actual draft capital and that kind of stuff. But my point was, Jaden Higgins in the prospect model was a wide receiver 2 upside prospect, 2 spots behind Luther Burden, and this was under the assumption that he'd be the 53rd pick in the draft as well. So getting 34th overall capital actually bumps up his grade a little bit, to the point that now, take a look at this. Is he actually ahead of Burden in the model? He is, in fact, ahead of Burden in the model now, after getting 34th overall capital. This would be under the assumption that Burden also got 34th overall capital for what it's worth. But if he goes anywhere between 30 and 45 or 30 and 50, it'll be the same grade. So it won't matter too much. But good to know that Jaden Higgins with that top 35 capital is going to be a pretty significant hit rate player. Like, to give you guys an idea, a wide receiver 1 upside prospect hits a wide receiver 1 season 38% of the time. And peaks as a wide receiver 1 in Dynasty 60% of the time.
We're going to like this.
We're going to like this.
Hey, so
I
are y'all...
nailed it, by the way. It would be my guess.
What?
I think I nailed this. If
I said it too. I said it too.
This is unexpected.
Oh, we're a troll.
Yeah.
Are we going to get another running back? Three-man monster between
Oh,
Walker,
dude.
Charbonnet, and
I actually said that when they traded up. I'm like, are they trading up for Judkins? Oh, yeah. I got to upgrade Egbuka's grade, too. Egbuka's grade's going to go up because he was projected 33rd overall draft capital.
Hey, based off landing spots, I moved Golden ahead of Egbuka in my ranks. Good or bad?
I think that'll be a pretty common sentiment. I'm not going to do it personally, but I think it'll be common that most.
I think
people,
it's fair.
Like Golden also, like, it's the battle of the Dynasty community hates these guys. Like, hate the landing spot for Egbuka, hate the prospect profile for Golden. Which one's going to win out?
Exactly. That's what I think. I like Egbuka a lot more as a player for fantasy purposes, but it's just landing spot.
Yeah, and Danny and I put out a video earlier today talking about the winners and losers of the first round, and we obviously
that's why I watched the videos on 2x speed though, so I was doing stuff, so I could have.
So someone commented on the video that it was outrageous that I compared the Egbuka situation to what JSN had to deal with as a rookie and what Odunze had to deal with as a rookie in terms of being like. Exactly. And here's the other reason why they thought it was ridiculous. They said that JSN was a significantly better prospect than Egbuka, and Rome Odunze was a significantly better prospect than Egbuka.
I liked Rome better.
I did too, but here's how close it was. My film grade on JSN, 87.5. My film grade on Egbuka, 88. The prospect model grade on JSN, 82.59%. The prospect model grade on Egbuka, 82.13%. His literal exact comp, almost identically, is Jackson Smith and Jigba in the model.
Yeah. Well, you want to hear what my top comment was on my recap stream last night? Crazy moving Brian Thomas Jr. down and having Hunter over Harrison and JSN. So crazy to have Hunter over Harrison and JSN at this point?
I would still prefer Harrison. That would be my only pushback. I still would. I'm a Harrison copium guy. So
and then I said Hunter's arguably a better prospect.
Ooh.
Plus didn't have the poor.
I haven't seen it yet.
That's interesting.
And then I got ratioed.
How are you gonna guess this?
Whoa! we didn't even get a guess off. We didn't even get a guess off.
Oh yes,
hey, we will take it though. Hey,
so they're tanking, but they have a running back already.
Oh, I love it, dude. I love it. Quinshawn Judkins to the Cleveland Browns. My comp for him there, you see Todd Gurley. Danny's comp for him there, Joe Mixon. Vision, patience, toughness, really explosive. Like, to give you guys an idea, his 10-yard split was 1.51, the same 10-yard split that Devon Achane and Xavier Worthy had on their 40 times. So even though you ran that 4.48, which is a very good time for a 221-pounder, that 0 to 10-yard explosiveness is really what matters with Quinshawn Judkins. A lot of people, a lot of discourse this past couple of weeks about avoiding tackles and breaking off long runs and all this kind of stuff. But he was a size and short yardage back. That's what he was asked to do at Ohio State. His freshman season at Ole Miss was spectacular. You got to see a lot more of those breakaway plays. Missed tackles force was up over 30% that season. So for me, I look at what Cleveland's going to ask him to do, which is run in a wide zone scheme primarily, which is not what he did at Ohio State. He ran primarily gap concepts, and he did a lot better in terms of efficiency marks. He was a top 10 running back in EPA per play in a zone scheme at Ole Miss. So this is a dude that can run in this scheme very, very well behind a good offensive line too, because that's an important thing for a guy like Judkins, and they got a good line. Don't know who's playing quarterback for them. It's very clearly going to be just kind of a pish posh of, Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett probably this year, because now, I mean, they didn't spend any of these picks on a quarterback. So it looks like they're not going to be investing in this class. They're probably going to pass on it. Maybe they'll take a Milroe in the third round. Maybe they'll go into next year's class, hope that an Arch Manning or whatever other quarterback would be up their alley. I love it for Judkins, man. You give me top 36 capital to a team that has Jerome Ford as their starting running back. he's going to get touches early.
Yeah, I mean, 36th overall, great draft capital, literally higher than where Jonathan Taylor went. Obviously, Jonathan Taylor, I believe, 40th overall in his respective draft class. I mean, the fact that we've gotten already 3 insanely good landing spots for these running backs, and we still have Trevion, we still have Caleb Johnson, Dylan Sampson, the rest of the bunch. I mean, this is the good news that we want. We want these guys to fill out our first and second rounds of our rookie drafts, and it's making every one of these picks inherently more valuable at this point.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Are you going to take Judkins or are you going to take Cam Ward in a neutral situation?
Cam Ward.
I will be taking Judkins.
You can't take it over the first.
I will do it all day. Top 35 capital for a running back is about the same hit rate
First
as the
overall
first round
capital.
Oh my God, the Raiders traded their pick.
Oh my God, the Dolphins. Who do you think this is? Offensive line, right? Ursery.
I think this is.
Who did they take in the first round? D tackle?
D tackle, Kenneth Grant. I think this is going to be Ursery because they need an offensive lineman.
I think this is Will Johnson.
Yeah.
Ooh, I can see that too.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Judkins to me over Ward makes a lot of sense. Judkins, let's have the conversation. Among running backs, where is Judkins on the board with
Top
that
8 or
kind
so?
of capital, with that kind of touch workload immediately?
Probably right after Saquon and Bucky Irving.
Would you rather have Judkins or Breece Hall?
Depends what happens
rumors
today.
swirling right now.
I mean, if Breece Hall gets traded to the Dallas Cowboys, we could be talking.
What if he gets?
I think it's a
traded to the
conversation.
Seahawks?
Is there actual?
No, that's what I mean. Like we'll wait to see where Breece Hall ends up, but I'll tentatively say just like we'll wait on that one. But you'd be right after at least Saquon Barkley and Bucky Irving.
I'd rather have Judkins than Bucky Irving.
I can't. I saw like if Cleveland had a quarterback, that's one thing. I think without Cleveland having a quarterback, I would take the security of the Tampa Bay situation for Bucky on a proven elite talent.
For sure. I'll give you that. Let's say Bucky Irving is still ahead of him. That means that Judkins is RB9 in Dynasty.
Yeah.
Or better. RB9.
And I have Cam Ward at quarterback 15.
I have Cam Ward at quarterback 18, but even if I had him at 15, I would argue that a top 9 Dynasty running back is more valuable than a top 15 Dynasty quarterback.
I'd argue back with the market ceiling of the quarterback is way higher than that of Quinshon Judkins here. Because if Cam Ward, has
an RB1 season out of Judkins, he's going to be extremely valuable.
I would say Judkins probably a safer asset just because of the translatability of the instant production. There's still the risk that Cam Ward could have a down year, but if he does have a really good year as a rookie, we're talking about an untouchable asset.
Yeah.
Jonas Sabanaya. Nobody got it right.
A unit. Holy
offensive
shit.
line.
Yeah,
he's a big boy. Mike Upati. I love that. That's a throwback. 2011 draft, right? Or 2010?
2010, I think it was. The key word that you just used that I think we need to really establish and recall ourselves a little bit on this quarterback class is that this class is objectively not very good. And Cam Ward is one of the weaker first overall quarterbacks you're ever going to see. So yeah, could he become a top 12, top 10 dynasty quarterback with the tools that he has? Yeah. But is he as good of a quarterback prospect as Judkins is of a running back prospect? Not even fucking close, in my opinion.
See, you're just higher on Judkins than I am then.
Where you have him ranked, it's not close.
RB5 in the class versus quarterback 1 in the class? I think it's close. Very close, actually.
I'm saying as good of a prospect as Judkins is, is Cam Ward even close to that?
Sure, but when you also bake in first overall draft capital for a quarterback in a situation that I actually think in terms of potential first overall opportunities is not that bad of a situation, especially again, I think Calvin Ridley's a fine wide receiver. We'll see if they add up another wide receiver on day 2 today. And I trust Brian Callahan. Like I really do think this offense and his vision for it can't succeed with a quarterback that just simply isn't as erratic as Will Levis was. Sorry, I had to spit that out a little bit. I was trying to find my words there, but
I don't trust Brian Callahan. I think he's a decent coach, but would it shock me if the Titans are bad this year and he gets fired? No.
Cam Ward.
Yeah, I'll take Cam Ward, but Penix and him would be close for me. He still went. I get that, dude. He went first overall. I totally get that. But Judkins,
some leagues are going to take him 102, dude. I don't think you can rank him below Judkins.
Again, the question just becomes: is a mid QB2 like what Cam Ward is.
I have him as a high QB2.
Okay. I think he's a mid QB2 on the market, probably, for most people.
I would debate
Let's
that.
look at his keep trade cut value right now if you don't believe me.
We'll take a look.
If you look at his keep trade cut value among quarterbacks, he is. Let's take a look here. Cam Ward is QB 15, exactly where you have him.
Yep.
Okay. QB2. He's a QB2, either way. Where do you take QB2s in startups? 5th, 6th round, usually, in Superflex startups?
4th or 5th, usually.
Isn't that precisely where you take top 10 running backs?
Yeah, I don't think it's outrageous to have Judkins over, but you asked me who I would take. I said I would take Cam Ward.
Henry's correct. Henry is correct. And I'm not making
hey, Quinshon Judkins is not Jamar Chase.
He's not, but he's a much better prospect than, like, it's the same situation.
I disagree
Chase
on that.
was a better prospect than Lance, and we still took Lance higher than him.
I disagree with that. I don't think it's a prompt comparison at all.
Me and you.
There's a difference between a 4th overall selected wide receiver and a 36th overall selected running back. There is.
Back in February and March, you and I had this exact conversation about how many quarterbacks in this class would actually be valued over a lot of the quarterbacks on the market already. Yeah. And both of us kind of agreed that. Like,
but then I've seen how the market has reacted to Cam Ward and would understand that a CJ Stroud rookie season, a Justin Herbert rookie season. Again,
he's not nearly as good of prospect as this
I don't disagree, but I would say that the draft capital would indicate he has the opportunity to have a very successful rookie season. And we have seen precedent of that exact scenario. CJ Stroud was the quarterback 3 in Dynasty on the market after that. Justin Herbert was a mid-first round startup pick. I just think the ceiling of the asset with Cam Ward, if he has a successful season, is that of a top 12 to 15 overall asset.
You're pretending I don't know what a quarterback ceiling looks like. I'm not arguing a ceiling right now. I'm arguing that quarterbacks are basically coin flips.
I get that, but at the same time, I'm baking in the fact that if they do hit their implied ceilings, Cam Ward's inherently a more valuable asset.
Luther Burden would be such a great.
I don't think by much. To put
there's a big difference.
I don't think the answer is by much.
There's a big difference in market value between a
top
top 5
quarterback.
I want Luther. I want to go for the copium here.
I'm
going with Luther here or at 44.
I think this is Ezeraku.
Nobody's gotten a pick correct.
This is going to be Luther because, like, it's just not going to work out for the Patriots.
No, it's Kyle Williams. Watch. I'm going to say Luther, but it's Kyle Williams.
I'm guessing Ezeraku.
Joel Klatt's considering, this is my thought as well. I think you're giving a lot of credit to the Tennessee Titans with the landing. I think it's fine. I think it's a decent landing spot, but I'm not going to pretend it's a world-beating landing spot. Also, just 1 year ago, we saw a significantly better prospect go to a significantly better landing spot 1st overall and have a pretty bad rookie season.
Why is
he still maintain market value?
Because he's Caleb Williams and he was the 101 for a reason.
Yep.
You get Cam Ward. You give Cam Ward Caleb Williams' rookie season. He's like probably a 7th round startup pick right now.
I would probably put that on a certainty. We got Mason.
Yeah, Henderson's going to the Bears. We all know it.
Mason, to go make another TikTok.
Mason, I need your input on this. 36th overall to the Browns, Quinshon Judkins, or 1st overall to the Titans, Cam Ward?
Oh, Cam Ward easily.
Okay.
I guess I'm on an island.
Easily. I just updated my ranks on the site though. I put Judkins RB9 right behind Brees.
That's literally where we're talking, and depending on where Brees goes today. Like if he goes to like the Cowboys, then
do you think Brees is actually getting dealt?
I think there's a very good possibility. He's on the last year of his deal.
So are the Jets just tanking?
Well, I think it's also a culture change. I also think there's a really good running back class. Maybe they're interested in just resetting that rookie deal.
Henry's firing.
That is true.
I learned from my Lance over Chase take, which is just take the better prospect. And to me, Judkins is the better prospect.
If I ran it back and you told me, hey, we have a quarterback that can average a rushing touchdown a game going to San Francisco, I would still take Lance over Chase.
No,
if I ran back the same process, I think I would.
Well, you already saw it, Flet?
Yeah.
Xavier and Ree. How are you so far ahead of me? I'm just seeing it now.
That's hilarious.
It's got to be Kyle Williams, isn't it?
There's a reason Mason had to leave.
Oh!
Glad I threw Ramondre Stevenson on the thumbnail of the Stells.
Woo! That's fun.
Should I pull up the
That's
comment of the
fun.
person who said that they were actively buying Ramondre Stevenson in that video?
They love him. Sorry, I'm a little excited.
I like this. I really like this fit, man. I think this is a good fit. Did you need a receiver more? Absolutely.
Yeah, I was going to say this is a lot like probably how Danny was feeling yesterday. I think they were just better picks. I don't dislike the player.
Except for Danny's team drafted someone that's going to become like a Pro Bowler.
Yeah, totally though.
Yeah, so
All
is
right.
Trevion Henderson.
So it's Trevion Henderson. Trevion Henderson's going to be.
We'll have the
that'll be
conversation here in a second. Trevion Henderson. The comp for both of us is DeAndre Swift. He's explosive as hell. He seeks the big
much
play.
better
4.43
intangibly.
speed, elite receiver, instincts, vision, and pass protection is stuff that you hear kind of over and over about him. Big injury history. You got to be a little bit worried about contact balance inside the like muddy rushing lanes is not something you love. I think they'll probably still use Stevenson in that regard, probably early on in Trevion's career. We'll see if he remains on the team. Ramondre Stevenson, they might look to shop him, but nobody's going to want his contract. And probably a committee back to some degree. So I don't think this is a bad fit necessarily if you want to still use Stevenson potentially. I think he could still work in, I would say, like on the goal line. At least year one, I think Stevenson will be enough of a pest that you don't get like a massive production ceiling out of Henderson. But could he catch 80, 90 balls by year two of his career? I think it's very possible.
Oh,
Yeah,
100%.
especially given the context of this offense, having one established wide receiver, obviously Hunter Henry as your tight end, like he's got the opportunity to be the second lead in targets right off the bat here. And I mean, would you at all be shocked if in his rookie season, we're talking about a 75, 80 target rookie season, catches maybe 55, 60 balls, and we're talking about a guy that's now the dynasty running back 5? Like
No,
Devon
wouldn't
HNS?
shock me. And we should have the conversation now that these two teammates are no longer on the same team. What one would you prefer in a draft? Would you rather
Henderson.
take Trevion Henderson or would you rather take Quinshon Judkins?
Henderson.
Is that a consensus take that everyone has?
I like Judkins better, but I think Henderson.
I have to go with the certainty at quarterback and the better projectable offense.
I don't think that's a certainty, first of all.
Certainty at quarterback with
No.
Patriots
The
versus
offense
the Bears
being
or
better in New
Browns?
England.
Oh, I mean, I would argue having Drake May versus Tyler Shough, Joe Flacco.
Also, Josh McDaniels is going to feed Trevion Henderson.
Yeah.
Like
I think
target's going to be insane.
I mean, here's the nice thing. And here's another thing that I'll say here. I'll probably take both of them over Cam Ward if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
You dirty dog.
I mean, I didn't realize I was going to be Cam Ward hater all of a sudden, but frankly, I think that Henderson and Judkins were just way better prospects, and they went to pretty good landing spots where they're going to get volume.
I think this is Caleb Johnson.
Caleb Johnson.
Ooh.
Yeah, getting all three of these running backs off the board before pick 40 would be fun.
That's my official.
I'm going Dylan Sampson.
Dylan Sampson. That would be fun. Yeah.
Danny loves Dylan Sampson.
Bears aren't going to take Mason Taylor. That would be a heavy troll. After taking Loveland in the first round.
I was just saying, the Bears already took a tight end.
Yeah. I think do we do the Mike Green thing again?
Dude, I'm going to be so mad when I don't guess him when he goes.
Yeah. I mean, here's the nice thing about rookie drafts here, fellas. Whether you have Ward 105, Henderson 105, Judkins 105, at the 107, you're going to get one of these guys, which is good. Very solid. Very solid. Watch the Bears be the team that takes Burden, just fucking ruin all of our lives.
Dude, I'd be so upset, especially because he's low-key in Dallas range right now.
Yeah, I mean, Danny,
the Bears have 2 picks out of the next
brother,
3.
we've established this. You're taking Tez Johnson.
Fuck, no. Don't do that to me, brother.
No, who was the one I said yesterday that they would take? Oh, Siobhan Ravel.
Yeah. No, that's probably who they take if Burden's not on the board.
They're going to take Dante Thornton.
God,
How do you rank Ward, Judkins, Henderson, Loveland, Warren? I would go Judkins, Henderson, Ward, Loveland, Warren. That's how I would rank
Ward, Henderson, Judkins, Loveland, Warren.
Oh, God. Ambiguity saying, "Ew, gross pick."
He's probably lying, bro. He's been trolling us the whole time.
Oh my fucking god.
They called him. They took Burden, didn't they?
Yes.
No, you wouldn't say that if you did.
They did.
You wouldn't say that if you did.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Oh. Ugh.
Are they trading DJ Moore?
So Caleb, how much help does Caleb need? Tweets incoming.
Yo, what is that, man? What the? He's compared to DJ Moore. You already have DJ Moore. I do need another one.
Oh, Danny crash out is what we needed.
You already have a DJ Moore. Leave this DJ Moore for someone else.
Danny, you're gonna take Tez Johnson and like it.
Fuck, look how good he is. He's so talented.
He's so talented.
So talented.
Is
This
Keenan
is a
Allen
factual statement by Ambiguity. They're like, who's the next best running back on our board?
What the fuck? What are we doing? Look at how happy they are. I would hope so. I hope you're happy. You just ruined my day.
Okay, so the second tier of wide receivers not doing anybody any favors if they need immediate production.
Love that I just traded for Luther Burden and Debbie, by the way.
I do love that, actually. It's funny to me.
All right.
I do take joy in your crash outs, Danny. That's one thing you think I'm going to sympathize with you, and I'm always just like, yeah, that is funny.
Brutal.
All right. Luther Burden, Danny's wide receiver 3 in the class, goes to be the wide receiver 3 in Chicago. Excellent in open space, good instincts, good movement ability, great yards after catch, good hands. Route refinement's a bit of an issue. You see both Danny and I have DJ Moore with a side of Laviska Shenault for myself. Press coverage, a bit of an issue. Had a down junior year in terms of production. The slot usage is not something you love to see, but without Keenan Allen there now, he will be able to play in the slot, presumably, at least at the start of his career. Definitely a raw player. So in a vacuum, let me just put it this way. In a vacuum, does Luther Burden going to the Chicago Bears kind of suck? Yes, it does kind of suck. He's probably not going to be great for fantasy in year 1, maybe not in year 2 either. However, Luther Burden is really young. He's 22 years old, barely. He also could very well need to learn behind a guy just like him in DJ Moore. And DJ Moore has an out in his contract after the 2026 season. So if in year 1, Burden doesn't have that great of a season, maybe the efficiency metrics are decent, so we're not going to face plan him. Year 2, maybe plays a lot better. That makes DJ Moore expendable. The NFL stands for not for long, fellas. If you're a Luther Burden person, this is some of the best things that can happen to you because you get big discounts on players that you really like. And at the wide receiver position, the best players are going to earn targets. And it really sucks that Odunze and DJ Moore and Colston Loveland and Luther Burden are all on the same team now. But at the same time, if the offense is really good, you're going to want pieces of it. And you never know what's going to happen 2 years from now. Maybe Luther Burden beats out all of these guys and he's the number 1 receiver there.
Where do you have Caleb Williams ranked in Dynasty? Let's talk about it.
Well, I already had him pretty high to begin with.
I don't think it's high enough.
So I had him at 8, and I can't put him any higher than that, personally. You putting him ahead of Drake now?
Crazy.
Loveland and Luther Burden in the first 2 rounds. You're tethered to 4 insane options with Ben Johnson calling your offense. He's the best prospect we have ever watched. Going first overall, guy that we comp to Kyler Patrick Mahomes spectrum, 23 years old. Like, this is the single best situation for a quarterback in the NFL, especially too. They showed up the offensive line as well, man. Like, if he goes out there and he has a 23 point per game season, he will be the 101 in Dynasty.
Yeah.
They also probably take a running back at 41 too, right?
Probably.
I think we all know that he's capable of doing that, Danny. I
just moved him above May 6 now.
I still am discerned from what I saw from him as a rookie enough to the point
Tyler
that
Shough?
I can't really move him higher than
Tyler
8.
Shough?
People
Tyler
said
Shough?
Tyler Shough in the chat, so I'm hoping that this was not spoiled.
People
so you
said
don't
it?
get that official guess if it actually happened because
No.
Wembo said
I
it in the chat.
no, not as a guess. It's way too late. If it is Tyler Shough, can you put it in chat though? But like, stop! Don't spoil, please.
It is in fact Tyler Shough.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. First warning, whoever did put Shough in the chat a minute ago, you have to wait for us to react on stream because we are slightly delayed. Again, give you guys this warning. However, repeated offenders will get put in timeout.
Also, you got to remember that Danny's already mad that Luther Burden's not a Cowboy, so he will be quick.
Yeah.
Well, Shough wasn't
No. Ambiguity. I know you've been trolling the whole time. I'm just saying whoever actually comes and spoils the picks, don't do that because we are watching on a stream that's behind.
Now let's have some fun here because
That's the next Ian book.
the New Orleans Saints are dumb, which is fun for me as a Buccaneers fan. Tyler Shough, my comp firm was Tyson Bagent, so congrats to the New Orleans Saints fans. The strengths that he does have, he has a nice release, gets the ball out quick, NFL size, 6'5", 220 pounds, a lot of reps because, he's going to be almost 26 years old. Improved in 2024, although that was his only season as an actual starter. Mobile, good scrambler, on-time throws when he's inside of structure. You can see the weaknesses there. He's absolutely ancient, really, really old for a quarterback prospect. Under pressure, not a good situation for him either. He kind of just crumbled, I noticed, on some of the games where he was getting hit a lot. Decision-making was also out the window under pressure. There's a play that circulated Twitter that's like a Will Levis caliber gaff where he like literally shovel passes it like he's throwing a bocce ball to a defender's face. I think he has a low ceiling. I don't really think this is going to be a guy that you tether yourself to and you go, we got our dude. This is how we win a Super Bowl. I think at best, he's as good as the guy you're trying to replace him with in New Orleans. Like, I think at best, he's Derek Carr. I think his arm's decent. Like, I think he has as good of an arm as Derek Carr, but ball placement, turnovers, that kind of stuff, that sketched me out. And he's also not durable at all. He's been really, really injured most of his college career. So that was a dumb pick. That's like a D- pick for the Saints. I am not high on Tyler Shough at all. I think he should have been
Tyler Shough over Jalen Milroe and Shadur Sanders. Nice.
Yeah, that he should have been a late day 3 pick in my opinion. I know the NFL has some scouts that are excited about him. Not excited. And some people pointing out DeAndre Swift lives for now. Don't be too sure of that because Burden might be their best running back on the roster.
Who do we think the Bills are taking?
We didn't actually have this conversation really quick. Actually, yeah, let's predict the Bills pick first and then we'll have this conversation.
Mike Green.
Mike Green.
Donovan Ezeraku.
Green must have killed someone yesterday.
Donovan Ezeraku.
Also might have killed somebody. I could see. Who do I think the Bills are going to take here? They traded up a second, third.
Right here.
Yeah, an edge rusher. 2 seconds.
They could
2
also
seconds.
They could take Will Johnson too.
Yeah, I could see it.
They took a corner in the first.
They did. They took Maxwell Harrison in the first, but I could still see them taking Will Johnson anyways.
I mean, at this point, Cowboy Will Johnson.
At this point, I'm going to need Tampa Bay to make a move and go get him, to be honest.
I'll take 44th overall Will Johnson. Will the Thrill. Go blue.
That's insane. Also, Sanders still being on the board is kind of funny to me.
What even is wrong with fucking Will Johnson's knee?
Something significant, apparently.
Probably doesn't have one.
Yeah. Who's still even on the board? I'm trying to think of who they could even take here.
Not too sure, brother.
You know what? I'm gonna say this is the Tate Ratledge spot. I'm gonna roll. They're trading up for a guard.
Tate Rat.
Never again.
Yeah, never again. Okay, let's have the conversation here for a second. Luther Burden ranks where in Dynasty?
So gross.
26.
Not a chance. He's that high.
If we're given the benefit of the doubt to situation with Igbuka, I'm willing to do it with Burden as well. I have Igbuka at 19.
Yeah.
I have Golden over Burden, but I don't think he should be outside of anybody's top 30.
Burden is my wide receiver 30. I just updated it. I may move him lower. We'll see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
don't
gun in
think
my
he can
head,
go
I
lower
would
than
take
that.
DK Metcalf and Terry McLaurin over Burden, so he's going to be lower than that for me.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wouldn't.
Because the thing is, like, we don't know if Caleb can have the same passing volume that Baker can. He may.
Yeah, we don't. Well, Danny would argue that Caleb could be, and
I think-
could be is how he ranks his players.
I will.
Could
I'm
be
willing
the
to trust the guy
101
that was the best
someday.
prospect we've ever seen.
Wait, Caleb was the best prospect we've ever seen?
Quarterback. Well, at least since we've been doing
I mean,
this.
Burrow and Lawrence were better prospects than him, but all right.
I disagree.
I like Burden, but yeah, I'm gonna have to slide DJ Moore.
Donovan
down a little
Ezra-Aku.
bit. Would you rather? Like, here's the conversation point here. Would you rather have DJ Moore or Luther Burden straight up?
I have them ranked
Sorry,
back-to-back now.
I have DJ Moore one spot behind Luther Burden.
Yeah, I also have DJ Moore one spot behind Luther Burden.
Sorry, Mason, you can't look me in the straight face and say that you take Jalen Waddle over him. You can't. Don't do it.
Can we look at the splits of Waddle with Tua?
Can we look at how ass he is this year? You would know.
No, I
Where do we move Odunze after this? Is my question.
Yeah, he's got to drop a little bit. He doesn't
Like, because
or
he had
doesn't
Loveland and fucking
Yeah, because the
Yeah.
thing is, it was Loveland too. Top 10 pick. And now this.
Who would you rather have, Xavier Worthy or Rome Odunze?
I had Worthy ranked ahead of him before today.
I'm gonna
Okay.
move Worthy ahead of him right now.
Addison or Odunze?
That's what I was about to think about. I think I would. Would you rather have Matthew Gold? Would you rather have Matthew Golden or Odunze?
Odunze.
I'd rather have Odunze still. My
Then move Odunze
conversation
to
point
22.
is Olave, Egbuka, and Rice or Odunze. That would be my conversation point.
Olave's lower for me because of the concussion concerns.
Yeah, I have
I'd
Olave
rather have
under
Olave than
Egbuka
Odunze,
and
to be
Golden.
honest.
Yeah, I have Olave at 28.
Lee Evans was the
All right,
13th
who
pick
do-
in the draft.
Who do we guess for Bills? I said Donovan, right?
I
Yeah, I
guess
said Tate Ratledge.
Hey, so what's the deal with the Saints quarterback?
all incorrect.
Shit.
Bills are responding to Patriots pick right here.
But
Tone set.
So the deal with the Saints quarterback, Mason, is that he isn't good, and they took him anyway.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah, no bullshit.
he's older than Bo Nix. And
Yeah.
people made fun of Bo Nix for being old.
He's older than me.
Hey, but look at Bo Nix now.
Yeah.
Bo
Yeah,
Nix
but
was
like-
good.
Yeah,
Hey, Tyler-
exactly. People made
Tyler
fun of his
Shough
age.
is old, has injury problems, and isn't that good.
He's Bo Nix if Bo Nix's best, like third best season was Tyler Shuck's best season. Also the only season in which he actually stayed on the friggin' field.
Hey,
I
Mason,
I
if you
legit
need a
didn't even know
career
who this
comp-
guy was.
If you
I
need a
didn't
career
either,
comp
just
for
Danny
him,
started
For
talking
2
about him.
years.
Mason, if you need a career comp for Tyler Shuck, think Davis Mills.
So Shadur so this guy went over Shadur.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's a
Yeah.
bot.
and
So-
Milroe.
So Shadur literally had the worst interviews ever then.
Yeah.
People must
And
hate
Shuck
him.
was drafted as a personality hire.
Because I don't know if y'all have watched, and of course I didn't want to go into any of this because I have no freaking idea. If you watch any of the Amazon Prime like Colorado series thing, Shadur does seem like the biggest asshole nepo baby.
Very unlikable by the
he's
looks of
not-
it.
He does.
I don't.
kinda-
I didn't nail him too hard in the grades
Yo.
for. I didn't ding him too hard in the grades for having character concerns, but I factored it in because I was like, it seems like he might have some.
Yeah.
So this is Milroe, right?
I hope so. I
Oh
hope
my
so.
god, imagine.
Who's up
Give
right
me
now?
Will
The Jets.
Jets.
The Jets.
Dude, please.
The Jets would
As someone
take
who gets
Sanders.
roped in by the Jets all the time, please don't take Jalen Milroe here because I'm so sick of cheering for this franchise.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers selected Shadur Sanders.
No, dude, he's gonna be a Cowboy. I'll bet you anything that the Cowboys fucking take him here.
The Seattle Seahawks.
If the Cowboys take Tyler Booker and Shadur Sanders with their first 2 picks, Danny
I
will
might
put
jump
his
off a
fist through his
bridge.
monitor.
Might jump off a bridge.
What's the score of the game, Danny?
1-1.
Hmm.
And Optic got swept.
Wait, so I didn't ask y'all. Would you rather have Henderson or Judkins?
Henderson.
I'd rather have Judkins, but I understand I'll be in the minority there.
Because the thing is, if you look at the target volume Henderson could get, New England has no receivers. Henderson could be
And-
rookie Alvin Kamara.
And I
Oh.
trust Drake May a whole lot more than I trust insert Joe Flacco.
Yeah. We're taking both of them over Jonathan Taylor, of course.
Yes, easily. Different tiers.
I think Bush is frozen.
Yeah, he's just
so
like
too.
really, or he's just really listening to Mason.
Locked in right.
He's really absorbing what Mason said. He's taking a bit of time to process it.
Danny, move him out.
That is a live batting out.
He really does not agree with your take there.
Yeah, no, I think he was just absorbing the point that Mason was making.
What did I do?
No, you
The
froze
way you
for
were
like 2
frozen.
minutes, and it looked like you were listening to Mason, but you were just frozen.
No. Okay. I think what I was saying was I think Judkins will outproduce Henderson year one because I think Stevenson's a much bigger roadblock than anything that the Browns have at running back. But I think you could definitely argue Henderson over Judkins just by the simple fact that he's tethered to Drake May and it's a better offense, or it projects to be a better offense in the future.
1,000,000% outproduce him in year one.
Yeah.
They also just signed Antonio Gibson too, didn't they?
Last year they signed him. I think he has an out in his contract pretty soon.
They're keen on a few backs.
Have we made predictions for this pick, by the way?
Who's picking the Jets? Mason Taylor.
Yeah.
I said Milrow.
Oh, Mason Taylor's kind of a good shout.
Oh,
I want it to be Milrow, but I also don't want it to be Milrow at the same time.
Mason Taylor.
I want it to be Shadur, and I want it to be a horrible experience.
Why do I
I
low-key
like
kinda
seeing the
think that-
organizations like the Jets and the Browns be bad forever. I think
But
it's
then
funny.
you have to watch Brees Hall and Garrett Wilson suffer. For their
I'll
Wait, Brees
I'll
Hall's
take
gonna be
Mason Taylor
Cowboys
here
soon.
too, actually.
Was that a
What do we
quick
got?
longer Mason Taylor prediction?
Yeah, I already said
Yeah.
Mason Taylor.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll Taylor as well.
They take Will Johnson?
Yeah, this is a good question from Dylan, by the way. What is separating Jaden Higgins and Luther Burden? Like, how
I
far
just think
apart would they be?
Luther Burden was a superior prospect. Probably a difference between 26 versus early to mid 30s for me.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't that far off in my grade, to be honest. Burden was higher, but it wasn't by like a shit ton.
Yeah, and Higgins. I mean, I love the Texans landing spot. I'm still
Yeah,
completely in on
I really
Stroud.
like it.
You know,
Yeah.
it's definitely a good spot for sure.
How long is
Would you rather have Jaden Higgins or Jerry Jeudy, Jaden Reed, Josh Downs?
He would be
those
right
type of
behind
guys?
Terry McLaurin and
Oh,
James.
you have
Williams.
to take him over Reed.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about Downs and Judy and Godwin, Tyreek? Guys,
I think
I
you're
think I have
looking more in
Downs
the
a tier
pick
below
and
that.
CK.
I don't think I have Downs anywhere close to there.
okay, man, I'm
You
just a
guys see
big
it?
Downs guy.
Yeah, I mean that was a given.
Nice.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Yeah, that was a good
Freebie.
shout. I'm a big Downs guy. I think I'd prefer Downs over Higgins still.
How long is Tank Dell out for?
Probably most of next year, I would imagine.
Do they have anyone else other than Collins?
Christian Kirk.
Those two.
Oh, they got
Yeah, Kirk.
Yeah. There's some offenses around the league now that look like they're starting to go 3 receiver meta where they're like, yeah, we're just gonna have 3 good guys. And
Who's the-
Colson Loveland.
they have too.
What's up?
Who's the other young guy they have too?
Mechie?
No.
Hutchinson?
Hutchinson.
I was gonna say, is it them who has Hutchinson?
Yeah, he's kind of shit though.
Yeah, he is a big guy.
Oh, we got to talk about Mason Taylor here. This is going to be a fun conversation to have, I think, too.
Son of Jason.
Yes, son of Jason. And don't forget, nephew of Joy.
Hey, yo.
Mason Taylor, LSU tight end, of course, NFL lineage there, like you said, with the son of Hall of Famer Jason Taylor. 6'5", 251. My comp there, Dawson Knox. Danny has Cade Otton. The one thing I would disagree with Danny's comp is that I think he's more athletic, as evidenced by the RAS score, 4.65, 84th percentile speed score, 9.27 RAS. On film, displayed really good hands. He's a good route runner. He's kind of your prototypical like Y tight end. You're going to use him like a usual, tight end would be used. He's a good blocker, especially for being just 21.0 years old at this point in time. pretty smart player. Obviously, the NFL lineage kind of passed down there. And I think he has quite a bit of upside. The only problem is that his production was not great, but he did play with Brian Thomas Jr. and Malik Neighbors up until this year. Downfield usage wasn't really a thing for him either. A lot of just short targets, intermediate targets. And then his versatility, I think, is pretty limited. I think he's just going to be a prototypical like Y tight end that you use all the time. But an interesting fit for the Jets. That's what they need.
Good pick for the Niners. Rebuilding that defensive line.
Welcome.
Because they got Michael first round.
Did me and Danny just get that, Fled, or did you pick Mason Taylor as well?
No, you guys got it.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't even guess on the 49ers one. Official guess for the Cowboys, I'm going to say Will Johnson. They did their homework on him.
All right, let's look for a terrible
George
reach
Sanders to Dallas.
Yeah. Who's like maybe not him for Michigan, but give me another Michigan player.
Josiah Stewart.
Okay, what do they need? They need.
He's an edge. I don't know why I'm giving you
I'm going to
ideas.
stick with Ravel. I'm going to stick with Ravel.
I think that's a good guess. I'm going to go Will Johnson, though.
I'm also going to go a corner, but I'm not going to go any of those guys. I'm going to go someone way worse.
Oh, shit.
Can I ask you guys
Williams.
also?
They're so excited. Look at them.
I also need to ask you guys another hypothetical question. Are both tight ends, both of them, Loveland and Warren, over Burden, Igbuka, and Golden? Are they over some of those guys? Are they over none of those guys for you?
Let me ask you the question. Is a low-end wide receiver 2, high-end wide receiver 3 worth as much more or less than a top 5 ranked tight end?
I don't have Warren in my top 5, but I think the top 6, 7 tight end is worth more.
And I think we have to set that accordingly because I actually do have Loveland at 4 and Warren at 5. Right after
I would take both of them over Burden for sure. And I think I would take.
I think I got to rank them over Igbuka and Burden and.
I'm not going to take them over Igbuka because I Loveland. It's tough though. It would depend on tight end premium formats and whatnot too.
Yeah,
because the thing is, again, I think the Burden pick really hurts Loveland.
That's a good point too.
I mean, it just hurts everybody there in terms of how many.
But Caleb is set up to smash.
I move him up to quarterback 5.
Caleb and Lawrence are the two guys that have no excuses to fail.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I'm going to take Benjamin Morrison.
Okay. Where's Caleb Williams in your QB rankings, Mason?
I need to look. I had him previously QB7. I think he flips Mahomes now.
Yeah, I think he flips May before. I didn't have him over May before, but I think he's got.
I've had him over May. I think he's better prospect. I don't think it was much worse rookie season and much better.
That's debatable.
I
agree with the situation though.
In terms of tiers, I'm assuming 6 is like when Burrow and Hurts are like, probably ahead of those other guys for you, and like the other guys obviously ahead of them. Do you have a tier from 6 to somewhere? Is it like 6 to 10? Is it like 6 to 15? Or is there a big tier there? Because for me, I have Caleb, Mahomes, May, Nix, and Stroud in a tier from 6 to 10.
So to be completely honest with you, my May ranking is solely for the purpose of trying to drag him down the expert average from Danny. So reality, I probably should have May ahead of Herbert, but I've Herbert.
Don't do that. Get May into his rightful spot, sir.
Brother, Herbert's my QB
under Mahomes, and we can get the expert average down that way. We can.
Hey, May over Mahomes is the correct take. You'll see soon.
I think there's a massive tier of QBs in Dynasty.
Dude, if we take Cam Scattaboo, I might fucking throw up.
Scattaboo would be funny. I think that Jalen Noel.
Scattaboo, I might throw up.
No, Jalen Noel could definitely be the pick here.
Caleb QB5. Who do you have him ahead of between Allen, Daniels, Lamar, Burrow, Hurts?
He has him over. Danny. If you say you have him over Joe Burrow, you are fucking high,
dude.
You are high.
He's going to be what? He's 23 years old with the
age doesn't matter at quarterback. What?
I think he has the opportunity to be the 101 in startups next year.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You don't put him over Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow's 28 years old. He can play for the next decade. How does age?
I literally don't care that Caleb Williams has a higher ceiling than Joe Burrow. I literally don't care.
It's fine. You rank one way, I'll rank another way.
What higher ceiling? He's QB5 for you, brother. What is he going to go up 2 spots at quarterback? Like
he could be the 101 in startups, but okay.
You're fucking baked, man. He's never going to pass Jane Daniels, first of all, because they're basically the same age and Jane Daniels runs.
Very well good.
Bro, almost threw for 5,000 passing yards last year.
Dude, you're fucking I've been Mason, the 4 years that or 5 years that we've been running this channel, Danny has been disrespecting Joe Burrow the entire time.
Hey, I don't mean to flex on y'all, but I got to see that game where
Travis Frederick
Burrow
no spoilers.
Burrow chased Jefferson 2019. That team went undefeated. I was at the Texas game before we knew that they were that good, you know?
Yeah, that was early in the year, right?
Yeah, that was like week 2, and everybody was like, "Oh, we're DBU," and that was like the big conversation. And Burrow, Jefferson, and Chase went nuclear on us, and they clowned us. I was like, "What do you want?"
Yeah,
good.
That's a nice pick for you guys.
That's who I really wanted New England to get.
I don't know who the fuck is going to be running routes, but we got a good edge rusher.
Jalen Tolbert and
CeeDee Lamb versus 6 DBs.
Big extension for Kevontae Turpin, going to be an integral part of the offense this year.
God, our offense is going to reek, isn't it?
Dude, Danny's still going to tell me that the Cowboys are the second best team in the NFC. Just watch him copium his way into being like, dude, we're going to have like the best defense in the league.
Over 7.5.
Even though they got cooked last year. Flambéed.
Even though I told Danny for 3 months in a row that all you have to do is take away CeeDee Lamb, this offense has nothing.
Fine. We got it.
Anyways, Mel Kiper having his number 5 overall player and number 1 on his board, number 1 on his quarterback board, Shedeur Sanders, is aging like.
I listened to like a super casual sports podcast I've listened to since I was in high school, and they were saying that they think just Mel Kiper is paid by the agents.
Is he washed? Is that what the sentiment is?
No, they think that agents pay Mel Kiper to hype up players. And put out.
I could see that.
Oh, yo, shit. The edge of the Cowboys had 16.5 sacks this year. Interesting.
Okay, Danny's going to convince us that he should have been
starting ACC.
Some may say he's quite the steal.
Danny, avid Donovan Ezeraku fan since 8:01 p.m.
Shot pounding the table for that pick.
Who is that?
I might wreck my house.
Room?
I might wreck my house if that happened.
Wreck my house.
Why was one of those people in the Colts war room should have been flying on a broomstick? Did anybody see that lady in there?
I didn't see that.
That was insane. Danny back on Dallas tilt. It's honestly one of the funniest parts of our channel, to be honest. It's like even going back to the very first couple videos, some of them were just straight up Danny tilt on the Cowboys.
You know what I've always wondered? How bad would it be? So you know how active players like Jonathan Taylor is making the pick right now? You think anybody's ever picked their replacement?
Chase Claypool.
Happened,
Chase
Claypool, yeah.
Linebacker, Demetrius Knight.
Pickens, right?
Did you guys get your guesses in?
Oh,
I said
shit, I'm too late. I can't make a guess. Danny probably cheated anyway.
On my life, I didn't.
Yeah, I've never even heard of that guy. And Danny's like, this is...
I know Brock said they needed a linebacker. It was wrong anyways.
It was wrong.
Danny's got to weave in a couple fake guesses.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That was a real one, but okay.
He's got to weave in some misses to make it look real.
Y'all saw Micah Parsons not liking the Cowboys pick?
Oh, but I saw when he hopped on the interview with the guy, he loved it.
He liked him after.
I mean, of course he's gonna put on a show. You have to.
That's true.
Yeah. In my humble ass opinion, how about Micah Parsons focuses on getting after the quarterback and stop making podcasts? That's just my take on it.
So I have an opinion that I think these players that have this tendency to do podcasts and crap, would Juju have been a much better player if he didn't do the TikTok stuff?
I mean, probably, yeah. If he had just worked harder, he was literally sick after his second year.
Yeah, would Juju and Chase Claypool still be around and be relevant if they were I'm just gonna care about football?
Yeah, I think it says a lot what you want to spend your time on.
Quick dancing TikTok, and then they probably send it to somebody else to edit. And
I know, I
don't
know,
know.
but like in theory, yes, it's like a
Amon-Ra has a
ridiculous
whole
thing. It's like, hey, this
podcast
takes 5
and
minutes.
everything.
But I think your mental space, it's a lot more than that.
But Amon-Ra has a podcast with his brother.
But
And
he's
they
like
put
he's
serious
like
effort
dedicated
into
to
it.
ball. The guy gets like shot before
That's
every game
true.
and still plays.
He gets shot before every
Okay,
game.
Brian Robinson.
St. Brown, dude.
Yeah.
St. Brown played through like if you watch the receiver doc, he literally was like insanely injured.
Dude, yeah,
like,
he
all year.
was on like he was on everything. Like he had ear,
But
mouth,
Juju ain't doing
throat
that.
disease or something like that. Like every week he was hurt with something new, and he played through it all.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
I think
lie,
it just
my
depends on the
knee, my knee
personality.
hurt this morning, and I still went on my run.
Facts.
Some call Mason the Amon-Ra of YouTube.
Some may say Mason is a tough son of a gun.
Danny, hey, did you see in the BDG cut up when we were doing this?
Are those
You guys
out
were
yet?
doing
The
that in
trivias? Are
the
those out yet?
promo video.
Right
Yeah,
before
we
we
did that.
started the round with us three, we just started doing it back and forth, and I guess they put it on the promo video.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. What the hell?
Yeah.
Are those trivias out yet?
No, I have
They're gonna
I
be
don't know
released
why
in a
they've
month.
uploaded like 6 trivia since we've been there. None of them are relevant.
Yeah, I was looking and I was like, holy
It's the
shit, when are my
29th.
boys gonna
The
be on?
29th is when it starts. I'm pretty sure.
What
Okay.
the? Why? Why is it so long?
They had content in the hopper.
Yeah, they were ready.
They're recording
They
a month
They,
out
they
in
got their
advance.
preloaded content.
I mean,
Where
it's
the- wait.
evergreen content, I suppose.
Will
Yeah.
Johnson. Oh
That-
God! If you get Will
Danny, you looked at
Johnson,
your other monitor. You can't just be doing that.
the game.
They're still in commercial.
Constantly up on my other
Yeah,
monitor.
they're still in commercial.
Anytime Danny goes like this, oh, Will Johnson. I just don't
Brother,
trust you.
my draft is on this monitor. I have the Habs
Okay.
game on this one.
Whatever you say.
What do you want me to do? I can't share my screen. I'll get a copyright.
Who's even picking right now?
This is Jack Bash, by the way.
Rams.
That's my guess.
The Rams.
I already said Will Johnson.
Jack Bash, wide receiver TCU would be my
The
guess.
Rams could use a quarterback. Oh my god. Shador to the Rams.
Would Mason have sweatier hats if he didn't podcast? That's a question for you, from Arthur.
I don't know what that means. I would have. I have sweaty hats regardless.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
hey,
this
you
is
know who
my-
I saw on my y'all know who I saw on my run a couple hours ago?
Who'd you see?
Steve-O.
Oh,
I was
really?
like, I was in the here. Let me share a photo real quick. This is like where I've been
You
running
go for
every day.
Kick-Ass or Jackass?
Yeah, I run
Oh,
up to the
holy shit.
Hollywood sign every day, and I took a picture today just because it was I saw Steve-O like literally 30 seconds later, and I saw like on the trail. God, well, I'm just gonna share my entire screen. Like this is on a trail here. I saw somebody like taking a picture with some dude, and I was like, "Who is this guy?" And then I like ran up close and it was like Steve-O with his girlfriend, and I was like,
What
"Oh,
the
that's
heck?
funny." He's like trying to have like a little private thing, like private walk with his girlfriend, and like there's 2 people on the trail, and some guy's pulling him over for a selfie. But he seemed like super nice. He was like, "Oh yeah, I don't mind at all," but I would have been pissed.
Yeah. Mason's in.
Don't stop
in
Mason for
Hollywood now.
photos, guys. Don't stop
I'm
Mason.
hyped. We
Oh,
got
no,
Donovan
for,
E.
for me, I never get photos, so it's cool if when it happens to me. But if I was Steve-O, like Steve-O probably has to deal with that every day, you know.
Probably.
But yeah, I'm just here for the time being because the girlfriend's working on Happy Gilmore too. As soon as she's done, we're going back to Texas.
Go.
Wait, for real?
Yeah, and
Dude,
hey, I
you're
think I
dating
may
Sydney
actually.
Sweeney?
Yes, Sydney Sweeney's going to be in Happy Gilmore too. It's true.
Ooh,
In the movie?
ooh.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
saw like
I didn't tell you my girlfriend.
Yeah, you didn't. You guys didn't know?
Oh, that's who your
Yeah,
girlfriend is?
Yeah. But hey, I may actually get to go to the premiere in New York. I have a
Yeah, that's hype.
I have like we're gonna be in New York. I have a race at Lake Placid like July 12th, and the premiere's in New York like July 13th. So I think I'm gonna do my
That's
race,
sick.
and like the next day we can drive down and maybe go to the premiere, which would be insane.
What does
That
your
would be
girlfriend work?
insane.
Well, like, what does she work on?
She's just she's a visual effects coordinator. So she
Dude,
like
that's
works.
sick.
So she works like it's insane hours. She works 13 hours a day.
Yeah, no,
Like,
for sure.
it's brutal.
Like-
but if I get to go to premiere, I'm fine with it. I'll
Yeah,
be
that's-
work
that's so-
15 hours a day.
yeah.
You're streaming, team reviews anyway. What is she missing?
He's
Yeah, I know,
grinding.
but-
Getting his
Okay,
2
what do we
meals.
got here?
He's ready.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Fantasy relevant.
Okay. Let's have the conversation. Mason Taylor or Terrence Ferguson?
So Rams, by the way, we didn't mention who was picking, I don't think. The Rams just selected Terrence Ferguson at 46th overall. Mason Taylor went to the Jets, 42 overall, I think it was. Mason Taylor was my tight end 3 pre-draft, so I'll probably just stick with that. I think he's probably just a better player at this point in time. That being said, Terrence Ferguson's best comps is anywhere between like Albert O to George Kittle in the prospect model, because
Ferguson or Kincaid?
I'd pretty much take anybody over Kincaid at this point in time. But
Kincaid's that bad?
I don't know. Like, part of me is like, maybe I should give him the benefit of the doubt because he's like, fine or whatever, but like he kind of stinks.
That's an
Yeah, but I
interesting.
mean, he's only played 2 years.
Yeah, and yet he's 25.
I was gonna say, it feels like he's been in the league for like 5 years.
He's a
wide
year and a half
receiver
older than
speed.
Kyle Pitts.
Hey, welcome to the Cardinals, Kyle Williams.
Kyle Williams. Kind of fun. Danny did look over at these other screen before he said that, though. So
Hey,
That's
I'm
exactly what my draft is on.
updating my tight end ranks right now. I didn't talk about this, but we all have to agree that Kate Otten is now unusable, right?
yeah, I had him pretty low, anyways.
Yeah, he is tight end 17 for me. Probably drops even further. Him or Kelsey?
That's what I have him 19, Kelsey 21 right now. I think.
Yep.
I
I have him 20 and 21. I moved Fryermuth above him.
Oh, that's
Your
good.
boy. That's a
Ooh,
great pick.
of course, fucking 6 picks before the Bucks are on the board. I hate it.
He's getting the Richard Sherman comp, baby.
Yeah, because he should have went in the top 10.
Texans traded up, by the way.
Texans traded up with
Oh my
Las
god!
Vegas.
No, you're kidding me, bro. I just want to see one Raiders pick. Is that so much to ask for?
All
Holy
right.
shit!
Keep trading down. Mason Taylor, right now, I slotted him at 15 among tight ends, just behind
11.
Jake Ferguson and Dalton Kincaid. That's where I put him.
Honestly, I'll 13 actually. 11 was too high. 13.
Yeah, like I would rather have Kincaid at this moment in time. Like
I would.
this tier starts Pitts, Kincaid, likely Ferguson, Mason Taylor, Jonnu Smith, and Fryermuth for me. And then I got to throw Terrence Ferguson into this tier as well, probably.
I have the tier as Kraft 9, Andrews 10, Pitts 11, Ferguson 12, Mason Taylor 13, Ferguson 14. Jake Ferguson 12. Sorry, let me clarify.
I don't know. I think it's pretty obscene to have Jake Ferguson in the same tier as like Kraft and Andrews. Jake Ferguson kind of stinks.
I mean, this was a top mid tight end 1-2 years ago. He had a hurt year this past year. They still haven't added a receiver.
Break the tie here. Is Jake Ferguson any good?
I think based
have no
off
one else to throw
situation,
to.
if the Cowboys have no wide receiver 2, he's gonna be good in fantasy. I don't know. If
I have,
he's any good
I have
in
him
real
at
life.
12 in Dynasty right now.
Let me see where I have him.
I'm at 14 currently. Sorry. I'm at also. Why do I have Isaiah Likely at 13? He's better than Dalton Kincaid. I'm moving
I
him.
have Ferguson at 17, but I probably got to move him ahead of Fryermuth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you definitely do.
I'm gonna have him at least 16.
Who are we guessing here? Offensive line? Ursary.
Ursary, yeah.
I'll take Ratledge this time. I'm going to be doing the Mike Green thing all night. Also, can we get Mike Green sliding to Tampa Bay?
Mike Green in New England in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. You know,
Texans go.
I wonder what Mike Green
again.
did. Like, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
Good
Yeah.
save, Monty.
Also, I want to
Wow,
put
what,
up,
bruh? A second and a third to move up 10 spots?
for Texans.
They just gave
Yeah.
up a third to move up 10 spots in the second.
Is
Actually,
pick
I want to
99.
change my pick because I think this could be memeable.
This is Ursary. They have to do it for a valuable position.
This is Cam Scattaboo. That's my guess.
They.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tone equals set.
Oh my God! Could you imagine?
I want Cam.
Dude, if they give up a 2 and a 3 for a running back, they should behead themselves.
That's a little sad,
Jesus
but all right.
Christ, Danny.
Not aggressive, I would argue.
Behead themselves.
That's an insane comp.
I don't know why that was the first thing that I thought of.
Terrence
Ooh,
Ferguson,
Habs.
by the way, in the prospect model was a pretty decent prospect, 55% FSE grade with projected 100th overall draft capital, and he just went 46th.
Yep.
So now his FSE grade
a
is
little bit of
up.
a raw player, but at the same time, specifically going to the Rams, I trust them to be able to develop him.
This is what his immediate 4 players up and immediate 4 players down are in the model. Hayden Hurst, who went in the first round, George Kittle, Isaiah Likely, Brevin Jordan. 4 players below him is Mason Taylor, Cole Kmet, Tyler Higbee, and Albert Okwuegbunam.
Probably a mid-second rookie pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could definitely do worse in your rookie draft if late second, early third, half tight end premium type of format. You got to swing on one of these tight ends, Mason Taylor or Ferguson.
I think it would be a little bit more expensive than an early third. I think you're probably looking more mid to late second.
Think about when all the running backs start going off the board. We got a second round quarterback already in Shough. Let's see what happens with Sanders and with Milroe. Wide receivers, we have a couple that have gone off the board already, like Higgins, for example. We're going to probably see a couple more wide receivers go soon. Like, I don't know, dude. I think it's possible that people look at tight ends and they just go, "Oh, what a sexless draft pick." Like, I'll just wait on the tight end position. Like, I think people might not be taking Mason Taylor like mid 2 or whatever. Like some people might be thinking that he's going to go. I think it's possible that it's more of a late 2, early 3 type.
Where are our guesses for this, by the way? I said Ursary.
I said Scattaboo.
Yeah, I think
And
Ursary as well.
Ursary.
Yeah. I mean, if they truly trade up for a running back, that's so bad.
That'd be tragic.
What the hell did I do here? Trevion Henderson, where did he go on the model
Judkins
projected?
was,
He was going to
taking
go
a
40
shit when he got drafted.
Mason, what did you do to Jared?
The bottom left, not Mason. No.
I don't know.
You
I'm
scared
sorry.
him with
Probably
your good
Trey
luck, man.
Lance. Probably something to do with Trey Lance.
Maybe.
What pick was Henderson? Pick number
39.
39.
Dude, the Cowboys still haven't taken a receiver, and they don't have a fourth.
Yeah. So far the running backs are getting good spots. The wide receivers, not so much, I would say. But the running backs are getting good spots.
Yeah, no,
So
that's
on the plot. I also kind of like all the spots for the tight ends too. Minus the fact that Loveland's got to compete with like 7 elite players.
Dude, the Cowboys, imagine they got Elikai Manor.
Where are you picking?
76.
Why are you saying, "Oh"? Did you see the pick?
No. I was watching the Habs game. They almost scored.
All right, let's see what we got here.
Is that Owen Daniels?
Oh, nice. That's some points for the boys.
Hey.
Not for me, because I wanted to go with Cam Scattaboo like a psycho.
Yeah, they traded a second and a third for Cam Scattaboo.
You guys both said Ursary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I
Yeah,
one
I mean-
down or 2?
What's up?
Am I 1 down or 2?
You are 2 down. Danny has 15. I have 11, and you have 13.
Okay.
Yeah, the Texans was simply any offensive lineman will do. We will take whoever you got.
Cincinnati best rated.
Ugh, what a garbage offensive line this
Oh,
is.
that's
Cam
horrible.
Robinson, Titus Howard, Jarrett Patterson, Juice Scruggs, and Ursary. It's a fucking horrid offensive
Joe
line.
Mix is going to have no holes up front.
Ugh. Laken Tomlinson. That's what we're writing home about.
Yeah, he's a good player. Oh, DYNASTY just got dumped in the corner.
Yeah, since he has to take Mike Green, right?
See Mike Cosby Green.
They got Shamar Stewart round 1.
Something I'm not aware of.
They got Stewart round 1.
Okay, actually, yeah, they're definitely taking a corner here.
Dylan said,
Who
imagine
even
since he
it-
takes two.
I'll guess Ravel too.
Yeah, we need to Chase Brown as collectively. This whole audience must have Chase Brown bags based on how high we've been on Chase Brown in his career. So let's collectively clench the cheeks and hope that this is not Caleb Johnson.
Please don't be Caleb Johnson.
Wait. There's
Especially
actually
because Caleb
no
Johnson
way-
can go to Denver.
There's no way the Patriots' offensive line is worse than Houston's right now.
No, you take the Patriots over.
No, I don't think so. Not after you added Moses and
There's
Campbell.
no chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not after you added Moses. And
Maybe
Campbell.
last year's offensive line, but not.
Oh,
Not
look at
with
Tim
the-
Crumry, former nose tackle, is looking good. Attaboy, fella.
Oh, there's that made up player Danny made up earlier.
Yeah, good for them. He's a good linebacker.
I'm pretty sure Demetrius Knight is also like 37 years old, isn't he?
Turns out he's actually a real guy.
I think he might be like 26, isn't he? Like really old, Danny?
Who, Demetrius Knight?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty old. I think he's in 1999.
Demetrius.
Dude, he's older
Knight.
than me. Holy shit.
2000, January 2000.
Yeah, he's 25 and a half.
Dude, Caleb Johnson spot Denver here?
Jared
Yeah,
is
he's
just
just
firing
big,
shots at Mason right now.
Yo, what's happening?
Jared,
Yo,
catch me in the flock league, buddy.
Yo.
I will win this year, and
I'm going to win. I'll win.
Okay, it's going to
I'll
be an
leave-
FSC Toilet Bowl again. Don't worry.
It's okay. Corey will have his face on my shirt.
No, we're doing a better punishment than that.
Yeah. Or fucking, I might have reversed
I'm glad
it.
I got the lamest punishment of all time.
My face will be on his shirt. I don't even. I'm too confused.
All right, Seahawks. Here comes Caleb Johnson.
Dude, what if they take Elijah Arroyo?
Now, because I want him to fall to us, this is where Mike Green goes off the board. This is finally, I'm locking it in. Mike Green, final answer. This is the last time I guess him.
Oh,
He
God.
clearly did something crazy.
Bush, push me to the back seat. I'm gonna go get some food.
All right.
Who did I just say that I was guessing?
You just said
Wait, this is going to be that guy you've been saying, Bush. Ratledge.
what are you doing, Danny? Did you score?
Suzuki.
Oh, that was one of the more sus celebrations I've seen. So you can forgive me for not knowing what you were doing.
Who did I just say they would draft? Oh, Elijah Arroyo.
I'm guessing.
I like Arthur's guess of Seattle, Kyle Williams in the state. That makes sense.
He's going to fall at 76.
Pretty sure Mike Green has sexual assault allegations. Oof.
Oh, he'll
Not
fit
great.
great in New England.
What's up?
I said he'll fit great in New England.
Facts. Nah, he's gonna go to Baltimore.
Yeah. Just a revolving door of edge rushers.
Okay. I kind of want to change my Mike Green answer if that he has those kind of allegations. I don't think he's gonna go
This
super high
is
now.
definitely Ratledge or whatever you've been talking about.
Tate
Yeah.
I've guessed Mike Green for every player the last like 20
We have, yeah. We're gonna
Yeah.
go. I'm gonna go Tate Ratledge back to the board. I've been guessing him for a while too.
I think my first pick, I guess Mike Green was at 11.
Yeah, dude, we've been saying his name probably for half the stream.
And honestly, if I just don't have a good guess, it's going to be
Mike Green. He's a good fallback option.
If I don't know what the team needs, Mike Green.
It's going to be scenes
Yeah.
when he actually goes off the board.
Yeah, and I don't take him. It's going to be
Actually, so I have a best available player thing now beside me, which is going to be really helpful because I just forget who's in the draft at this
I'll
point.
pull one up as well.
I'm actually going to change my answer to Ravel Jr. Siobhan Ravel.
Yeah, I think they're good at corner. I'm going to go Arroyo.
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 Okay, no. Okay, here. Last time I changed my answer. Last time I changed my answer. This is Shadur.
Wow.
I'm calling it. No, I'm not looking at my phone. No Twitter open. I'm calling Shadur.
For the Seahawks here?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, if you look at Darnold's money, is like literally a 1-year deal, right?
Yeah, which
Yeah,
it should
pretty much.
because he's not good.
I guess Elijah Arroyo.
Oh, Mason,
Am
I
I
need
stuttering?
another. Yeah, a
Am I
little bit.
stuttering? Oh.
Yeah. I need confirmation, Mason. Do you think it's a good NFL season if you have 4,900 yards and 44 total touchdowns as a quarterback?
Sounds pretty good. Not as good as what Dak has done in the past, but pretty good.
Just out of curiosity. I mean,
Hey,
I believe most
so
total
Bush,
touchdowns.
Bush, are you doing this under the desk right now?
Are you accusing me of glazing someone right now? Because you have had Dak Prescott in your throat for 10 years, brother.
I don't know. It sounds like you're doing a little bit of this under the desk right now, brother.
Okay, most total quarterback touchdowns in a season.
Oh.
Look, in NFL history, over 100 years, not a big deal. Most total touchdowns by a quarterback in a single season. That would be number 15, Baker Mayfield. Number 15.
Yeah, but you
Pretty
get
good.
the extra game.
You do get the extra game. That is true. Do we have a touchdown per game moniker? Yeah, literally.
Oh my god!
Oh, Danny got another pick spot on.
Did I actually get it? Oh, I'm behind. Yeah, I'm behind. I didn't know.
Who did you pick?
We'll see in a second.
He picked Arroyo.
Yeah. I didn't
I'm
want to
just
spoil
very-
it for you, Bush.
Noah Fant will never live on. He's been permanently dead.
I'm just happy Danny's not drenched in sweat in a pajama shirt at the moment.
Dude, I was so sweaty yesterday.
Yeah, brother. I don't know what you were doing, but it
Dude,
wasn't
that
working.
blunt fucked me up.
This guy
You're
actually
fighting for your life.
this
I
guy
was
was
in
fighting for his
hell.
life from that blood.
Okay, where do we rank Arroyo in Dynasty?
Not high because he stinks.
Tight end over under 18.
He'll be lower than that for me.
How about you?
So for me, I think it's like impossible. Like it's like so hard to evaluate tight ends unless you're a film
It is.
guy. So like
Yeah.
I came up with no tight end takes at all this year, but I
I've
did
had
just see a
21.
bunch of people like in my comments and crap hyping up Arroyo. Like why do people like him so much?
I'm not a
Okay,
big
well
fan.
let's talk about it right now because we have his player card here. Elijah Arroyo, not a good prospect. I mean, objectively, he's a waiver wire prospect in the prospect model, which waiver wire prospect, the only one who's ever hit like good seasons are like you get a fringe tight end one season out of a guy occasionally, like 8% of the time. So not a good hit rate. He does remind me a little bit of former University of Miami tight end Brevin Jordan because yards after catch ability is there. He can work downfield, has pretty decent athleticism, although we didn't get to see it at the combine, which I think was a huge problem for him because if he had tested really well, that would get us all excited as dynasty players. He's a capable route runner. He's a capable blocker, but he's not really good at anything other than just being decent after the catch. He had weak hands, like really awful contested catch rate over his career.
Mike Green.
Scheme touches, production's not very good. Like the dude played with the first overall pick and had like pretty bad production. So Arroyo to the Seahawks, I suppose it's interesting. I'll be letting my league mates draft him.
All right, make your guesses. I said Mike Green.
I already saw it.
Oh, okay.
I'm surprised he didn't get picked yet.
Ooh, okay. I wasn't far off. Same position.
Wasn't this guy
Okay.
getting like top 10 buzz at one point?
Yeah, he's
Nick
kind of
Swartzen
fat.
was generally considered that he would go around like the
First rounder for a while, but
Eagles Chiefs pick kind of thing.
he's just a bad athlete.
So I'm not gonna lie, Trey Amos, Ravel,
Yeah.
all these dudes being on the board for the Bucks makes me nicely happy with our selection. I mean, if Mike Green isn't a total Cosby, then I would also be excited to draft him. But we'll see.
Nice.
I think we also need a corner more, anyways. So
Washington, you're mad that you actually got called for a cross check? Interesting.
Nicely happy is a good choice of words.
yeah,
He's got Bush feeling nicey.
Like,
I'm
did you
feeling
see
nicey.
Fletch,
He
did you
was
see?
fat his senior year.
Yeah, no, he's like 290 right now. No, as an edge. Like I'm just saying what I heard scouts say. Like for what it's worth. Yeah, I'm not a judgy guy. I'm a big lad myself.
I think this is Jalen Noel.
To Tennessee?
Yeah.
Right.
They got to take a receiver, right?
Yeah.
Trey Harris. Trey Harris.
Or Ellick would be good.
I'm gonna go with Noel as well.
By the way, Fleck, did you see Suzuki's backhand?
No, I didn't.
Fucking nasty. I already guessed Trey Harris.
Actually, you know what? I'm going Besh. I'm this Jack Besh.
I like it. Watch it be a Restrepo.
Yeah, I don't think they're drafting a 4.8 here.
No, I know. I'm gonna again. I guess Trey Harris, anyways. But
wait, who did I say? Oh yeah, Noel.
Yeah, and Bush said Besh. Keith Bullock, that's a throwback.
Yeah, that's a name of all time.
A who? All who?
Oluwafemi Oladejo.
Juicy?
Oh.
That's what it says on the screen right now.
Juicy, yeah. I want my edge rushers juicy.
Yeah. Let me ask you this question, Danny, because Mason has no tight end opinions. Would you rather have Ben Sinnott, Jatavian Sanders, or Elijah Arroyo? You'd rather have Arroyo over both of those guys comfortably or just barely?
I reserve the right to relook at it, but as of now, I'm looking at the investment. I'm trusting the offensive vision. Plus, I also think in terms of a Kubiak offense, we saw the usage for the tight end position last year, for example. I do think that he could potentially be used in a similar fashion to Juwan Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, I have him at 25 among tight ends, and Sinnott and Sanders are my 23 and 24. So he is.
I think Sinnott's a better talent. I'm just more concerned about the overall volume in Washington, and with Debo being potentially added wide receiver today, I'm at least cautious about it. Especially Zach Ertz is back too. No.
Okay. Yeah. Zach Ertz is back. I feel like Sinnott needed time to develop anyways, and learning from Zach Ertz is a good thing. Like I feel like we should have known that Sinnott was going to take time to develop, and I feel like he's kind of a forgotten man as a result of that. Also, pick is in for Tampa Bay. I'm going to be calling my shot here, and I believe this is Ravel. I believe they did quite a bit of work on him, so I think it's Siobhan Ravel.
I'll go Ravel as well.
Don't you guys already have the best backers?
He's a DB. He's a corner.
Yeah, don't you guys have like enough corners?
Not really. I mean, we have Jamel Dean can't stay on the field. Zion McCollum had a great breakout season last year, but he's really your only good outside corner at the moment. We drafted Tyke Smith in the 3rd round, who played nickel for us, but it sounds like he's going to be moving to strong safety this year. And he's a chess piece. They'll probably use him all over the formation, but they could probably use an outside corner to go along with Dean and McCollum, and or a guy who can play inside or outside. So I think Ravel can play both. And if he didn't blow his knee out, he'd probably have been a 1st-round pick. So I think Ravel is going to be the guy that they like here.
Or you guys go with another skill position?
Yeah.
Oh,
also, wouldn't bat an eye if we took Mike Green, though.
Demidov almost scored.
Well, you guys are going to get swept anyway. I don't know why you're watching.
It's a tie game right now, and we're dominating, actually.
It's not a tie series.
It's going to be after these 2 games.
Yeah. Winfield plays.
Once prospects get called, we'll see.
Winfield plays whatever he's asked to play, pretty much. He plays free safety primarily, but he can play literally anywhere. So
shots are 25-13 halves right now.
Danny.
Yeah?
For the Western Conference, for the NBA, is anyone going to beat OKC?
I honestly think if the Lakers get there,
OKC fan.
I also think if the Lakers get there in a conference final, they have a chance.
Okay, without being a Lakers fan, like any other team.
The other best team I would say right now is probably the Clippers. The Clippers look really good.
Yeah,
and the Clippers don't play in the 2nd round.
You guys want to hear a hilarious thing Danny said earlier before you guys hopped in here? He said, "Dude, not even being biased, I think Zach Martin might be the best guard ever."
He's up there. He's in conversation.
Yeah, the audacity to say not even being biased, though.
No, but like, okay, I'm not saying he's like the unanimous one. I'm just saying like he's in that conversation. Guy was a first or second team All Pro 9 out of the 10 years in his career. The only year he wasn't, he literally got hurt and was ineligible.
Yeah, no, I to your defense, like it's not like a bad take. It's just funny that you had to preface that you're not being biased.
I was
take, which you are absolutely being biased on.
Well, like it's hard to make an unbiased take, I get, but like I'm fully trying to in that capacity.
I don't know. I just thought it was funny that you had to specify that you're not being biased.
Go Habs, baby.
Yeah. My thought process on best, we'll get into some real guard talk here. My thought process is that Bruce Matthews is the best guard ever, but he also played so many other positions that maybe consider him the best center ever.
I wouldn't fight you on that.
And Steve Hutchinson, in terms of prime, was like literally a first team All Pro for like 8 straight years. What was the other guy that I brought up that was like a All Pro?
John Hanna.
Yeah, John Hanna for the Patriots in the 80s. He literally made All Pro or better in 12 of 13 seasons.
Coughmartin has a better resume, pretty convincingly, I would say, than Hutchinson.
Hutchinson played too long almost. Like he had a couple down seasons at the end of his career.
Well, Martin played in one last season in his career before he retired, and he had 2 more All Pros and 2 more first team All Pros and 2 more Pro Bowls.
Who's announcing this pick?
Oh, no, I was actually going to get this right, but I switched last second.
I said Ravel. I'm behind you guys.
Rice, isn't
Don't
it?
spoil it.
Simeon.
Don't spoil it. Simeon.
Sugar
Love
Simeon.
to see Simeon, though. Hey, we needed a corner. I'll take it. Yeah, Benjamin Morrison. I'll take that all day.
I think me and Bush are getting the same feed right now. I saw it at the exact same time you talked. That's a good pick.
Right. DJ just said first round talent on tape and 6 foot, 193. It's decent size. True junior. I'll take it. Well, let's do the Danny Copium live here. Here's now why I'm the biggest Benjamin Morrison fan to ever exist. I'm actually just curious.
According to Brian Baldiger, Donovan Ez has all the traits to be a consistent double-digit sack artist at the next level.
Oh, here we go.
Benjamin Morrison did not test. He did fire up 17 reps at 225 at 193 though.
It's impressive.
It's pretty strong for 193 pounds. They take him in the second round. Must feel good about the medicals. Okay, so he had 9 picks his first 2 years, according to PFF, and then he slipped in the draft by the looks of it because he was hurt. All right, we'll take it. We got a corner. Now my fan base can shut the hell up because everyone was like, dude, why were you taking Buka? You need defense. So annoying.
I mean, we're taking edge rushers and offensive linemen, and our wide receiver 2 is Jalen Tolbert. So,
and bring it right back to the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
Got to do it.
Unprecedented talent.
Unprecedented. Dude, Benjamin Morrison had 3 pick sixes in 2023. Holy shit.
Yeah, but he's not Trevon Diggs.
Wait. Did anybody guess yet? I saw a sign that says green and golden, so I'm going to go with Mike Green.
Mike
Did you
Green.
see that green and golden sign?
Show me Mike Green.
Show me Mike Green.
As an Irish fan, number 53 is a steal. Again, okay, we got to pick for Green Bay here. I did not make my selection, but I think it's too late.
Oh,
I thought they just selected Jordy Nelson.
Oh.
I just looked up and I heard Jordy Nelson. I'm like, is that a player in this draft?
Is it still 2-2, Denny?
Yeah. 25-14 shots for Habs right now.
So, again, as the number 1 Benjamin Morrison fan, according to this Irish fan here, he says number 53 is a steal. Love to see it. As a true freshman, this dude allowed a 29 passer rating, had a pick 6 and 6 INTs.
You got your Jordan Lewis.
Damn.
Kind of insane. He was 22 catches for 296 on 51 targets. Pretty good.
So the
Well
only
tacked.
guys that we are on the lookout for mainly Caleb Johnson, Scadaboo,
Yep.
Sanders, Milrow.
Alec
Yeah, I would say like
Hey,
Trey
man.
Harris, Io Manor, some of the
Jalen-
other receivers. would be
Jalen Noel,
interesting.
Jalen Royals.
Yeah, I mean,
Caleb
I
Johnson.
don't like
Yeah.
any of those wide receivers this year.
I
I think chasing like the round 2 or 3 receivers outside of the guys at the top, like Burden and Higgins, I think it's just going to be a losing bet in comparison to the running back class.
Depends on what the opportunity cost is, I would say.
Yeah,
I'll definitely have
I
the mid-tier running backs higher, but I
the
understand.
prospect model suggests that Trey Harris is just as good of a prospect as George Pickens was. Just FYI.
Yep.
And if you want to
Pickens.
comp him to like a senior, if you're worried about, okay, George Pickens, early declare or whatever, just as good of a prospect as Michael Pittman was, for example. So I think Harris is interesting for sure. And his grade in the model is like also just as good pretty much as the other receivers that have gone so far in the second round, like Jaden Higgins.
Chargers picks in.
Mason's got his burner account in here.
Chargers picks in.
That's just a Baltimore.
I'm gonna go with Alec
Just a
Manor.
Um,
I'm going Jack Besh.
That's a good one.
It'd be a fun one.
Hey, I got to bounce. I'll be back quick. I got to
Excuse
take the dog out.
Oh,
Sounds good. I'll take Darius Alexander.
that might be a hint
Here.
that it's a fantasy player if Mason's bouncing.
They could be. We could take Caleb Johnson now. Melvin
Or-
Gordon's kind of dripped out
Imagine.
here.
I said Alec Manor.
Or he actually just had to take his dog out.
I said Jalen Milrow.
Justin Herbert's certified social media quarterback at that
Melvin
point.
Gordon's announcing it's definitely going to be Caleb Johnson.
They already got Amari Cooper. Imagine
That would be
two
so-
out of the committee.
No, this is a good pick. This is a good pick.
It's a good pick, really.
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Definitely not taking his
that's
dog
why
out.
Mason left then to record fantasy.
This motherfucker.
Okay, so the Chargers just took,
They took
Trey
the
Harris.
Juju regen.
who I just brought up and still didn't guess, even though he was top of mind because I was just fucking talking about him. But Trey Harris, Ole Miss wide receiver, 6'2", 205 pounds, a little bit older. My comp there was Keon Coleman. Danny's was Juju Smith-Schuster. He's got good size. He produced at a high level. His metrics were outstanding. I mean, you look 5.15 yards per out run in 2024, which is a record in the prospect model. Yards after catch ability is pretty strong. Got a lot better at the catch point this year. Really struggled at the catch point in 2023 and 2022, but came down with a lot more contested targets in 2024. Downfield usage was good. Him and Jackson Dart had a good connection. Weaknesses, doesn't really have a great route tree. He ran a 4.54 at the combine, so he doesn't have like elite speed either. And his release package was not really advanced. I think Keon Coleman to me represents like a pretty good comparison for him, just because Coleman was the type of guy that you knew was going to probably take some time to learn how to play receiver in the NFL. Only difference being that Coleman was barely 21 years old, I think, when he came out, not even. And Trey Harris is 23 already, so he's a little bit older. But like I said, the FSC prospect model likes him. Like I said, in the range of a Jordan Addison, Josh Doxson, George Pickens, Michael Pittman level prospect, according to the model. And part of that is because he has such great, high end metrics. But even across the board, you look, other than being like a 5-year player and a 23-year-old, he's got size. He's got pretty decent athleticism when you adjust it to his size. His usage was really good. He got a 6% out of 6% grade in 3-level ability and usage. He didn't have any real screen targets. He was getting all of his work downfield, really efficient on downfield looks. Hands, like I said, career high contested catch rate of 61.5%.
Guessing Caleb Johnson here.
Yeah, I get Caleb Johnson.
Yeah, I'll take Caleb Johnson as well, just in case I need to stay on track. But yeah, good draft capital. You want to hear something crazy? You know, the NFL mock draft database draft capital for Trey Harris was precisely 55.
That's a good fucking get.
Yeah, NFL mock database, ball knower.
For real.
Wait, you guys knew that Trey Harris played QB in high school and threw to Malik Neighbors?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a crazy story.
Yeah, it's dope.
What?
Yeah.
Malik Neighbors was Trey Harris's quarter, or Trey Harris was Malik Neighbors' quarterback for a little bit.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's insane. Yeah, officially ripped for QJ is probably correct. But I like the fit of Mike Williams kind of teaching Trey Harris how to play, because I actually do think that they have a lot of similarities in terms of how they play the game. Mike Williams a little bit more physical, a little bit more like attacking the football in the air kind of receiver, but that's kind of what Trey Harris needs to get better at a little bit. So I think that makes a lot of sense for the role. You get Mike Williams there to kind of ease him in. QJ can be your number 3 receiver, get him some design touches. He can do his thing on that. And then obviously Ladd's going to be your volume guy. Unfortunately, this offense is going to throw the ball like probably 495 times.
That would be the issue.
Yeah. And Harris, I mean, in terms of where to rank him, let's go through some hypotheticals in terms of dynasty rankings. Would you rather have Trey Harris, who was just the 55th overall pick to the Los Angeles Chargers, or would you rather have Ricky Pearsall?
Just like Rick.
Probably Trey Harris slightly.
I think I would rather have Pearsall personally.
That's a good range though, right behind Leggett maybe.
I moved Leggett down below that range just because of the McMillan.
Oh, right
pick.
there, yeah, I got to bake that in too. I also got to move down McMillan. Do you take them or Keon Coleman?
I would rather have Keon. I have Keon Coleman way higher than those guys.
Yeah, I have Coleman higher as well. I was just checking.
I mean, not way higher, but like, there you go.
Good shit, Cole.
Calvin Ridley, Khalil Shakir, Cortland Sutton, Juwan Jennings. Any of those guys you're taking Trey Harris over, or is that about the range?
I'll tell you, I have Harris ranked 54th overall.
Okay, I have him at 53rd overall, so we're kind of in the same neighborhood there. I have Pearsall, Jennings, Jacoby Myers, Darnell Mooney, Cortland Sutton, kind of just ahead of him.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think you're making a concerted guess that he's maybe decent, but like he has holes in his profile, and it's not a very pass heavy offense. That's the issue. If Harris had gone to a better, I don't really think this is that great of a landing spot. I think people will think, oh, Chargers, great landing spot, but it's not really, because McConkey's a volume hog, and Herbert's not going to be dropping back too much. Also, Lions
That's a pretty aggressive
made a
move.
trade.
3 picks now for 100 picks later, eh? Sorry, by the way, I was watching the replay of the Caulfield goal.
Yep. I think Dylan already mentioned in the chat, Danny, no one gives a shit about hockey, is what he said.
Damn.
Specifically the Habs, at least.
Habs are up 3-2 right now, end of the second. They
Is
look
this
good.
where my Swift share dies? I do
Unfortunately,
believe
yes.
this is where your Swift share dies.
Whether
I
it's
do
Sampson or Johnson, I think one of them is off the board here.
Especially,
I guess Johnson, but
especially because Denver just traded out of the next pick too.
What is this fucking outfit?
Oh, this is Seth Rollins.
Who?
He's a WWE guy.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I forgot they're
Josh
called
Anderson and Tom
superstars.
Wilson are fighting right now. Yo, wait, they're brawling with a ref. What the fuck is going on right now?
They had Packers fans chanting the Bears still
Dude.
suck.
A ref has Josh Anderson and Tom Wilson in a headlock right now. What the fuck is going on?
Oh my god, they like brawled in the bench.
You saw that, right? What the fuck just happened?
Wait, was that at the end of the period?
Yeah, bro. Right at the end of the period, dude, the Capitals started throwing punches and we just stood up to them.
Oh, it had to be the Capitals' fault, right?
I did
100%.
just ask who.
Oh, I saw
'cause
what
I'm-
happened.
I'm above the age of 12 years old, so I don't know WWE people. Like,
Oh, Bush, you just pissed off like a lot of people.
Dude,
Not me,
everybody
man.
just has each other in headlocks right now. What is this game?
and full disclosure, by the way, when I was under the age of 12 years old, I actually really enjoyed wrestling, but then I turned 12.
Dude, all the Logan Paul fans are about to come after you.
Yeah, like every
What is
WWE
that?
person is just yap. They just yap.
Wait, what actually just happened in this game?
Dude,
Oh,
there was just a huge ass brawl. I didn't even see what happened.
There was a brawl in one of the benches. I've never seen that.
Yeah. Dude, the ref had both of them in headlocks.
This guy's still yapping. I'm just unmuting and muting.
Yo, bro.
Dylan's asking where Higgins is in the prospect model. That's a very good question. Jaden Higgins is inside the wide receiver 1 upside bucket now. He is actually ahead of Luther Burden in the
crap.
prospect model. Oh,
Guys,
who
Why
is
did
it?
they trade up for this?
I'm about to see it right now. Let's see what he says.
That's a good pick, actually.
Yeah, but why'd they trade up for it?
Oh, okay, I see it.
He's good.
Ozzy Trapillo is a made-up person.
I've
Never heard of that guy in my life.
That is definitely a guy that Danny looks at his screen for and says, I think they go Ozzy Trapillo
Hey.
here.
I guess you could say he's a guy that would have made Danny's big board.
Yeah, he would have.
All
Sorry, real quick. I just want to get back to Dylan's question because it was a good question. Jaden Higgins, fringe wide receiver 1 upside prospect, just sneaks in there, just ahead of Luther Burden. Officially now wide receiver, I guess, 5 in the class, 4 in the class actually, because Golden's not up that high because of the prospect profile, obviously. But Jaden Higgins' best comparable players are Jerry Jeudy, Corey Coleman, Treylon Burks. Like those are guys that were first round picks. Like I know like they didn't really all work out necessarily, but they were all first rounders. And even a little bit higher than that, you got Corey Davis, John Ross, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Mecca Igbukah up there. And then even like Travis Hunter, T. Higgins, Garrett Wilson. Like, I don't know, dude. Jaden Higgins' profile looks pretty damn good according to the model right now. Getting 35th overall draft capital, like he jumped. He jumped over Burden, and he was basically neck and neck with Harris at one point, and he jumped well over Harris and Burden here.
Who's your guess for the Lions pick?
Let me look at the
They
big
took
board.
what a defensive tackle in the first round.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, the Lions
I'm
are
gonna
the ones
guess.
that traded up?
I'm gonna take Trey Amos.
I'm gonna guess Mike Green.
I was just about to say Trey Amos, too. I'm going to guess Jack Sawyer.
Oh, you guys are gonna regret it when it's Mike Green and you didn't guess it.
You're guessing a modern day warrior? Jack Sawyer.
Jock.
Guy who cries when he
said
gets
I'm
beat in his own
unsubbing
field.
because wrestling. I made fun of wrestling.
Hold on one
Yeah,
second.
no, this is absurd. By the way, don't do that.
People have Trey Harris over Igbukah. Come on now.
Vomit. I might have to trade him in our Debbie Degeneracy League.
I
And our
wouldn't be
Debbie.
shocked if they take a
Disciples.
wide receiver here though too. Dylan says Jalen Knoll maybe.
That'd be interesting. I think they take Ellick if they take one. Tough.
This
That's
is my
why.
hot take on Shedeur, by the way. I don't feel bad even a little bit.
Okay. I feel a little bit bad.
I don't. How about
feel a
like
little
just
bit
don't be
bad.
a fucking dick? Just
I feel-
literally don't be a dick. And
I
you,
feel
you'll-
slightly bad though.
I don't because
A
people say
tiny
he didn't
bit.
interview well, which means he thinks he's entitled and thinks he should have been a first round pick. Okay, you want to be confident in your college career, you got to interview well, kid.
I feel a tiny bit bad though. A little bit.
He built
I don't feel bad.
He built an entire room for himself
76, Lucas. 76, about
for
19
him to get
picks.
drafted.
Yeah, big lead right now, Luca. 3-2.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to stop talking about this Habs game because it's starting to annoy me, and I actually
All
watch
right.
hockey, so I
What
can
do
only
you-
imagine how much it's annoying non-hockey.
What do you think I
watchers.
was feeling when you're talking about the Leafs yesterday? Settle down.
I didn't mention it that much.
Oh, you did.
You're talking about it way more than I've
Good
talked
man.
about it.
I'll, I'll talk about the game.
What did he say in those interviews, though? Right, like it had to be crazy. Honestly, I think he probably just came off because you mentioned you mentioned it, Spicy Hot, that he came off that you watched the Colorado thing.
No, it's Mason.
Oh, it was Mason. Yeah, in the All or Nothing, he just doesn't seem. He seems like an asshole. Just literally seems like an asshole. And I think you need to have an attitude of like being humble to be a quarterback in the NFL because you will get humbled pretty quickly.
Oh, Bush!
Oh, my Tate Ratledge.
Ah, the boy. Doesn't he have a freaking mullet? What a beauty. No, Lucas, don't do that.
Don't. This is NFL draft happening once a year. Oh God, Jeff's in here. You're about to be American soon.
Relax. He loves saying that. That's his favorite thing to communicate.
Am I gonna
Yeah.
finally get to see a Raiders pick?
Dude, what if the Raiders take Caleb Johnson, two-headed
Bro,
backfield?
That would be, oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Dude, Pete Carroll would have so much fun.
Set the tone.
I would be guessing.
What do you guys even
I-
need?
We need, I mean, at this point, I would take Shedeur or Milrow.
So
say
I
Milrow,
actually
okay.
said at the beginning of the offseason, I'm like, isn't this all like a formality for when Shadeur's eventually a Raider? Like I
mean,
really did think
You
it was
thought
going
it
to
was
happen.
at 6.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah, I thought it was at 6, but he seems like he's just got Raider personality.
He does.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could also
Which
see
is like
Milrow as a Raider.
Big
though.
bust who flames out of the league. Just kidding. But like, that is
I'll
kind of
take the
related.
shot at 58. Like,
Yeah, 58. I would
it
take the
can't
shot.
get worse. So
What if the
you might
Chiefs
as
draft
well,
Caleb Johnson?
I mean, okay, we just run the ball every play.
Man, that'd
Yeah.
be fun.
What if Shedeur just ain't good? I
That'd
mean,
be terrible.
Wait,
for
so we said
Chancy,
what?
though.
Milrow and Shedeur?
I'm saying Shedeur here.
I said Milrow.
I hope one of you are right.
I hope it's
would just
Milrow, but
rather
I think it's probably Shedeur if it's
hope
quarterback.
it's one of them at this point. About Willie
All right,
Brown right now?
we didn't ask you to yap. Sorry.
Old man, did old man Willie pass away?
Oh, okay. Never mind. I feel bad then. I thought
No.
Steve
He
was
said
on.
that this guy who used to always make this pick was Willie Brown, so he must have passed
Oh.
away. He's been Willie Brown was like old. I'm pretty sure. Like I think he was like he played in like literally the early 60s.
Good point.
Did you guys hear about? I think Harmon is his name. His mom passing away on
Derek
draft night?
Harmon.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
did see that.
That was crazy.
Yeah. Let's see what we got.
Oh
here.
my god, that's dude. The
no, I
Raiders
haven't
are
seen it yet. I
so
haven't seen it.
fucking.
Is this a Malcolm Kuntz moment? Who's actually good quietly?
Oh my god.
Oh, I like that,
yeah, Jack. Fantasy. Get him up.
Who's gonna throw him the ball? Geno Smith? Like,
Geno Smith, baby. He's the new Jackson Smith and Jigba.
oh
Dude,
my
this
goodness.
is so. Is it me or do NFL teams just not realize that they can't have 48 slot receivers on the same team? Because the Seahawks haven't realized it either.
Well, I mean, look who's
And
in
where
our
we
building now.
ranking Jack Besh?
All right, let's have some fun. Talk about the player first, and then we'll talk about where he ranks here. Jack Besh, tough as hell, really strong hands, knows how to get open, yards after catch ability, pretty underrated. You might even say that he's smart. The classic white guy receiver stereotype.
Rams prototype,
Jack Besh.
baby.
Rams prototype is what my comp was. Cooper Kupp light, Robert Woods, Jordan Whittington. Every receiver that they've ever drafted is the same player. Doesn't have great burst. He was projected to run a 4.53. He didn't actually officially run. He probably might even be a little bit slower than that, to be honest. Long speed, a bit of an issue. Very scheme specific. But I do think what Pete Carroll is going to be able to run there and Chip Kelly would make some sense for what he's going to be able to do. They like to stretch vertically. They can kind of use Jack Besh as what Egbuka did a lot of at Ohio State last year, which is like get him on some jet sweeps here and there, get him over the middle of the field, let him be tough, let him be gritty. Production profile, not great either. So definitely not an ideal situation for the prospect that you're getting. But his film's good. Like his film's just objectively good. Like I thought he just was a good player.
He's a good
when I
player,
watched him.
man. No, yeah, I think that's accurate. And
Wait, who
we
got
don't
taken?
throw Jack Besh.
Jack
Jack
Betch.
Besh.
And we don't
The
throw the
Raiders.
Cooper Kupp, Rams prototype comp lightly. Like we're talking about a tough son of a gun will go across the middle of the field. If you need him to eat a concussion, he will do that to preserve a first down for your team.
Hunter Renfro type beat.
Oh, yeah. Imagine Hunter Renfro on steroids.
Yeah.
This is 100% Mike Green.
Oh yeah,
Oh, this has
the
to be
Ravens.
Mike
Yes,
This is Mike Green.
yes. No, you're
just
you're
because
right.
I won't be able to live with myself because I literally said the Ravens will take him. So I'm also
He is
going
off the board here. This is Mike Green.
Who did they take in the first round again? Starks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jacoby and Besh are definitely similar players. They can definitely do a lot of the same things, but I mean, you're going to be running the ball like crazy. You can run a lot of play action with Besh, with Myers, and with Bowers. You just need someone probably who's going to know how to stretch the field, which I guess Trey Tucker can kind of do. You probably need some speed, I would say, if you're a Raider fan. You don't really have a whole lot of it other than Genty. So getting some speed at the receiver position would be priority number. Like if you get like Bond in round 4 or 5 or something, that would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, you'd be cooking with gas for sure.
I think I might just have to become a Mike Green.
Wait, so does that mean okay? So Shedeur, yeah, you didn't interview well, but does that mean Milrose just like that bad?
No, I think Milroe was definitely a risk to fall to the second or the third round. Like he's definitely a project. Like Malik Willis went in the third round. I think he's slightly better than Malik Willis. So I mean, I think he'll probably go right around the 2-3 turn here. Like could he have went in the first round? Yes, but I didn't like even at me as a Milroe guy, like I didn't really buy that he was going to go in the first round. Like I figured NFL teams weren't going to be like super excited to draft him that high.
Where do you think Milroe's going to go? Let me ask you.
The Raiders. They're about to come again.
I would love if Cleveland took him at the top of the third.
Yeah, at that point, I think it's reasonable. I can't believe these quarterbacks are on the board. Like, there's just so much buzz. Dart going at 25 and these two being available this late is insane to me.
Is Ewers in this draft? Did he declare?
He is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dog shit, but he's turbo dog shit, actually. But
I had to go back to a bookmark tweet that said this guy was like, Ewers will be the first quarterback selected. I went back to him and I was just like, I put like ... to him.
We went to second coming slightly better than Malik Willis real quick. Hey, if you go back to any video I talked about Jalen Milroe, I said he's somewhere between Jalen Hurts and Malik Willis. The question is how far closer to Willis is he than Jalen Hurts? And for what it's worth, Willis is actually a half decent quarterback at this point in time.
yeah, Willis is solid.
Ellick at 67 and Howard at 90, whatever we have. I mean, brother, you're an Ohio State fan, so I know you want Will Howard, but he's not that good.
You can have Shadur.
Yeah, I think Shadur, third round pick to the Browns. I mean, what do you got to lose? He stinks next year. You draft a quarterback high with the 2 picks you have. I think Shadur to the Browns makes pretty high degree of sense.
Used to do it.
Yeah, dude. Shadur, low key, like at the beginning of the third round. I mean, you're taking him over Shough, right?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Danny. You know what kind of grade we had on Shadur Sanders? Top 75 talent. So
yeah, I mean,
this is
similar
what's
grade to
happening.
what I had on a guy that went 25th overall.
Yeah, I had a top 50 to 70. We had a top 50 grade on Jackson, but still.
I had a top 50 grade on Shadur, no? Or it was right on the fringe, right?
No, it was right on the fringe. You were top 75 as well.
Oh, okay. Did I drop him to 79.5?
Yep.
Okay, that's why. He was initially top 50.
We don't need any more headaches. I mean, yeah. Also, like, I feel like we can all see Shadur and the Browns just being a colossal fucking disaster. Like
Luther and his family. Look at Tyler Shough and the fam. Wow, his family looks exactly like I would have expected it to.
yeah, it looks like his dad. His dad looks like a dental professor at like some university or something.
Just a bunch of smoke shows in that genetic line.
Yeah. What if this is Scattaboo?
Oh my God, Scats. Jack Besh, dude, he is gonna be a stud Raider.
Dude.
Kind of looks like a Raider, I can't lie.
I actually really like it. I kind of actually really like it for Jack.
No, I'm playing. I'm just saying that all the women in his family were beautiful.
Danny is not low-key racist. He's just horned up.
Hey, you gotta appreciate fine art.
Where are we going? We got to place Jack Besh in the rankings here.
I placed him 10 to 2. Okay, yeah, ask me.
Would you rather have Jack Besh or Rashid Shaheed?
Oh, I'm way higher than you then.
Okay, would you rather have Jack Besh or Trey Harris?
Jack Besh.
Okay. Would you rather have Jack Besh or Ricky Pearsall?
I think higher.
Jack Besh or Khalil Shakir?
No, higher.
Yeah, we know you've been disrespecting Shakir for a long time. Jack Besh or Calvin Ridley?
They are back-to-back for me at 43 and 44.
You have Besh that high. Are you going to take him that much higher?
No, he's a Raider, right?
Great. He was my wide receiver 8 in the class. Great opportunity. I have Ridley one spot higher. I have Besh at 44. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Gojo is my GOAT. Sanders hasn't been drafted because he is kind of an average prospect. And also on top of that, he doesn't have the intangibles to make up for the fact that he's an average prospect by all accounts and by what's playing out at this moment.
Tom Besh very comfortably.
Yeah. I have a hard time separating Harris versus Besh just because Harris, in terms of like prospective hit rate in the prospect model, like he's like 2 tiers ahead of Jack Besh. Like
Fair.
that's the sketchy thing about just fading Harris into oblivion.
I had the overall grade, including the
This was
analytical
Justin
grade
Herbert
baked
as
in.
quarterback.
The film grade and plus the analytical grade, I had Jack Besh higher, and I do like the landing spot a little bit more.
Yeah, I have him at 54.
It's close.
Honestly, both of these guys could move up.
And I also moved Harris to 49 for what it's worth. He's higher than 54, like I said earlier.
Yeah. Would you? Here's a question for you. I guess it would depend on your team, but would you rather have Jack Besh or his teammate Jacoby Myers?
Jack Besh.
Yeah. Again, it's a hard question to answer because you kind of need to know what kind of team you have.
We said what? Mike Green? Who do you say, Bush? You said Mike Green as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
This has got to be.
We all say Mike Green? Okay.
Where is Higgins? I'm at 38 right now. This is where I have him ranked.
48?
38.
Oh, I have him 35.
You guys are gonna have to
got it
find
right.
someone else to start picking, dude.
Fuck, we got it right. Finally. Mike Green is off the board.
Hopefully he didn't do anything too bad because I'm a big
Yeah.
Mike Green stan.
My friend said it was like assault charges. Like,
There were some gross
Sexual
rumors
assault.
I heard of. Yeah, pretty bad stuff. So I don't
He's
mean
gonna be
to.
in jail or a Pro Bowl.
Maybe both.
I mean, you watch the film, you could see this is not a guy that should be available at 59. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Carr says, what do I get if I sign up for Flock Fantasy with your code? So if you use code FSE and you sign up for an annual Mother Flocker package, you'll actually get a free team review from us. You also get a free buy, sell, hold report voucher from us as well. So we can give you some trade advice. And then generally what you get is also all access to our draft guide. You get access to all the site, the dynasty rankings, all that good stuff. And you also, as a site subscriber, when we do Dynasty Decisions episodes, we fire out vouchers to people who are site subscribers very often, and you get many team reviews as a result of that stuff. And I feel like there's something I'm missing that I can't remember off the top of my head.
Denver's picks in, by the way. What are we guessing?
But yeah, I'll guess in a second. I'm going to guess Caleb Johnson.
I'm actually going to guess Dylan Sampson. I feel like in terms of the Joker role specifically, I can see him drafting a back like Sampson. Wild card here. I mean, we heard the NFL likes RJ Harvey and Byshell Tootin. I could see one of them also going here, but I'm going to guess Dylan Sampson.
Yeah, it's a pretty good guess. Again, just to repeat: Carr, buy, sell, hold report voucher, team review, prospect model stuff, dynasty rankings, draft guide, all that good stuff. Monty Ball, that's a throwback. The only reason I know that
they're drafting a running back if he's coming out, right?
Building prospect models is how you learn names like that.
Dude, he was a really good prospect. Super fucking productive.
Patriots jersey guys on
That's a good
Mars.
pick,
Terrible
whatever.
takes. Some podcast throwing some flat shade.
Wait, what happened?
Patriots jersey guy was on Mars. Terrible takes.
Ah,
Tough. Okay.
I guessed the wrong one.
Wow, dude. That's fun. Second round capital is going to be fun to tinker around with too. All righty. Ronathan, I have no idea what his first name is. RJ Harvey, running back from UCF, 5'8", 205. Both of us had our comp as James Cook. So just picture kind of dropping James Cook into the Broncos offense. Elusive as hell. He's tough for a 205-pounder. He's got good power. Smart runner, capable receiver. Definitely think he actually was a little bit underutilized in that regard. 91st percentile burst score or speed score, 89th percentile burst, 4.40 40 time. A little bit of an older prospect. You see 24.2 years old there. Really bad in pass protection. That's a major issue for him right now. I think probably Jaleel McLaughlin will take over that role in the short term. And then level of competition was a little bit dicey at UCF. And he is a bit of a scat back type of projection. But honestly, man, pair him with like an Audric Estime type. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Estime is still really like Estime.
Caleb Johnson here, by the way.
Yeah, that would be a good fit. Estime, for what it's worth, is literally like 2.5 years younger than RJ Harvey. And it's a good little fit for those two guys. So I actually really like that, man. While we're waiting for this pick, I'm going to throw him in the model and see what second round capital does to him.
Both of us have him comp to James Cook.
Yep. And I think if you squint, that number 7 with a 205 pounder, he looks a little bit like Bucky sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good pick, man.
I can't believe he lasted that long, man.
So Bears are the next pick. If they do not go with Caleb Johnson here, DeAndre Swift is a sneaky winner.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so before we get into this, Danny, RJ Harvey, part of the reason why my comp was James Cook for him is because he's an RB2 upside prospect right next to James Cook. But if you recall, James Cook was the 63rd pick in the draft, and RJ Harvey's NFL mock database projection was 146 going into this. So with the 59? Is that where they picked him?
Yep.
59th overall capital vaults RJ Harvey all the way up, about almost 5% in his total grade. And his comp, his best available comp now are Trey Benson, Sony Michel, Devon Achane, Josh Jacobs. He's actually now ahead of Tootin. Or sorry, not Tootin's just ahead of him. We'll see what happens capital-wise. If Tootin slides, he's projected 113. He's actually ahead of Sampson now in the model and just behind Giddens, Caleb Johnson, Judkins, those guys. Like he's like the 6th or 7th best running back in the class according to the model with this capital now.
So let me ask you, where does RJ Harvey rank in Dynasty running back rankings?
Well, yeah, this is the conversation we have to have now. Oh man,
rank him in the AFC West first.
Rank him in the AFC West. Yeah. I mean, he won't be ahead of Genty, won't be ahead of Hampton, and
he threw out Pacheco.
He'd be ahead of Pacheco.
Yeah, very comfortably.
So Harvey, let me place him right now. Let me ask you this, because I think this is stylistically a decent comp for him. Would you rather have RJ Harvey or would you rather have Kyron Williams?
Okay, I'm not that high.
Okay, I'm just asking the question because he's like the same player.
I have Kyron Williams higher. Again, we'll see if the Rams add a running back. If they don't add a running back, I think we're expecting at least another mid RB1 level projection this year for Kyron. Tentatively, I put RJ Harvey at 19, one spot ahead of Kenneth Walker.
Okay, so Kenneth Walker, David Montgomery, Joe Mixon, Derrick Henry area is what you're referring to?
Yeah, Tyron Tracy, assuming that a running back doesn't get added, would be in the middle of that. Joe Mixon, Alvin Kamara, David Montgomery.
I'd actually rather have Tracy, to be honest, if a running back didn't get added. I'd probably move Tracy ahead of him.
Yeah. Just baking it in right now. That's why he's at 21.
I think that's the right call. I'm going to put him behind Montgomery, but ahead of Mixon at 20.
It caught it. Flood, is this true?
What?
Oh, okay. True? Maybe this guy knows you. That's why he's making takes.
Do you know who this is?
No.
Oh, fair enough. So he knows you, but
he 1-0'd you already. So
he 1-0'd you apparently. You gotta get your get back, tie it up. Yeah, like
Tootin to Commanders. Nah, worth pairing Estime with Harvey. I mean, I think Estime will be like a half decent, like late round dynasty startup, maybe best ball league formats dart throw because I think he could have a role.
A group Kamara situation, maybe.
Maybe, but like I think Estime has to prove quite a bit before we really even think he's anything. Like as of now, he's probably just a handcuff to what Harvey's going to be. I mean, second round capital. Like that's significant draft.
I agree.
Capital. Did they bring in anybody in free agency like a stopgap? I think it's just Estime and McLaughlin on the roster, isn't it?
I think yeah, it's just those two, I believe.
Yeah, Javonte signed with you guys, so I mean. I would say some podcasts, we don't care. I would say there's a pretty good chance that Harvey opens the season as the week 1 starter. Like we all wanted one of the big 5 to go here. And I think people are probably a little bit pissed that it's not Caleb Johnson, but you gotta respect the fact that the Broncos really don't have anybody. Like I liked Estime coming out, but he didn't really do anything as a rookie. So I'm not going to like say he's something that he's going to work into the backfield. Maybe he does. And I'll probably take some swings on him late in best ball and that kind of thing. But
the NFL really decided on Harvey over Caleb Johnson. That's insane to me. Sorry,
yeah. I'm gonna throw some
225-pound bell cow running back, 20+ touchdowns in the big. I don't know what I'm missing. I understand he ran a 4.58, but goddamn, get him in a zone blocking scheme. You're looking at a 1,200 yard per year rusher with Caleb Johnson.
Hey, it's all right. He's going right here, Danny.
I mean, this would be the dream, actually.
Is Swift all the way back if he doesn't go here?
It might be.
Swift is going to be doing the Undertaker out of the casket.
What if they trade for Brees Hall?
Yeah, I have WWE refs.
Dude, oh my
What if the Bears trade for Brees Hall?
If they trade for Brees Hall, the Bears?
Imagine.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. How much help does Caleb
need?
He needs another Caleb with a K.
Yeah, dude, I would love that as a
Caleb and
Johnson
Caleb. I can just see it. This is Caleb Johnson, bro. They're so hyped. This is Caleb Johnson. I guarantee this pick is Caleb
They don't
Johnson.
get that hyped over like a backup tight end. Oh, yeah, they already took a tight end. Backup linebacker.
Is it not Seth Rollins? Is that what Rich Eisen just said?
Yeah, I saw that. Or I heard that.
Former player walking to the podium. He goes, I don't think that's Seth Rollins.
Yeah. It's not even close. Who they have out there?
I'm so curious to see who this pick is, man. This is
Dude,
Caleb Johnson.
I'm behind,
about to go like 107 in rookie drafts if this is the pick here.
Caleb Johnson. Be Caleb. I guess the Chiefs are also a Caleb spot. Okay.
Ah, come on.
No.
That's a
Boring.
Ovechkin scored.
Tough. If Scadaboo goes to the Chiefs, where is he ranked? Oh, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but that would be pretty fun.
Carson Steele on roids.
I would actually know who I'd love to see. Can we get Tootin to the Chiefs right now?
Yeah. Also, leave the hockey things unless you hear me react to it on stream. I'm watching it on a stream, so you're probably going to be ahead of me on that.
Yeah. I don't know. Are we enacting the spoilers rule in terms of your Montreal Canadiens terrible 3-0 game?
And he's on Dofu timing right now.
Yeah. I mean, Dan, what you could do is you could learn Quebecois French and then you could watch the actual broadcast of it. So you have it in time. But, if it were me, I would cheer for a team that just speaks English.
You're good.
Yes, that is.
Caleb Johnson, I'm guessing. Fuck it, we ball.
Oh yeah, Tom's a Broncos fan. Tom, let me know what you think of the RJ Harvey pick in the chat here. Brian
Caleb
Robinson
Johnson
looks like a winner. Yeah, so far, definitely surviving at the moment.
If he doesn't go here, does he go to Dallas?
Yeah, that would. I
Giants.
bet you wish for sure. What's going to happen is he'll go first pick in the third round of the Giants and ruin Tracy in the process.
I'd cry. Oh, Omar. No, hey, they saw the Chargers drafted Omar, said, hey, I'll match you.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to not scream at the top of your lungs into the microphone.
Did that peak? Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. Not too bad. Not as bad as yesterday, but.
Oh my goodness! Like Shador's officially not a second round pick.
Do the Eagles do the thing? We're a quarterback factory.
Yeah, Eagles take Milrow.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
Will the Eagles take Caleb Johnson?
Yeah, Caleb Johnson. I don't know why. I just had the sixth sense that Caleb Johnson was going to fall to the fourth round. I don't know why.
You put some podcast in timeout?
Yeah, I did because he was spamming.
You know who that is, Flet? It's Patrick.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he just called me. Oh, okay. No, that wasn't me, Patrick. That was Bush.
No, it was me. I'm sorry I put you in timeout, but you spammed the same comment 30 times. So
pull up my comment on the. Oh yeah, he messaged me. Pull up. He's gonna troll Flat. Okay, so he gave me the warning. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. When did you do it? A few minutes ago?
Yeah, 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, that wasn't me. I was watching the Habs game on my other monitor.
Yeah, estimate Harvey Kamara, big fella with the Saints. I can't remember. Yeah, that's what Danny mentioned. Ingram and Kamara. I mean,
big fella.
pretty redux version of those two guys, I would say. Harvey and
nothing
estimate.
Close to what they actually were. But.
I don't know if I'm going to be comparing RJ Harvey to a 7-time RB1. All the help because he's a bum. How much help does Caleb need? I hope people were. What was what did the pick? What was the pick that they actually made? Just now?
RJ Harvey.
No, the Bears.
No, Norman Lott.
Yeah.
Omar Norman
Yeah.
Lott.
Someone should have been commenting on the tweet. How much help does Caleb need? Did you have a Norman Lott? Where's JK going
The
to
Chiefs
go?
drafted
Oh, they
Norman
got
Lott.
Shamar
The
Turner,
Chiefs drafted
yeah, they
Norman
got
Lott.
Shamar
they got
Turner, yeah, Shamar Turner.
Oh yeah, Shamar Turner.
Where's JK gonna go? Man, I hope JK Dobbins goes somewhere because I was invigorated for about a calendar year there that JK Dobbins was confirmed good, but now he's unsigned, so it's tough. Where does RJ Harvey rank now? I just put him at RB20 in my dynasty rankings. Danny just put him at RB19. I can't in good faith say that RJ Harvey would be over like Christian McCaffrey or Kenneth Walker
I can't do
or
that.
Tyron Williams or Chuba Hubbard or Josh Jacobs or any of those guys. I think it's a little bit high to put him that way, but he's definitely a pretty solid bet now, especially like reasonably in rookie drafts. He'll probably go in like the mid second round, I would imagine, early second round, probably, depending on what happens to the rest of these players. Probably an early too. Does Harvey's not going to sneak in the first, is he?
No. Oh,
No.
not in any competitive.
I think
league.
mathematically he can't, just in the number of players. Like
Yeah.
you're going to be passing on Loveland or Warren or Golden or something if that happened.
Gallagher just scored the 4-3 goal, by the way.
There you
Actually,
go.
never mind. It was an own goal.
I would say like the conversation point will probably be like people deciding between Jaden Higgins and RJ Harvey, most likely.
Where do you go
35th
there?
overall.
I think you got to go with the RB19 over the wide receiver.
Yeah,
35.
I think you do. I think you probably have to take Harvey in that situation, especially like for what it's worth, man. Like Harvey's film was good as fuck. Like he was a good player. Like he's old, I get it. Like that's not great for his profile, but like if I go over some of the marks in his profile, you'd be like, this sounds like a pretty good running back. Like it's not like he was just a film guy. Like
Yeah.
his best season PPR points per game was 29.4, which is like a 95th percentile mark. And then he also had like very strong first downs per touch, 35.3% over his career. Like consistently, yeah, he's a 6th-year player. He's 24 years old. He's a little bit older, but like his traits are very, very good. And he's a great athlete too.
One of the most elusive backs in this class.
Yeah, like where did I end up with him final ranking in terms of my RB rankings?
12. We both had him 12.
I think I ended up higher than 12. At one point, I thought I moved
On
him up.
RJ? No.
Yeah, I think I moved him higher than that. Oh, no, we
No,
were at
no.
12. Yeah, both of
Yeah,
us
we
were
were
at
at
12. I had him just behind DJ Giddens, Devin Neal, Damian Martinez, Dylan Sampson, and those guys. Obviously, depending on where those guys go, I'll probably have Harvey ahead of them now.
Yeah.
But
I mean, depends, especially where Sampson and Johnson go. Those two are like, from a talent perspective, different grade.
Martinez and Neal, I really liked.
Neal's good too. Or
Yeah.
Martinez and Neal are good too. Yeah.
Oh, Bo Allen, Buccaneer, great.
What a Super Bowl with you guys now.
Yeah, I think so. Rotational DT.
Yeah. Quality guy you want in your locker room.
Let's see what we got here.
Ooh, he's good.
Andrew
Kuba, that's a good pick, man. Dude, they are cooking, man. I fucking hate it.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone can draft Tyler Booker.
Hey. There's no doubt in my mind that guy's going to be a stud, but it's just so sexless to be picking a guard at 12.
There should be doubt in your mind that he's going to be a stud.
I mean, he was a first-team All-American, and everybody was talked about how much he was a leader in Alabama.
Yeah, and by the way, too, like Harvey, I think what I wrote, like if I read his fantasy outlook, I wrote like I'm going to end up with a lot of him in like 3rd round of rookie drafts. I think I wrote somewhere like he ain't going to be a 3rd round rookie draft.
He's an early to mid-second rounder.
Yeah, like he'll go like Dart probably go ahead of him. Higgins, it'll be right around that area.
I would take him over Higgins.
Like I'm trying to think what other fantasy relevant players have gone. We haven't really had
go
many
after
wide
the tight ends.
Like you're going to take him over Besh and Harris easily.
Yeah.
The other tight ends, Mason Taylor and those guys, you're going to take him over. It would depend on where Caleb Johnson goes and all the other running backs go as well.
Please tell me you have the correct answer here, though. Luther Burden or him.
Harvey?
Yeah.
I would still take Burden, but I wouldn't.
You're on the right side there.
I don't think it's insane if somebody told me that they would take Harvey.
I don't either. I just wanted to make sure you're on the right side of it.
I don't hold me to that, man. I might not end up there. I think as of now, I would take Burden, but like, I think you could make the argument for it.
I'm
You
taking
get the
Burden.
starting running back for the Broncos is going to start from the very first game of the year.
Dude,
For
I
a
thought
guy-
Luther Burden. Luther Burden was the third best player, or third best
Fourth
receiver in this
best pass
class.
catcher on his team.
I disagree.
Who's he better than?
I think he has the ceiling to be the best of them.
I didn't ask you, did he have the ceiling? I asked you,
Yeah,
who's
he's
he
a
better
risky
than?
asset, but at the same time, he said that the Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Year one, he's probably going to be the fourth target on that team, but I also think they'd move DJ Moore going into next year. You don't pick Luther Burden and have him relegated to a backup role.
Maybe, but I mean, he's kind of raw. Like, it wouldn't shock me if he doesn't do it.
Well, that's why I think they probably give him a year. Like, I'm not saying
right,
year
but
one
like,
is gonna be
think
great.
about from our perspective as dynasty players.
Yep.
If Luther Burden
Fair.
does absolutely jack shit his rookie season, he's probably going to be wide receiver 47 in dynasty or something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's crazy. I also think he could have a decent rookie season, like relatively speaking, maybe just under or around what Roma Dunze did, and Roma Dunze held his value.
Yeah.
Dunze had what, 750?
Yeah, you're talking about a top 10 pick versus second round pick. And
No,
a
I
much
get
better
that.
prospect.
I'm also baking in that I think the offensive projection is a lot better this year versus last year. Offensive line included, play calling.
Why
included.
is there a whole concert in the middle of this draft?
Yeah, dude,
I
this
think
is
that's-
pissing me off. What are we listening to?
Yeah, this is insane. Also,
Why
I
are
think
we
that's
got
a stretch that you're calling Odunze and Bird in the same situation. And name.
Oh, I had Odunze as a better prospect, but I think when you compare also Ben Johnson versus who was it? Fucking what's his name last year? Shane Waldron.
Yeah, but
You're
we
looking at
also
that
knew
comparison?
Keenan Allen wasn't going to be
Much
there
better
long
offensive
term.
line. Fair, but I mean, just a year one projection is what I'm saying.
I don't think it's the same.
I would argue it is.
I'm not going to fade Burden into oblivion. I just think he's probably like a 1-2 turn pick at this point in time.
Yeah, no, I think that's reasonable. I still
Yeah.
would take him over Harvey, although I don't think it's crazy to say you would take Harvey because of that opportunity you mentioned.
Where
Like
does
if he's
Genty go?
if he's James Cook year one, yeah, no, like, go nuts. Like that's perfect.
Yeah, like where does Genty go in redraft leagues? I would probably imagine he'll go in the late first somewhere. redraft?
Genty in redraft. Wait, where did you ask where he goes? Mid third?
No, late first, I said.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, late first. Sorry, you scared me. I'm like, what the fuck? Look, what is this? 2017? We're getting rookies in the third
Holy
round.
shit. Jason Sehorn got to chill with the plastic surgery, brother.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't even guess who this is. Whatever. Alec. Nope. Not even close.
I guessed him a while ago, but
Quite the contrary.
Wait, did someone say the Raiders traded? up?
Where do Caleb and Scat have to go to
Please.
jump Harvey? Well, Dallas.
yeah, probably.
Or
You need,
Caleb
I
Johnson,
would say you
76
need
at
as
Dallas,
good
I
of a
would think.
landing spot.
What are you talking about?
Who would you take higher in a dynasty rookie draft? 60th overall, RJ Harvey to Denver, or Caleb Johnson, 76 to Dallas? Spicy.
What's up?
Would you take RJ Harvey 60th overall to the Broncos, or
59.
76th overall Caleb Johnson to the Cowboys? Okay,
RJ Harvey.
RJ. Okay, I would
Yeah,
take
just
Caleb.
because the Broncos, like Bo Nix is going to be good. Like
Oh.
the offense will be good.
Mason, I get top 10 pick. I'm also baking in the fact that the offensive line is way better and the play calling is way better. Like,
I
don't
think you're just high, to be honest. I think it's a horrible comp.
Okay, maybe not. Like it's not a perfect comp, but I don't know.
He's also still on the team.
Yeah.
The player you're
And
comping to is
Keenan
there.
Allen's off the team.
But DJ's still there, and they added Loveland.
No, I get it. Cole Kmet was involved.
Can we get Caleb here, please?
Do you think Loveland's going to outproduce what Cole Kmet did last year in year one?
Yes.
I don't think that's certainty.
I don't think it's a certainty, but I think he should.
And,
It's
and
not
I
a high
also
bar.
think,
Bro, I was like, are they about to take Ashton Genty?
the Cowboys are coming up kind of soon.
They definitely thought it was Ashton Genty.
Wait,
They were
Flint,
like,
you said the
"No way,
Raiders
so
traded
In year
up or
one.
no?
In year one.
what?
You said
In year
something
one.
about the
Also-
Raiders trading up.
No, someone said the Raiders are on the clock. I think this is
Oh.
like really behind.
This is a really good point too, by the way. The Cowboys kind of committed themselves to being a gap team by taking Tyler Booker because there's no way you're having him block in his own scheme. Maybe they're not interested in Caleb because he's more of a zone scheme dependent running back.
Yeah, maybe.
I think when you just get a 225 pounder that can score 23 touchdowns, you make him run gap anyways. But we'll see what they end up doing.
Really want to
The
play.
only
versus
zone
Seattle.
scheme teams coming up are like Houston, Cincinnati.
One save.
Yeah, there's a couple teams there.
One
the
of
Raiders
the
just like
will have to go to Cleveland or Las Vegas, right?
yeah, like please, like
Yeah, I think
just
Milroe's
take
got
the
to go.
swing
here
on one of
first,
them.
personally.
Just take the swing, like it's the third round.
Yeah, I was gonna say like,
Oh, you think
We
Shadur
gave-
here?
well, like one of them. I don't even know. I don't even.
Yeah,
really care.
I'll take Shadur here.
One of them.
I'll take Milroe. I'll take Milroe.
Yeah, I'll take Milroe too. And then actually, I think Shadur might go next to Las
Yeah,
Vegas.
I don't care who. Just I need one of them. Like
I think
I
they might
need them to go back-to-back picks because the Cowboys aren't going to take either of them, and I'd like two of them off the board, so another player falls.
right. It is all about the Cowboys at the end.
what?
Of
Wait,
New
how
England
did
team, to
they
be
become
fair.
not the Cowboys?
New England 69th overall, Kyle
At least
Williams.
I didn't take into account that it matters for the Cowboys. so.
It does. It does.
Of course, they're going to go back to back now.
You guys are taking
Fact.
Kyle Williams, right, Flet?
No, I'm taking
No?
that.
They will appease Danny by taking him.
We'll definitely take Jack Sawyer.
Monday Warrior.
What
Yeah.
if Will Howard goes before?
Wait, actually, wait.
Dude, you
No,
guys taking Will
we
Howard?
want
would be
Jalen
pretty
Noel.
funny.
Dude, that would be so funny.
Jalen
Jalen
Noel.
Noel.
We'd be so.
Yeah, Jalen
Yeah.
Noel's still on the
Yeah,
board.
I want Jalen Noel actually.
To the Browns here?
No, to the Patriots.
No, it's the Patriots. It's
Oh,
69.
okay. I could
Nice.
see the first of all, I could see the Browns taking him too.
Yeah.
They could.
Also, I'm
Who
probably
did
going
they get 33 again?
Patriots pick.
I want Milroe here. I want Milroe.
Who's the
I'm
Browns
just
take at 33?
wishing it to an existence because I will be drafting him in a lot of rookie drafts if that happens.
Who the Browns take at 33?
That linebacker, the hockey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Schwarzenegger or
right.
whatever.
Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Schwarzenegger. I don't know what his name is.
Arnold.
Yeah.
I think it's going to go Milroe, Sanders,
Carson.
Noel.
I'm going to say Sanders, Milroe, Noel.
Yeah. Browns take Ewers. Oh,
Oh
Ugh.
my God.
Ugh.
Browns
Gross.
Dylan Gabriel.
Who is worthy of going at the 103 and one quarterback, Judkins or Henderson? Those are both wrong, in my opinion. I think in a one quarterback league, you're guaranteed one of Genty, Hunter, or Hampton, and you should just take one of those three.
Or Tet, too.
Or Tet. Like I wouldn't take Judkins or Henderson. I mean, would either of you guys? I guess I should ask the question. I guess there goes Danny's camera. Would anyone take in a vacuum? Let's say you absolutely needed a running back. Take Judkins or Henderson over McMillan, or you just respect the top 10 pick?
I think
To me, I'm
in
respecting
a specific
McMillan.
scenario, if you really needed one and like you can't trade back or anything, then yeah, it's not the worst play. But
I would rather run like fucking Audric Estime off the waiver wire or something.
Yeah, I think I would rather try and sell the 103 in that situation for. I don't know. So can you get close to like Achan for the 103 in that situation? Like that's probably what I would rather do if I was like, oh, I'm gonna take a running back here because I absolutely need one. Yeah, obviously try and trade down and whatnot.
I don't think the HN owner would take that.
Brees was going over London, wasn't he? So it isn't absurd, but I'm taking Tet. Yeah, you're correct. Brees was going over London.
Yeah.
I actually in 2022 I had it ranked Brees Hall 101, Drake London 102. That's how I had it ranked. So I don't think it's absurd to take those running backs over McMillan. If McMillan's going to slide, first of all, to like 105, 106, I'm going to have an unbelievable amount of him.
stupid amount of Jalen McMillan. Or not Jalen, sorry.
Jalen, man.
Yeah. So it
He's
it
dead
seems
now.
like the chat is kind of convinced that like it's team dependent, which means that there is going to be leagues people are in that McMillan's on the board 105, 106.
The
And people
Browns
are
are
kind of
so
thinking
funny.
that way. Okay, Brown's making a pick here.
What kind of pick is that? No.
Oh, what the hell, dude?
Right.
That
This is
helps
so
nobody.
Yeah, literally. Just
That helps nobody, man.
kills
Dude,
him.
oh my god, my David Njoku shares. Holy
I have
shit.
bags of David Njoku. Dude.
I have
wouldn't be
so
too worried
many.
about that. So here's my take. The selection was Harold Fannin from Bowling Green. Here's why I kind of get it from the Cleveland Browns standpoint, because Harold Fannin This dude's going to need 2 years in the NFL to learn how to play the tight end position because while he has natural hands, he's a yards after catch monster, pretty good athlete, not an exceptional athlete, 4.71, 50th percentile speed, 57th percentile burst. My comp there you can see is Isaiah Likely. I think he's really versatile. You can use him downfield. You can use him in the slot. You can use him probably in the backfield if you needed to, but he doesn't have precise route running. He's pretty slow changing direction. He's a tweener. What do you do with the guy? Blocking issues are a bit of an issue for him. And I actually think he is kind of a lot like David Njoku. So it's kind of nice that he would get to learn from David Njoku. And you guys might not know this about David Njoku, but he's kind of like sneaky old. I know like tight ends generally can play like a long time, but he's going to be 29 in July. So if Harold Fannon's hypothetically going to take 2 years to develop, then by the time David Njoku's 30, 31 years old, maybe Fannon is starting to work into his role a little bit. So don't love it from Fannon's perspective. I mean, you would have rather him gone to a team that can use him right away. But a rebuilding third round rookie pick or whatever, I feel like he might be a decent option. But yeah, I'd say generally speaking, that's not good news for Fannon. And if you guys recall, if you watch the tight ends to target and avoid video, he was actually the number 1 tight end in the model because of how great his production was.
Bro, what the heck? Just take a shot. What the hell?
Ooh, Darian Porter's pretty good, actually.
Yeah. I mean, we're still just gonna be a fucking 6-win, 5-win team. Like,
is Ravel still on the board?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes. Ravel, he blew his knee out, so teams are probably pretty worried about him. I mean, we took an injury corner already, so honestly, Sanders and Milrow got invited to day one. Have we ever seen a fall like the Sanders one? Malik was there day one, wasn't he?
Yeah, Malik Willis is.
Yeah.
Malik. I think Malik was at the draft when that happened.
Yeah, he definitely was.
What's his name?
Yeah.
The white kid. Will Levis was too, but I mean, he went.
Yeah, he went top of the second round though. He went, and apparently the Titans that year were trying to get into the first to get him. I would say it's probably happened many times. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. I mean, I'm going way back. Like Boomer Esiason was supposed to go in the top 5, and he fell to like the mid-second round. And the Bengals picked him with their 4th pick. They had 4 picks before they selected him. So, or 3 picks before they selected him. So, we've seen
it before. Have 9 more chances.
Geno Smith slid pretty far. I'm trying to think like anybody else that slid.
Give me Jalen Knoll here.
Yeah, New England. This is can we get Io Manor here? I would love Io Manor.
I wouldn't mind Kyle Williams here. I didn't want him in the second round, but
yeah, Kyle Williams, Io Manor, or Knoll would all be pretty good options for you. I would personally like them to take Io Manor because I think he fits what Drake May does really well, which is like throwing over the middle of the field, get a power forward type. In theory, Jalen Polk should have been that for you, but he kind of stinks. So
yeah.
I like Io Manor because he's a perfect number 2 to Diggs right away. That's why I think I like Io Manor the most. But you guys could use some speed for what it's worth. So, yeah. I mean, Knoll has speed, and so does Kyle.
Kyle Williams, yeah.
Yeah.
The Raiders
Kyle
98 and 99. We take both quarterbacks and just hope.
So John Cena's making this pick now. Are we just WWEing it up?
And Idris Elba.
Why is there no one on my screen right now?
Great meme. I am old enough to know who John Cena is.
Did you guys take a running back this? Yeah, y'all took Henderson or Judkins? What?
Henderson.
Yeah, y'all took Henderson. Okay.
Judkins went to the Browns.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm actually going to be smart Henderson.
Honestly,
go ahead.
RJ Harvey going this high doesn't actually really shock me that much. Like it sounded like a lot of NFL teams really like him. Danny, are you good, sir?
Well, my camera was on. My bad.
Oh, nice.
Okay, what is it?
I didn't see it yet.
Kyle Williams, there it is.
Hey, there we go. I predicted a 38 in our mock.
I like that, dude. I like that.
I do too.
That's a lot of fun.
That's a really good fit. Where does he rank?
Yeah, we'll have the conversation here to introduce what Kyle Williams is to the people that don't know. 5'11", 190, 22.5. Hayden Winks of Underdog actually had him as a top 5 receiver in the class and his 32nd overall player. My comp for him was De'Ami Brown. Your comp for him was John Brown. I think the things to be excited about with Kyle Williams, he has really good hands, great speed, 4.40, in the 40. Had a really big 2024 season in terms of production, but not a whole lot of production before that. So a bit of a late bloomer. Explosive as hell, though. Good route runner, good downfield ability. You watch him absolutely scorch people on downfield routes, which is exactly what the Patriots need at their wide receiver position right now, because you got Diggs, who's a bit older. You got some power forward and slot receiver types that you kind of hope that Polk turns into something, Baker turns into something. Demario Douglas, obviously just a slot receiver, and apparently they're shopping Kayshawn. I don't know if they're going to get anything for him, but Kyle Williams, definitely a good fit. Play strength, a bit of an issue, size, a little bit of an issue, and analytical profile is not perfect, but he does have some decent production in 2024.
So if you pulled that comp back on, or the play card back on, sorry, you can see both of our comps. You had it to a De'Ami Brown. I have him compared to a John Brown. John Brown, as we know, a couple years, very, very high ceiling. I believe he hit wide receiver 2 range a couple of times. I know he had 1,000 yards a couple of times. I can see, though, if he's permanently with Drake May, at least for the entirety of his rookie contract, which we'd assume, of course, the sky's the limit. I think we could legitimately be talking about a wide receiver 2. Again, I'm going to tentatively rank him closer to the wide receiver 48 range in Dynasty, because it's still the back end, or actually it's the top of the third, not the back end of the second. My apologies. But at the same time, he has the opportunity to be the number 2 target for Drake May.
Yeah, and I mean, for what it's worth, there's also no long-term number 1 there.
Yep.
As well, with Diggs being old and coming off of an ACL tear.
Fantasy relevant.
I'm seeing it now. Scadaboo. Oh, well.
No, that would be insane.
Of course, we
don't have a player card for that guy.
Of course, the Detroit Lions are the team that decide to draft a player we don't have the player card for. And you know what really irritates me about this too is right before the draft, like 2 days before the draft, Harmon dropped his reception perception profile on Isaac Tesla, wide receiver from Arkansas. And he was like, he's actually kind of decent at running routes. I looked at his prospect profile, and he's literally like a fodder prospect in the prospect model. Like, he's got horrible.
He's not even on the website, by the way.
He's awful. Like, he's not a good profile, at least.
He's not even on the website. I tried to rank him in the rankings. He's not there.
Yeah. Apparently, the profile doesn't match the film, because the film.
Did you see what they gave up?
2/3.
What? 3/3 for Tesla and 2/6.
Oh my goodness! What are we doing, Detroit?
Brother,
their guy.
So
they kind of reached at the end of the first too on Tyreek Williams.
They traded 3 1s for the opportunity to get Isaac Tesla and 2 6s, and the Jaguars just recouped some of their hunter capital.
They did. What? Okay, let me ask you this question.
Is Shedeur Sanders here?
No. That'd be funny. Let me ask you this question. Would you rather have the third round pick, Kyle Williams, or rather have Jack Besh?
Jack Besh.
Would you rather have Trey Harris, or would you rather have Kyle Williams?
I had Kyle Williams 2 spots higher, because I believe in the offensive volume potentially, and because quite simply, we haven't seen what Vrabel and what what's called coming over. It's gonna call. I'm drawing a blank. Offense coordinator Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
Right? We don't know exactly what the passing volume is going to look like. And I think Drake May, again, we've seen Justin Herbert be a 30 pass attempt per game quarterback for the last few years. We haven't seen that with Drake May. In fact, we actually saw the offense open up once he got the start. So I would say it's relatively fair to have either or higher. Ultimately, too, you also do have the presence of Vlad McConkey versus Stephon Diggs, older player, easier out on his contract. Again, very comparable. If you want to take Trey Harris, that's perfectly fine. I also did have, for what it's worth, Kyle Williams, I believe 1 spot higher in my rankings going in.
Yeah, where did I have them relatively? I had Kyle Williams at 8, and I had Trey Harris at 9. So yeah, I had them like literally next to each other in terms of wide receivers. Now, the highest rated wide receiver on my board is Io Manor. I had him at 7. My 8, my 9, and my 10. Yeah, my 8, my 9, and my 10 are all off the board with Harris, Kyle Williams, and Besh. And then I also had Noel at 11, who's not on the. Yeah, Detroit might be fake sharps, to be honest.
Yeah, that is a weird pick for sure.
Taking Isaac Tesla with 3 third-round picks is pretty insane to me. Like, could you have gotten like a decent like veteran receiver for that much?
Easily.
You traded them 3 third-round picks.
Couldn't you have signed Devontae Adams?
I mean, yeah.
It just seems also, like Jalen Royals is still available too. That's a fun pick too. Jalen Royals,
the certified fake wide receiver.
Io Manor and Jalen Noel. I disagree with you there. Xavier Watts is available too. Safety.
Yeah.
Dylan Sampson.
The best available player on ESPN's board right now is Ravel.
That's what I'm looking at. Shough.
A lot. Yeah. Shadur, Jared Wilson, the center. Could be the best center in the class. Definitely a decent player.
Yeah.
Caleb Johnson being available is also interesting. Hear me out. Do the Bills take Caleb Johnson?
Oh, they should, bro. They fucking should. If he's available there.
My buddies are all texting me that are Steelers fans, and they're like, "Oh my god, are we going to get Shadur? Oh my god, are we going to get Shadur?"
They might, bro. Dude, of course I comped Milroe to Malik Willis, and he's literally having a Malik Willis fall.
Yeah, I still can't believe they gave up three thirds for that.
3/3 for Isaac Tesla is insane.
Yeah, we got to watch some of these quarterback landing spots here. Like the quarterback spots that we have in the third round are, Indianapolis could potentially take one, Pittsburgh, and you guys still have picks, right? Yeah, you guys still have two picks.
We have the 98 and 99.
The Jets,
yeah. Jets here could take Milroe for sure. Definitely possible.
What if the Saints actually did take a second quarterback?
What if the Jets took Shadur?
Final guess for the Saints. Probably a defensive player.
I'm actually going to give them.
I'll give them Ravel.
Yeah, I'm actually going to give them Ravel as well, just because I think he makes quite a bit of sense for what they would want to do.
Agree with you.
And also, you don't really have any good corners on your team.
That's a good point.
You've already blown both of your first 2 draft picks by reaching on Calvin Banks and Tyler Shough. So,
oh, dude, yeah.
The Hook'em guy.
Another Texas. Vernon Broughton.
Who?
Let's see where he ranks on the big board.
Vernon Broughton. 39
That's
tackles,
huge.
4 sacks this year. Okay.
Where the heck is this guy, bro?
Vernon Broughton. Where is he ranked?
I don't even see him.
Dude, Vernon Broughton. Okay, let's go to D tackle maybe. Vernon Broughton. He is listed. I don't even see him.
I actually don't see this guy.
He is not listed. I don't believe. Unless because he's already off the board. Okay, let me go to round.
Let me go to NFL mock database and see where he was.
15th overall defensive tackle, 132 on the big board for ESPN.
He's 153rd on NFL mock database as well.
Reach.
Well, I mean, the Saints are making a living out of that right now.
Yeah. Also, Flood, are you in here? I saw you.
No, he dropped out.
Okay. I think he said he was leaving after the Pats pick.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna head out after this Jets pick.
Too.
Also, Bush, I know you don't care much about the Habs, but it looks like Logan Thompson got ran over by Dylan Strom and he got hurt. The Capitals goalie.
Camera.
Oh.
Wait, is there a chance like I just go to bed and I wake up and Shador's still on the draft board?
It could be. Landon Jackson's a good pick.
Like that's so crazy. Yo, where is this guy's eyebrows?
Oh no, he's got alopecia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh man, now I feel bad. Oh,
you're good. And no. He's like Mr. Clean. Dude, the Montreal-Washington game, everybody's just chirping each other. It's so physical. I love it.
Wait, I saw this thing today. Did you see this Knicks and Pacers or Pistons thing where like the time was like stopped at the wrong point of the end of the game or something like that?
The Knicks Pistons, I didn't end up getting to watch the game last night.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like at the end of the game, it was like really close and like the clock operator stopped the game early or something like that.
Jesus.
Like Pistons fans were leaving early.
Yeah, that's wild. Who am I gonna guess here? That's my question.
I just had Milroe sit behind. Dude, no, that'd be disgusting.
But then they trade Brees.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. If they trade Brees. Actually, I hope he gets picked because then they have to trade Brees.
Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy. Trade him to the
just love-
Cowboys?
dude, Brees on the Cowboys, I would love it.
Yeah, Brees would be pretty fun on the Cowboys. I'm not gonna lie. Are we just getting taught some history here?
Yes, sir. Lavernus Cole. Wow, what a name.
Yeah, that's a
That's a
tough
good
name.
pick.
Tough name to be dropped
Yeah.
in a big spot there.
Younger brother of Wanye Thomas. Also,
Really?
dude, are we getting Alec to the Cowboys? And yeah, his younger brother.
You are not getting Alec to the Cowboys. You will get Tez Johnson and like it.
Nah, I'd vomit. Yeah. Way to send a message about getting more physical, drafting Tyler Booker in round 1, but then also contradicting it with Ted Johnson in the 3rd.
That would be funny. I'm gonna need some running backs to start getting picked here, man, because I'm getting frustrated.
Facts. Dylan Sampson could be a spot to the Cowboys too.
Saints don't understand that they don't have to blow their draft picks to tank for Manning. Yeah, like why would you take Tyler Shough, bro? You're gonna be bad again next year. Like let Rattler play. Like
Yeah, that's absurd.
This is just like when the Texans picked Davis Mills. Like there was
Like,
no one on the board, so they were just like, "Fuck it, like we'll take Mills."
well, I mean, at
guess.
least they didn't pick Kyle Trask like we
Yeah.
did.
Yeah. Oh yeah, when y'all picked Trask too. Oh my god.
That
was my
hilarious.
crash out moment of the live streams.
Remember when you tried to say that you were out on CD Lamb in Dallas, and you're like, CD Lamb's fantasy value?
Yeah, and you know what? I learned my lesson.
That was fucking comedy.
You
though.
clearly haven't from that.
Relax. It was a joke.
I learned my lesson, which is why I don't shit on Emeka Egbuka.
I didn't share on Emeka.
No, but everyone else is.
Yeah, not me though.
Who was the last fantasy relevant player that went off the board? I feel like I didn't rank him yet.
Harold Fannin.
Oh,
Yeah.
Harold
Oh yeah. No,
I don't know.
by the way,
Oh no, it's the guy you guys didn't have a card on.
yeah. What's his
The
face?
random
He's
receiver.
not on the site either. We don't even have him inputted to the site.
No, he's not even inputted. He's not worth it.
Yeah, Harold Fannin, total long term pick. Like,
Oh, I
He's not.
don't even. I think he's a tight end too, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I think
I
they drafted him.
think-
Isaiah
He's gonna
Likely.
be like a. Like
yeah,
Trey
Isaiah
McKitty
Likely
and
was
all
his
of
comp,
them.
and he's going to have the career trajectory of Isaiah Likely,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Where
feel
like
like it
David
just-
Njoku,
Spending
2
a
years
rookie
from
pick
now,
on him will be nothing.
2 years from now, David Njoku will be 31. Maybe Harold Fannin starts being a factor at that
Maybe
point.
they'll
you know
have
what I mean?
Arch Manning by then.
Maybe. You also have a lot
Browns
more
would-
versatility to run 12.
The Browns would totally ruin Arch Manning.
It's what they wanted to do with Harrison Bryant, but unfortunately, Harrison Bryant was just ass cheeks.
Yeah,
Hey,
like
calm
would you
down.
rather
Overrated.
have Arroyo?
Yes.
I would not. There's no way. I'm not taking a waiver wire tight end prospect over a fucking tight end 1 upside prospect. Not a chance. Don't care who he went to.
It's tight end 5 versus tight end 8 in my rankings, and one has a much better opportunity right away.
Yeah, I mean, Noah Fant's better than Arroyo by a lot, but Noah Fant also might
do the
also not be
Seahawks
that good either.
The Seahawks think so is my question. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
What the fuck just happened in the Habs game? They scored.
How long is this Habs game?
It's just ending now. They're up 6-3 with a minute left.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how is this game still on?
Dude,
Like it's 10 p.m.
They've beaten the shit out of the freaking Capitals, by the way. They are up 40-19 in shots, Bush.
Pretty good.
I like it.
God, I feel like I need some food. Oh, also, fun fact, I was telling Danny this, and you guys might have heard it in today's video because I left it in at the end. My McDonald's from last night was on my porch this morning. It was literally on my porch this morning.
That made the video?
Yeah, I ordered McDonald's last night. If you guys were here, I ordered at like 9:30. I got a message from DoorDash saying that the order was going to get canceled because I live in buttfuck nowhere, and it was like 30 minutes after I placed my order. They still hadn't connected me to a driver yet. So they're like, McDonald's is waiting for a driver to come pick up your order. And then my order disappeared. So I'm like, oh, they canceled my order, clearly. And Maria goes outside this morning and she goes, you know, your fucking McDonald's is on the porch. And I was like, what? And she's like, it got delivered at 11:05 p.m.
Yeah, you should have gotten a refund for that.
An hour and 35 minutes after I ordered it.
Also, who are we guessing for the?
I saw the
Broncos?
video. A half refund for that is bullshit. Like
A half refund. Not only
you should go back and
that's
get the whole
absurd.
situation. Like,
dog, I can throw if I had Mahomes arm talent, I could throw a rock at the McDonald's by my house. Like it's not far at all.
What tight ends
like
are even available
no
here?
drivers are probably
would
near
take.
it. That's the
Well,
problem.
here's the other thing. I was awake at that time. I never got a message saying my food was here.
I don't even want to guess Gadsden because I doubt he goes this high, but I don't know what other tight ends they would take. I'm gonna guess Gunnar Helm. Fuck it. I'm gonna guess Gunnar Helm. I don't know what other tight end because I don't think
Danny would have eaten that last night.
Oh, I 100% would have mucked.
No, I woke up this morning and it was on the porch. I couldn't be eating that.
Danny would have ate that and then just complain about his stomach the whole day.
I have more embarrassing meal stories than a day old McDonald's, I will say.
I would love Alec Manor here.
No, I'm good actually.
guess.
2 more picks. I already guessed the Helm.
We got.
It's fantasy relevant.
Oh. Ooh.
Oh my God.
It's cheeks.
I mean, you have the player card. Pull up
I
Pat
do.
Bryant.
At least I have the player card. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no Isaac Tesla out here. It's no Isaac Tesla.
Yeah. So Pat Bryant, University of Illinois wide receiver, is the 74th overall pick to the Denver Broncos. 6'2", 204. Pretty good size, decent production this year. But he just never had a 1,000-yard season. He's got pretty average speed with the 4.61 there. Very late breakout, and I think he has pretty low upside. But he has size. He has strength. I think for his size, he's a pretty decent route runner. Pretty sure-handed receiver as well. Good at beating press coverage. And I thought he was underrated after the catch in terms of 6'2", 204. You don't always see these guys be decent after the catch. I do like Romeo Doubs. Both of us had that as the comp. He kind of just seemed like a Packers style wide receiver, like a Wicks or a Dobbs or something like that. So I think it makes sense why the Broncos would be in on him because they like size at the wide receiver core. I just think why would you not take Io Manor there? I just think he's a much better player.
It's because Io Manor's going to go at 76.
Yeah, well,
let's hope.
We'll see what happens. Not a great pick in my opinion by the Broncos. Not great.
Give me 6'2" with 4.41 speed here. Inject it into my wide receiver core, please.
See where Pat Bryant is going to rank in my
Julian
rankings.
Peterson is a name to remember for the next BDG trivia.
Yeah. Damn. I actually low-key kind of want him to fall to the Bucs. We need linebackers in the worst way possible.
First time I'm hearing his name.
I heard a lot of people hyping him up because he was an injury guy. Like he would have gone higher if he didn't get injured kind of thing.
Makes sense.
I would you rather
my guess would be wide receiver, Henry.
Would you rather have Pat Bryant or Wan'Dale Robinson?
Pat Bryant.
Would you rather have Pat Bryant or Dontavian Wicks?
Pat Bryant.
Really?
Wait, Wandale's gonna have darts.
I don't know. That's close.
Would you rather have Pat Bryant or Adonai Mitchell?
Adonai Mitchell. He's gonna land at 69 overall in my rankings. Nice.
Yeah, I'm at 71. So yeah, not probably no higher than a mid-third round rookie pick, I would imagine.
If we took Scadaboo over Caleb Johnson, I would also be pretty upset.
Yeah.
He's not a bad player by any means, but Caleb Johnson, Jalen Noel, Alec Manor, get me something on offense, please. And not another offensive lineman. Pick is in.
Already?
Yeah. They got somebody that they must have loved. Get me Alec and I can sleep a happy man. Or Caleb Johnson or Jalen Noel or anybody like that.
Everyone I know is texting me.
It's a good pick, I think.
Why is Shough going so low? Everyone I know is texting me that right now.
You guys have said his
told
name
you
like
to take him.
1,000 times.
Okay, it's not offense, but he's actually a really good player, and we needed
Really
a
good
corner.
pick.
Dude, poor CD
I'm
Lamb,
happy.
bro. This guy's gonna have to fucking
We have
round
no
up
weapons
everybody.
though. Yeah,
Danny.
dude, that's a really fucking good pick. Well, I told
know
you his,
what's
huh?
You know what's about to happen?
Carolina.
FSE, Dallas Cowboys, loving Elijah Moore.
Hey, I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't complain. Dude, Ravel at 76
Carolina
was
just
nice.
traded up.
Well, if you remember, by the way, Bush, I told you his dad posted a pic of Ravel next to Jerry Jones and had to delete it. Eh?
Yeah, you mentioned that they had a lot of connections to Ravel.
Yeah. Also, who are we guessing here?
Who they trade up for?
Defensive player.
I'll take
Chris Paul
I'll take
Jr.
Xavier. I'll take Xavier Watts here.
That's a good pick too. I'll go Chris Paul.
What if they go Jalen Milrow?
I like Chuba's fit.
Yeah, he's rocking it. Canadian boy. That's a crazy shot by Mike Conley. Well, that's Ant. Never mind.
Great
Ooh.
pronunciation by Chuba there.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he pronounced that so well. I feel so bad when they send players out to go read a name and it's just the most complex name you've ever read.
All
Yeah.
right, I'm ahead up. GG's, boys.
See,
All right, take it easy.
easy, brother.
Yes.
Just get you with the bad O line. My buddy's asking me as a Giants fan. He's like, "What do you think of Jackson?"
Damn. Dude, we don't have any wide receivers. We don't have a running back either. Dude, I wouldn't even mind trading a third right now to go get another pick right now. Like a 2026 third. Yeah.
Sorry, 1 second. All right. Sorry. My buddy's texting me. He's like, "Let me know what to think of Dart. Don't know what to think."
You're like the biggest Dart fan he could find to ask.
I'm
He
not
asked
one the
90%.
biggest. There's
Well, he
bigger
asked
Dart.
Oh yeah, Hayden is. Well, like
Arizona made it up.
it feels like people are overwhelmingly low on Dart. Like again, I'm not that low, but yeah, people are even lower than
Oh, Arizona.
Luka fell.
Arizona just trade up, or were they picking here the whole time?
They must have just traded up. I'm gonna guess wide receiver here. Jalen Noel.
Who do I want to say here? I'll give him Ellick. I think Ellick fits this team.
I'll give him Noel.
This could be your boy Royals too.
Yeah, I think that would make a ton of sense, dude, and that would be a lot of fun.
Spicy's a Raiders fan, Tom. So a little rivalry between the two of you as a Broncos fan. Trading Dak for T-Law was looking so good post draft. Yeah, that's definitely a nice move if you got T-Law for that. We're all just predicting offensive players, and it's going to be like a fucking center or something. It's going to be Jared Wilson.
It's going to be a Tyler Booker 2.0.
Is Jared Wilson on the board still?
Yeah, I think so. That'd be a good pick.
Yeah, I'm actually going to change my pick to that.
Yeah, that's solid.
I feel like the Cardinals have had a shitty center for about 10 years.
They had,
Anyone
what's
else?
his name for a couple
Paul
years? They had
Watson?
Rodney Hudson, no?
Yeah, but they had Mason Cole before that. Remember how dog shit that guy was?
Go blue, baby.
I feel like the Cardinals have consistently been the team that just has launched snaps over Kyler Murray's head. Shadur to DoorDash. Hopefully Shadur would get my McDonald's to my house on time. Wyatt Millum, offensive lineman, West Virginia. Wow, what a bold take there. Was he high on the large money to Geno? I don't think anybody was. If you're a Raider fan, I think you're just hoping to have some like stability with that signing.
Yeah.
We are going to have such an elite situation for the QB we take in 2026. Yeah. Dude, hear me out, dude. If I'm Indianapolis, I would swing on a quarterback here. I think you swing on Milroe. I mean, you already have kind of
Milroe and Richardson. Okay.
Yeah, you kind of already have a Milroe-y quarterback, but like, let him duke it out. What if Milroe came out on top out of the three of them? Cowboys must like Javonte for some reason. I think the Cowboys just think they can get a running back later. Personally,
yeah. I think one of those 3 5th-round picks is going to be a running back.
Do you have a 4 or no?
No, we used it on.
Oh, you don't have a 4?
We used it on Mingo.
Okay, so remember how we were talking about running backs? I said how many running backs are going to go on this day of the draft, and you, like in casual, said that there's going to be 6. 3.
How many have won? 3 so far. Yeah.
Yeah.
Caleb Johnson's also going to go most likely. 4.
I don't know, man. Caleb could slide.
It'll probably end up 4 or 5 if I were to guess.
Yeah, can we get Tootin to the Cardinal or to the Texans after this pick? That'd be great.
He's the Cowboys' 5th rounder, trust.
No, not a chance.
They did a lot of work on him.
Can you guys tell me what happened to Ollie Gordon 2 years ago? He was supposed to be one of the top running backs. Yeah, Ollie did not have a good season this year, production-wise. Looked slow, lethargic. He also had a run-in with the law. He had a DUI, so I think he was kind of distracted. Jordan Birch. Okay, nobody cares about that.
That's a good pick. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But Ollie Gordon doesn't appear to have his head screwed on very straight, in my estimation. So I would say that's probably what happened to him.
By the way, you want to hear this? I literally called this out a month ago. With the 76th pick, the Cowboys select Siobhan Ravel. He suffered a torn ACL last September, but Cowboys doctor Dan Cooper performed the surgery. What did I say a month ago? Why did we perform everyone's surgeries?
Yeah, dude, Cowboys doctor performing surgery gate is just every ACL ridden prospect is going to go there now.
Like a comedy.
Might have to watch some Benjamin Morrison highlights.
Yeah, for real.
I'm actually quite high on that selection. I'm not going to lie. Oh, what's goody?
Sorry, I walked the dog when if y'all think that I ate a lot of food in New York, you should have just seen what I eat. I mean, what I ate. It was disgusting.
Dude, I got some Greek kebab. I'm ready to wrap up right after we're done here.
I just did a large pizza by myself and 12 wings, and it was delicious.
Oh my God. That's a unit.
Yeah,
by the way, for those of you that don't realize, like,
that's America for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Appearances are deceiving. Obviously, Mason, Mr. Fit Bro, lad, I'm a little bit bigger of a guy. If you were to put both of our appetites beside each other, Mason eats double the amount I do. You would not think it if you put 2 of us in a room. You think I'm a big guy. I just eat a lot. I don't eat nearly enough. Mason is so active to the point where he's burning whatever he eats anyway, so he can eat double the amount of me.
Yeah, and if in the interest of full accuracy in this call, Danny eats less than me too.
Yeah, no lie. Jalen Noel.
Oh my God, did they just pair up the Iowa State receivers together?
Yo, wait, so he's going to play behind Kirk in year 1 then?
Yeah, so they now have Noel and Higgins on the same team.
Well, pull up the card and let's talk about where he ranks.
Yeah, this will be fun.
Also,
Mason,
we're going to need to add Isaac Tesla.
Yeah. I'll shoot a message to Joe right now.
So Jalen Noel, the newest member of the Houston Texans, joining his former college teammate Jaden Higgins, who was the 35th pick in this draft. Yeah, literally. Danny's comp for him, Christian Kirk. A lot faster than Christian Kirk, so I decided to go with Marvin Mims as my comp because he's got that 4.39 speed, 99th percentile burst score as well. Really solid separator, good route runner, smart player, I would say too. Got demonstrated pretty good understanding of zone coverage from what I saw. Athleticism-wise, you see what he tested at 9.75 out of 10 RAS score. Downfield ability, because he has the speed, was pretty solid. Was kind of like a vertical slot type of receiver, which is sometimes a sketchy projection given, Marvin Mims types have good profiles often and don't necessarily translate to the NFL. Did have an issue with drops and kind of finishing through contact. I would say that's his biggest crux at this moment in time. And press coverage didn't see a whole lot of that. But good production, produced alongside Jaden Higgins. Yards after catch metrics were a little subpar considering how good of an athlete he was too, which I thought was weird.
He went roughly 16 picks after where Mims went. Yeah.
So we're talking about a half decent prospect. but kind of weird that they would pair the two of those guys up together, because I've been a long-standing member of the Christian Kirk is underrated fan club. So I would be semi-worried that Noel doesn't get on the field very much as a rookie, because Higgins obviously was a higher draft pick. He also plays on the outside. Tank Dell is still there too. Like I know Tank Dell is injured right now and, may not be back very long with the team, but them taking 2 receivers in the top 78 picks or whatever, 79 picks. I mean, Tank Dell might not be alive for all we know. Like this is,
I think
Tank Dell's dusted. Tank Dell's nothing. They needed to take the receivers. Tank Dell was bad. Hot take. Tank Dell was never good.
I think that's a little too.
I mean,
too
16 points per game as a rookie is pretty insane.
Yeah,
26-year-old rookie. What are we expecting?
He's still productive.
I
know. Tank Dell shares are in the shitter right now. Glad I drafted him in the Flock League last year. God's sake.
It sucks ass.
Should have traded him when a million people wanted him. I remember when I drafted him, half the league is like, dude, I would like sell my soul for him. And I'm like, nope, I'm keeping him.
I think you took him, and I was like, oh, if I knew he was on the board, I would have drafted him.
The whole league wanted him after the draft. I remember Sal was trying to get him from me for like 3 weeks.
That's a classic Sal.
I feel like there were so many trades that Sal would have got full leased in if someone would have just accepted.
I will guess.
I'm clenching my cheeks that this is not Caleb Johnson.
I'll guess Noel Williams.
Please. Defense, please. Thank God. Guard. Chase Brown lives on, fellas. Brown lives on.
Somebody tweeted out a video. It was like Tyler Shough got drafted before Shadur Sanders. I'm at a loss for words. And Jordan Lewis, like the little NFL cornerback, just quote tweets it. I bursted out laughing.
Was he the one who did the pat the ball thing, or was that Jalen Petrie that quote tweeted that?
I'm not sure. Jordan Lewis was on
Wasn't
the Cowboys.
there a DB that said you pat the ball like, or it was Andre Cisco, right? Was it Andre Cisco?
Yeah, it was Cisco. It was Cisco.
Yeah.
This Tyler Shough guy, whoever the hell he is, he's QB4.
No.
I
mean, we'll see. Let's see where Milrow goes.
We'll see.
I put Milrow. I saw Milrow at 3. I think Ward, Dart, Milrow. Hey, can you rank him over Sanders? Sanders doesn't have rushing upside.
We'll see where Sanders goes.
Is he over Sanders?
Yeah.
I mean, probably.
If he goes to Pittsburgh, I would debate it.
Oh yeah, no. If he goes to Pittsburgh, I flip for sure. Just because the situation's so good.
Steelers pick in 2 picks here. The who else picks that could use a quarterback here?
Rams thing, by the way, Mason.
10 picks from now.
Did you see, by the way, that the Detroit Lions gave up 3 third-round picks for Isaac Tesla and 2 6s?
That's what I told you. I think the Lions are fake sharps. I think they put them in a spot to get an ungodly amount of picks with the Stafford deal and then a couple other trades. They like, if you remember
the Gibbs and Jack Campbell and just got lucky that they were.
No, I was going to say, if you remember the Gibbs pick, everybody's like, what the hell?
Yeah, Ben Johnson's a god and he made it work.
Yeah, like I think that the Lions kind of luck boxed themselves into almost making a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, Chase Brown. Dodging bullets on Chase Brown feels good. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, he's the biggest winner. I mean, we're going to obviously do some stuff tomorrow, but he's the biggest winner of tonight, right? Given the work that they did at running back.
Somehow Swift is surviving and he has like this Avengers around him on offense. So
Swift too.
Yeah, I'm going to make a TikTok in a couple, like probably 30 minutes. What pick are we on? How many do we have left?
82. We have about 20 picks left, give or take.
In probably about an hour, then I'm going to make a couple TikToks. I think one I'm going to do, obviously biggest winners, biggest losers. But one I'm thinking of making, and I know like this is a fantasy stream, so it's not a big deal. But how many players other than Malik Willis is the only comp that I think I can think of a player falling like Shadur Sanders is?
Yeah, I mean, Geno slid like this. I think a lot of the 2022 quarterback class was expected to go a little earlier. Like you could say Matt Corral slid, Desmond Ridder slid, Sam Howell slid. They all kind of slid beyond where they were probably supposed to go. So,
but at this point, he's such a value on the board, dude. Like I was even like, he was my quarterback too, but the quarterback 2 to 4 for me was quite literally a top 75 level talent. At this point in the draft, What do you have to lose if you're Pittsburgh at 83rd overall? Take
No, you have
the
nothing to
quarterback.
lose.
You're starting Mason Rudolph. Guess what? If they're ass, you're gonna get a high first-round pick next year, anyways.
It must be a locker room thing. It must be they think like this guy's going to be such a locker room cancer and distraction that like it doesn't matter if he's the best player on the board. It's not worth it for our team.
Leave the shit.
But what about Milrow too?
Dude, Kuiper must be losing his mind right now.
I know. I haven't tuned into the regular. I've literally just been listening to y'all in the background. I haven't tuned into the regular broadcast once, but I'm assuming this is what everybody's talking about.
Yeah, it is wild right now.
Yeah, I get why teams wouldn't want to deal with Dion in the background for sure. Texans wide receivers, we mentioned, obviously when Higgins was drafted, we said, hey, great, outside wide receiver, go along with Nico Collins. You're not going to see number one coverage, good fit there. But then they went up and drafted his teammate, Jalen Knoll, at the 79th pick. And Knoll's probably going to play behind Christian Kirk in year one. But Christian Kirk, I think he's on basically a 1-year deal, more or less, because they traded basically nothing to get him from Jacksonville. So I would say year two, you're probably looking at Jalen Knoll having a relevant role there. I got to actually rank him because I didn't rank him yet.
So biggest winners today. I don't know. Can you even throw Jamal?
RJ Harvey is 100% one of the biggest winners.
Yeah.
You know, RJ Harvey, DeAndre Swift.
Isaiah Pacheco is a sneaky one.
Yeah, Pacheco, Ryan Robinson.
Yep. Trying to think.
I think you can argue.
Are the Cowboys trading for Breece Hall though? Like seriously? Like what are they actually going to do?
They could.
So I know that we talked.
I mean, Stroud getting 2 receivers is a pretty big winner for him too.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
But can we
And
like
objectively
look at what the Patriots could have done at wide receiver this offseason in comparison to where they ended up?
I mean, Diggs, you got Kyle Williams, you have Hunter Renfrow, you have Trevion Henderson down at the back. I think
Hunter Renfrow?
Or not Hunter Henry, sorry.
Hunter Henry.
It's like that would have made sense.
They didn't get the number one wide receiver like I would have wanted, a young in his prime wide receiver like a T. Higgins or maybe a Ted McMillan at 4.
Or
you
Godwin.
You did get Drake May, a potential Pro Bowl caliber interior offensive lineman at 4 with Bill Campbell. Besides Stephon Diggs, again, maybe he's washed. Maybe he's not what he once was. He's a reliable, proven target. Hunter Henry's a decent tight end option. You get arguably the best receiving back in this class. It's like, it's not going to look like a normal, we got 3 wide receivers that are function.
I'm guessing it.
I will guess that as well. Actually, I'll guess Shadur Sanders. It's not like a normal, like, all of our production will be funneled to 2 or 3 wide receivers. Like, no, like there's a lot of ancillary pieces in this Pats offense to supplement their production.
All right, come on, Lynn.
With that being said, I think if they ended up getting another stud wide receiver, it'd be great.
I know. I think if you're looking, if you're trying to be objective about it, it is almost the worst case scenario what the Patriots could have done this offseason for me.
See, it's not there for me because I
yeah, that's nice.
Caleb Johnson, where does he rank? Caleb Johnson or RJ Harvey? Let's ask it right now.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Okay. Caleb Johnson, let's go over the player first for anyone who doesn't know. University of Iowa running back, 6'1", 224. Lead ball carrier, kind of feature back projection. Former Steelers, Danny's comp, James Conner. David Montgomery was my comp there. Good vision, great instincts, contact balance, really solid. Production, excellent this year for a 1-year starter, basically still under 22 years old. Really good size, really good touchdown scoring ability. Doesn't have elite speed. 4.57 was what he ran at the combine. Really tough, though. Definitely has some lapses as a receiver and as a pass blocker. Doesn't wow you as a receiver. He's going to be a guy that can catch a couple passes here and there, but that's probably the best you're going to get out of him. And I would say, generally speaking, he's kind of lacking elite traits across the board, but he does have everything that the Steelers are going to ask him to do, which is carry the early down workload.
Okay, let me ask you, Caleb Johnson or Chuba Hubbard in Dynasty?
Let me place Caleb here first before I answer that question. So you mentioned the question, RJ Harvey or Caleb Johnson right away.
I put Caleb ahead of him.
I can't. The quarterback.
I can't either.
What is Pittsburgh going to roll out at quarterback this year?
Well, you're banking on the volume. I'm also banking on the difference between my 5th versus 12th running back. I think that's fair. Maybe Aaron Rodgers.
If they sign Rodgers tomorrow, then maybe I can see the argument.
Yeah.
If it looks like it's really Mason Rudolph, I don't think
That's a good pick.
Another cornerback for the Bucks. All corners, please.
Also,
Thank you.
Can we talk about the fact that Caleb Johnson is such a fucking Pittsburgh Steelers running back?
100%.
Like,
Parrish on a 4.35. Holy shit.
Yeah, no, he's a good slot corner.
Perfect.
Yeah, dude. Literally, Caleb Johnson filling in for the Najee Harris role, except you're getting in my opinion, more talented player doing it.
Yeah, probably more juice. I do think he probably splits with Warren though.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
I also think
where
that
do you have Harvey?
I have him at 20. I have Johnson at 19.
I was doing my rookie ranks. So I haven't looked at overall. I put Harvey at the 201 and Caleb Johnson right now at like the 203, 204. I probably need to move Caleb Johnson up. Would y'all rather have Caleb Johnson or Jaden Higgins?
Caleb Johnson.
I'd rather have Caleb Johnson, I think. Probably slightly. I don't know. That'd be close though. Actually, you know
Immediate
what?
opportunity.
Given hit rate wise, it's probably better to take Higgins. I won't know that answer until I get everyone's data.
Yeah. So, but anyway, so I have Caleb
Similar
right
to-
around the 203 because I would rather Luther Burden and him's close, but I have Harvey at 13, Burden 14, Caleb Johnson 15, Jaden Higgins 16 in the super
That's
flex
respectable.
ranks.
I would have Burton a little bit higher than that, but that's respectable.
Yeah, I have Dart Harvey right ahead of him and then the tight ends as well.
Samson, please.
They traded up.
Dylan Sampson.
I'm going to record a TikTok. I'll be back in 90 seconds.
All right. No.
Oh, okay. I thought it was okay. I thought that meant it was an offensive player. I'm not gonna lie.
No. Okay. Let's hash this out, Danny. Caleb Johnson. Obviously, Danny would take lock on Burden.
No,
I do think it's a little bit of take lock. You got to pretty much.
I mean, if we're gonna do it with an Emeka Egbuka and I have Lathan Burden literally with the exact same grade, I will respect the draft capital and have Emeka rated higher. But I also think if we're giving the benefit of the doubt to one, we have to with the other.
Okay, so I don't want to be in take lock either. So here's my opinion on why it's different. And the chat can tell me if I'm being copium. Like I'm wearing a Buccaneers t-shirt. Obviously, you guys know I'm a fan of the team, and I loved him.
I don't think the situations are for either are bad for what it's worth.
Okay, so here's why I think the situation is different, and why I think that Egbuka's situation is like a C plus and Burden's is like a D. You have a 19th overall capital wide receiver versus a second round capital wide receiver. So there's 1 point in Egbuka's column.
Yep. That's fair.
I preferred Egbuka over Burden. So obviously I prefer the talent.
Well, let's just say you had the exact same grading on Burden versus Egbuka.
Sure.
I think that gap would
then that's a wash. Fine. Whatever. Third, the short-term outlook of Emeka Egbuka could be rosier 1 calendar year from now, because
I would argue the same with Luther Burden.
I think the reason I believe this pretty strongly is because I've literally heard Mike Evans say that this might be his last year, and Jason Light probably knows if it's his last year.
I think this signals that DJ Moore will be moved from Chicago after this calendar year.
He could. It's possible. But in terms of his contract, he is signed through 2027, and he has pretty significant dead money.
He has an out in 2026
as well. No, he doesn't. After 26.
After 26. Okay.
After 26. So I think, and again, here's the thing with Burden. Like,
That's
he
fair.
actually kind of needs those 2 years as a player. But like, I would have said the same thing about QJ, for example, that he needed a year or two to develop. And dynasty managers just really aren't that forgiving when it comes to a guy who's maybe not getting on the field right away, not producing right away. There's also no Colston Loveland caliber tight end on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which is the other thing against Luther
I would argue
Burden
at least the year one
and
projection.
Baker
I would argue
Mayfield just had a 41 touchdown season, and Caleb Williams is still somewhat of a question mark.
I would argue at least the year one projection between Otten versus Loveland would be relatively similar. The year one projection.
I don't think so. I mean, when you combine Kmet and Loveland together, I don't think that's true.
Okay, fair. I mean, we also compare that to McMillan. I would say McMillan plus Auden can offset that.
I don't think they're comparable situations, brother.
I think they are. They were comparable prospects for me as well. For what it's worth, again, I do have Egbuka higher. 19th overall is significant comparative to 39th overall. Like, that's the difference between being my wide receiver 19 versus my wide receiver 26. But I'm not just completely dropping Luther Burden drastically.
Yeah, Mason, am I coping on Emeka Egbuka saying it's a completely different, not completely different?
I have my
but it's like
19 versus 26. There's a gap. I'm not saying
it's like a
isn't
C
gap.
plus situation versus Burden's like a D, because Egbuka has two older receivers, but one who could retire next year based on everything I've heard about the situation. In Mike Evans, he was a 19th pick in the draft versus a second round pick. He doesn't have Colston Loveland or Cole Kmet caliber tight end to compete with. In addition,
But I would argue in year one, Cade Otton is going to outproduce Colston Loveland. And he said, well, Cade Otton or Cole Kmet plus Loveland versus Otton plus McMillan, I think would cancel out.
For me, I don't think they're in the same tier. I have Egbuka 109. I have Burden at 203.
I have Egbuka at 19th at wide receiver and Burden at 26th. I'm not arguing they're in the same tier. I'm just saying I don't think we should be hypocritical for one situation and not for the other. I think they're relatively comparable, even if I have Egbuka a tier ahead.
I think if Caleb turns,
the difference for me is 19 versus 39.
If Caleb's the top 5 passer with passing yards and passing touchdowns over the foreseeable future, I would agree. But we don't know if Caleb can hit Baker's volume numbers.
And that's fair. Caleb
may be a better real life quarterback while not having the same passing volume that Baker does.
Caleb's my quarterback 5. Their current running back is DeAndre Swift, and they have Ben Johnson. That would be my counter to it. And
I think Caleb is your quarterback 5, which is just incorrect.
I mean, I'll disagree.
He shouldn't be that high.
I'll disagree. I mean, that's not even the argument that we're having right now, but fine. You want to be a dick.
Danny, if Caleb had 41 touchdowns.
All right, yeah, I have him at 5. Cool.
Next year,
cool, I have him at 5. Nice. I mean, people can see that on the side as well. Like, what's
41 touchdowns and 4,500 yards, you would be ejaculating everywhere.
He would be the Dynasty quarterback 1, which is why he's my quarterback 5 in Dynasty right now.
Yeah, but that's what Baker had last year.
Yeah, and look where he is in
5 to 7 games.
But you mentioned Caleb quarterback 5 in Dynasty. The reason I have him there is if he has even remotely a comparable year as the Dynasty quarterback 1. That's why I have him at 5.
But Baker's already had this year.
Okay, that's fine. But you said, why do I have Caleb Williams quarterback 5? That is why I have my quarterback 5.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying
you just pointed that out. You seemed amused by it.
I did.
Right.
I am amused.
That's fine. Okay, then that's fine. That's your opinion. I explained why he's there. Because if he has a very good year, which I definitely think he will, with Ben Johnson and those weapons and an improved offensive line, he will be the quarterback 1 selected in startups.
I guess. I'm not saying Baker should be ahead of Caleb.
I'm glad it's
hopefully
amusing.
The chat doesn't. Yeah, hopefully the chat knows that I'm not saying Baker should be ahead of Caleb Williams in Dynasty. What I'm saying is for Emeka Egbuka's sake versus Luther Burden's sake.
No, but you found it amusing, so I had to point that out. Yeah, no, that's fine. You found it amusing, so I had to point it out.
What?
You heard me.
Okay, Danny's crashing out again.
No, you're being annoying. Like you said, oh, you haven't that fight. Like there's no need to talk like that. Seriously, I've already explained myself multiple times. If you disagree with it, you disagree with it. Like be fucking respectful. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Why are you so mad?
No, because you do this all the fucking time, dude. Like be fucking respectful.
Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad?
Oh my god. Anyways,
oh my goodness, I was talking about Burden and Egbuka, dude. I wasn't even talking.
Yeah, and then as soon as you hear quarterback 5, you fucking scoffed on the live stream. Don't act like you didn't do shit, man. Holy fuck!
Here's
be self fucking aware, man. Holy shit! Seriously, you do it all the fucking time.
Okay,
I gotta see what the chat's saying about this real quick.
No, they're mad.
You're gonna talk like a dickhead. I'm gonna point out that you're talking like a dickhead.
Like, oil up and wrestle this out. Mason, you got to be the ref. I'll be the ref for the wrestling match.
You always have to throw a fucking jab, like just because you disagree.
I think you should have to explain quarterback 5. That's
I just fucking did. Do you have your or your AirPods on? Did you not just fucking hear me say that for 2 minutes? Okay, so you weren't paying attention, but then you'll say it again. He has some quarterback. He had some quarterback 5. Shut up. Like seriously, you're so fucking smart because you disagree on quarterback 5. What do you do? Holy fuck.
I'm not saying I'm so smart. I'm saying you're the one.
You act so smart all the fucking time. Oh, Danny has them quarterback 5. Woo! Fuck off. Like,
you did not get high Danny today, fellas.
So fucking annoying. And I literally explained it too. Like,
all right.
Holy fuck. 4 hours of the fucking
Robert's diagnosing some shit out here.
Oh, I barked at it before. You don't fucking listen. Don't disrespect me.
Tom says he needs some milk.
Savion Williams to the Packers, by the way.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, I guess I have a player card for him, so we might have to talk about that.
Yeah. Jesus, we're
Can we
fucking
get the
3.5
pen?
hours into the live stream, brother. Oh, the
Oh my
fuck.
god. Who the heck was I ranking? Who was the last player that got drafted? Caleb Johnson, right?
Is y'all's
Yeah.
create rankings messed up? I think Joe just messed mine up.
Oh
Who
god, I
else
hope
got-
not.
Was there another
The
receiver?
rankings on the front end for the users look fine if you sort by your own. So maybe Joe just messed with my create rankings because I think he's adding in Isaac Tesla and changing some things around. But
You know,
Makes sense.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, Mason. I feel like Joe messes with my create rankings about once a week.
Yeah, he loves to do that.
well, every time he does it, send it in the creator chat so you can put him on blast.
Where are we ranking Savion Williams? Real talk. Fucking 72nd.
I just
Him
put
or
him- where did I
Rashad
just place
Bateman?
him? He's so irrelevant that I literally just
Yeah,
placed him.
I'm
somewhere and
dropping
didn't even
him.
Look.
Yeah. Him or Parker Washington. I think that's actually more of the discussion. Him or Tank Dell.
I'd rather have Alec Pierce with a straight face.
Where are we ranking Caleb Williams?
Okay, I'm
they're
obligated to talk about Savion Williams, so we'll talk about him quick. Savion Williams, good contested catch guy, good yards after catch guy, freak athlete. You see 4.48 at 6'4", 222 pounds. My comp was A.T. Perry. Danny had Cordero Patterson, so he's a functional like design touches guy, but he doesn't have a route tree. He didn't really produce that much. He's 24 years old during his rookie season. A lot of drops, just a big time
Is he
work
the
in
third down
progress.
back?
Yeah, probably. I mean, if you're gonna have a wide receiver like Savion Williams, I would love if he was like 20 and a half years old. You know what I mean? Like really, really young, a lot of, developmental shit, but he just like didn't produce at all.
By the way, we argue quite often, but yeah. They usually fizzle out within a few minutes.
I was looking at the comments from when y'all are arguing, and I just saw somebody says, Danny needs to put his nightshirt back on.
With Caleb Ransaw. Have you ever heard of Caleb Ransaw from Tulane? 8 pass breakups in his career, by the way.
Oh my god. Jags just took a corner. Hunter.
Yeah, I don't think the 3rd round 88th pick corner is going to affect their decision. But I mean, maybe.
Yeah, honestly, this is
Hunter.
Also, Mason, I just want to point out that Danny's sweat is back after the
Buddy,
crash.
I'm 4 hours with fucking bright lights in front of me. I'm gonna sweat
hey,
at the 4-hour mark.
But I don't think you were sweating before that. Is my point.
I was
Probably
sweating my ass off whenever I had to. When y'all went to bed and I did like a stream little recap last night, and I was wearing the suit. There's like no ventilation in here at all. I was Danny drenched by the.
You were
end
in
of
the sweaty suit, eh?
Yeah.
Dude, I feel like that suit smells.
Yeah, anytime, by the way,
yeah.
Spicy. Appreciate you, Spicy. I am kind of wet now, I fear.
Y'all need to get
Also, dude, Lakers versus fucking Timberwolves right now is a rock fight. 39-37 in the second quarter.
Don't wear a suit, wear a nighty shirt.
Yo.
Imagine how wet Danny would be all the time if he didn't have the bandana. The bandana's a necessity.
Bro, people think that he wears a bandana so his hairline's cooked. Like, I'm fucking.
Oh, your hairline's 10,000 times better than mine.
I just got the little bit of.
Yeah, no, that's a perfect hairline.
Yeah.
I wonder what Shadur's like whole draft party's doing right now.
Yeah, it must be so awkward. You try to make a joke to calm the tension. I mean, break the tension.
Hey, Tom Brady was the 199th pick.
I need wristbands.
Oh my goodness.
Wyatt Meatlam.
Oh, Brock, that's your guy. He said the Colts were going to take him.
Damn, looks like the Jaguars got him. He's probably not thrilled.
I feel like my posture is dog piss right now. I'm like literally like crouched all weird.
Someone says playing Uno at the draft. They're playing Jenga.
Dude, also, shout out 480 of y'all that just heard that crash out argument.
Are there 480 people watching this?
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah.
We probably gained more viewers after. They were not 491 now. People probably love that.
Where are y'all seeing it? I'm on YouTube. There are 156 people.
It's just 491
must be.
multi-purpose.
It must be via Twitter as well.
There's a 0% chance anybody's watching this on Twitter.
Well,
It says
have both our
491 in
Twitters.
the top corner of our screen.
Twitter's lying about that. Have y'all ever watched a live stream on Twitter?
No.
No.
Twitter, I promise you, Twitter is lying. Those are not real numbers.
Okay, it
It's
says
bot.
109 are
The
watching
only
my.
people I know who ever stream
Okay.
on Twitter.
It says
Nobody's
109
watching
are
Twitter.
109 are watching my stream. 226 are watching Bush's, and 151 are on the YouTube.
Can y'all go on your Twitter and see if there's a chat and ask a single person to say
Someone,
something?
if you're watching on Twitter, ask a question in the chat right now.
Elon's bot army.
I can promise you it's bots. There will not be a single message on Twitter.
Dude, let's see
What I think it is I think if anybody ever clicks on the live stream to go like, oh, what is this? They count it as a live viewer and it never goes down.
Maybe
Yeah, let's
108
see.
people
I'll
are
text
in
it
here.
myself.
109.
Mine says 225 still, but it didn't change yet.
Because
Someone comment if you're watching. Oh, there's Tom.
the chat on
Tom.
YouTube's popping, you know.
Yeah, that's good.
I know what you mean.
502
Not
in
like
here
we've
now.
had like maybe 5 Twitter comments the whole time. So
Yeah,
sounds
that's a good point.
Mickey.
More people are popping on your Twitter now. Three-way oil match.
Three-way oil match. Yeah, we're gonna fight over my Twitter comments now. How dare you
Oh
say
my
the
God.
Twitter viewers are fake? Yeah, Brock
Yeah.
says if you're
Oh,
watching on Twitter, download the YouTube app, you degens. Yeah, if you're watching a live stream on Twitter, get on YouTube. What are you doing?
Get a life, honestly.
Dude, I'm seeing a bunch of Cowboys creators saying that we got 3 first-round valuations on his board. Let's go.
Okay. A Cowboys creator said that. I wonder why.
Hey, so is Olave completely toast? Like, can we get this guy to New Orleans?
He's wide
Yeah, can
receiver
we get him out
28
of
for
there,
me.
please? Why don't the Cowboys trade for him?
I take that. Hey, we'll give you 2 fifth-round picks.
You just lost a concussion-riddled wide receiver too.
Yeah. Hey, guess where he went? Guess where he went?
Please don't make me answer this question, Jeff. I don't want to answer this. Kenny
Flacco over Peckett first off.
Okay. Here's first of all, we have a potential Shough and or Milrow spot right here. With the
What if
Rams.
this is
And I'm
Samson
hoping
too?
I really hope this is Milrow, to be honest, because I would like him to go to this team.
What are we doing if this is Samson? It very well could be.
It could be. Kyron, if it's not Samson, Kyron's a pretty big winner of this.
Yeah.
I think DK Metcalf has to be a loser. Unless they get Rodgers.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Are they
I
just
think
playing
they are
chicken
gonna get
until
Rodgers.
is Shough just going to go in the 6th round? Are they going to be like, yeah, we would have taken you in the 2nd, but we didn't
Yeah.
know it was going to
We had him first round on our board.
Yeah.
He was first round on our board.
Oh my god. Oh, Cleveland picks. Okay, we got a lot of QB teams here. We got Rams 90, Seahawks 92, Cleveland
met with
94,
Milrow.
Raiders 98 and 99.
If I'm the Saints, I pull a trigger on another quarterback. Who gives a shit? Like, go ahead and take Milrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's better than the one you
Get
took
one.
at 40.
Yeah, he is. A lot better.
And it's picked 93. Again, like, I think if you're in this range, you take 2 quarterbacks and just see if either one's good, both picks.
Question. Do you think the Saints are sick right now that they spent 40 on Shough looking at where these other quarterbacks are falling?
I think the Saints should have been sick of spending 40 on Shough, even if the next 5 picks were quarterbacks.
I literally had never even heard of the dude.
Tyler Shough, baby.
I didn't have him ranked. I had to add him to my rankings.
Really?
I had him ranked, but he was like in the 50s.
Yeah.
Wait, they're talking about Dylan Gabriel?
Did they already draft that guy like 3 years ago and Stetson Bennett?
Imagine he goes here. Imagine
Dude,
he
if they
goes over
think so-
Milrow.
Oh my god, if they take Dylan Gabriel over Milrow and Shough, I will lose full.
Sanders should have just stayed in school.
Want to be 24 when he comes out
Michael
next year?
Brockers, baby.
Is he?
This
What's
actually
the,
came-
what's the contract looking like for a late third round pick versus what he could have made NIL?
Probably would have made less.
Wait, who?
I would imagine, or I think Shadur would have made more in college than he'd make.
That's what I'm saying. He should have stayed in college.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should have.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, he could have led the Deion Sanders led Colorado Buffaloes for another year. Also, Josiah Stewart, good player. Josiah Stewart, good player. He had like 12 sacks this year at Michigan.
Not biased.
No, he's actually a good player though. Good motor. Probably gonna be like a third rusher, like a designated
love
pass
that
rusher.
motor. It's a weird draft room that they have.
Yeah, you ain't lying, brother.
So
It looks like something COVID era.
Wicks, Christian Watson are just done completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
hey,
Jaden Reed has to move down too because now he doesn't have, like, if he wasn't getting snaps before, he's not getting snaps now.
with
he's probably just a
Savion
spot.
and
Yeah.
stuff too.
I think Savion might actually get converted to third down running back. I'm not even joking.
I think Savion also might just be like a straight up special teamer.
Like a kick returner. That would be such a Packers pick, taking a kick returner in the third.
Yeah, like I'm honestly
Okay.
I'm not super worried for Jaden Reed as far as like taking away snaps because there's not really a slot receiver that they drafted. Like I think his role is actually more safe than the other two guys on the outside.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Also,
Because
Jason
Golden's
Brown,
obviously going to play on the outside.
But I'm saying he just doesn't have the path to see like the upside. And I don't think he's going to go down from where he was, but the upside case in my mind is limited extremely now.
Yeah, he's going to be a spike week king at best, probably in best ball.
Oh,
he
Luka
had-
got hurt. Oh no,
Because Reed, he had one game with over 6 targets last year.
Yeah, he's like catch 5 40-yard bombs, and that's the only way he hits, kind of thing. Like he had, like if you guys remember that Friday night game that started the season, he just absolutely toasted the Eagles in that game.
So, question: where do you guys rank Jaden Reed in Dynasty? Him
Would you
or
rather?
Mike Evans?
Let's see what I had before.
I mean, dependent on your team, I would say it's hard to rank those two guys.
I had Evans. I had him before the draft.
Okay, I got a great one for you guys. You ready? Jerry Judy or Jaden
Oh, I
Reed?
thought you were going to say Pittman. I have Judy way ahead of him.
Okay, Jaden Reed or Calvin Ridley?
I
I think Calvin Ridley.
I think I would prefer Jaden Reed.
It's tough. Matthew Golden is the big one.
Yeah, like would you rather have where do you guys have I'm just curious because where do you guys have Devontae Adams ranked?
I have him ahead. I have him in the mid 30s, I believe. I have him at 36.
What about Debo?
I have Debo a little bit after, I believe. I have Debo at 49.
Okay. I think this is a reasonable question because they're the same exact player, only one is like very clearly solidified in his role. Would you rather have Khalil Shakir or Jaden Reed?
Reed. That's close.
I think Shakir is more secure in his role.
I have Reed and Shakir ranked back to back. And now that the Bills didn't take anybody at receiver and the Packers took 2 guys, I'm fine moving Shakir ahead of him.
Yeah.
I would have him a little bit higher, but I think that's a reasonable take to have. Shakir's probably, I'm at 47 right now, right after Pittman and Sutton.
Oh my God.
What? Oh, shit. They did it. Wow. Bush is.
Wait, why did this guy just say it's his nephew? Is it actually his nephew? Who is this?
Nephew. Who's nephew?
I'm so curious. Okay. Anyways, I love that. Absolutely love it. It's about time. Okay. So Jalen Milroe, we'll have the conversation here in a second. But if you've been living under a rock, Alabama quarterback, has size, has mobility at 6'2", 217. We're talking like Brian Robinson body type here. Like he's rocked up for a quarterback. Intangibles off the charts. Every time I listen to this dude speak, he sounds like the smartest guy in the room, legitimately. Freakish plays, that you see on tape from him. You watch him at Georgia, he's just absolutely running by an SEC defense that makes a lot of people look like bad quarterbacks. He has a cannon for an arm, pretty good pocket presence for a guy who does have a lot to work on as a passer. He's going to get to sit behind Sam Darnold for a year. They're probably not going to bench Sam Darnold at any point, I can't imagine. But effectively, the deal that Sam Darnold signed is more of like a 1-year deal if they see a lot of progress out of Jalen Milroe. And he ran a 4.40. And from a fantasy perspective, I mean, we're talking about a dude that could legitimately break fantasy football if he gets an opportunity to start. He had a down season this year, takes a lot of sacks, decision-making still a work in progress, and ball placement and accuracy, absolutely the biggest concern with him. But as I said in my all sleepers video, wherever Jalen Milroe ends up going, if it's day 2 capital, he's worth the swing.
Do you think Shedeur goes 94 now to the Browns?
I think he will be off the board either 94 to the Browns or with one of the Raiders picks.
Yeah, that's true. They have 2 picks.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. I don't know. Who would you? Well, first of all, I know we all would rather have Milroe than Tyler Shough. That's 100% clear.
That's a given.
But where would be the earliest you would take Jalen Milroe? Just in a vacuum. We don't exactly know, where everybody else went at running back and stuff. Like in a vacuum, what would be the earliest pick you'd spend on Jalen Milroe?
So a quarterback, I think quarterback 30. I can't put him over Anthony Richardson. I can't do that. And Anthony Richardson's at my 29. So Milroe would be at my 30. In terms of rookie pick number, I mean, quarterback 30 in the dynasty rankings, where are we ranking that? Mid-second? What would you pay for like a veteran quarterback 3 production realistically? Mid to late second. And because he's young and because you're getting the accumulated upside if he starts, I think mid-second is probably appropriate.
I'd be comfortable spending, like if I was in a rookie draft and I wanted to swing on a quarterback, I would be comfortable spending like the 208 to 212 on him somewhere in that realm, depending on what happens. Yeah, depending on what happens with, Tootin and Scadaboo and all these guys that haven't gone yet. I think you could convince me, you get a 4th round Tootin to a good landing spot and you would take him over Milroe still kind of thing. But I think the upside that you're getting here for a guy that has a legitimate path to starting opportunity too. It's not like he just went 3rd round capital. We have no idea how he's going to start. There's a path to opportunity here.
Yeah, 100%.
Mason's a big Milroe guy, so I'm curious what your thoughts are here too.
Howell is what? Darnold is what? A 1-year guarantee?
Yeah, I mean, there's some dead money in year 2, but if Milroe were to show a lot, I wouldn't imagine they could hesitate to go to him. I think he's probably at best a year 2 projection, but probably more likely midway through year 2, early year 3 projection.
Yep, I would probably agree with that given the investment.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get Joe to fix this where I can edit my rankings again. But here's how they were looking not too long ago, maybe like 45 minutes ago. I think Milroe jumped Scadaboo at this point. I think he's like player 17 in my Superflex ranks.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for my overalls until we have some of the running back spots, but yeah, he would be over Scadaboo for sure at this point for me. Until we see where Scadaboo goes.
Would y'all rather have Higgins, Caleb Johnson, Burden, Harvey?
I would rather those guys. Yeah,
I'd rather have those guys.
Yeah. So I think 17. Would y'all rather have Trey Harris over him?
I'd take Milroe probably.
No, I'd probably take Milroe.
That's like quarterback 30 versus wide receiver 54 or so, I believe. Or actually, I had him at 50, I believe. Wide receiver 50.
Yeah.
And then what about the tight ends?
That's a little closer because you're dealing with like high-end tight end 2s. With that being said, if you're comparing startup ADP, high-end tight end 2s usually goes in about the same range as the quarterback 30 range. So I think at that point, I'd probably just take the upside on the asset that Milroe could be. But if you need a tight end, I don't think it's outrageous to take either of them over him.
Yeah. So anyway, I think he's probably going to end up about 17 for me, unless something crazy happens.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable range.
It doesn't look like tiers are working for me in the career rankings for the rookies. The startup rankings appear to be fine, but the rookie rankings are really janked up right now.
Yeah, Joe messed something up. I'm messaging him right now, which I got to stream my rankings in approximately 20 minutes. So,
dude, what did the Vikings take Samson, by the way?
I hate to tell you this, Danny, but I think I'm gonna be hard pressed to say we get any more running backs for the rest of this round. I think we might be looking at a day 3 bonanza in round 4 and 5.
That's a fair point. And for what it's worth,
good that Caleb went.
I would offer a 2026 4 and one of my 3 5s this year if it secured Dallas a running back, or Alec Manor still available. How is he still on the board? And Jalen Royals is still available too.
Aaron saying, I feel for Joe. I screwed up some VM hosts at work this week. We don't feel for Joe on this channel.
Especially not with the freaking. Did I tell you what happened with the mock draft stuff last night?
What happened?
No,
I tried to do the mock draft on my live stream, and it felt like the draft started with 3 people in the lobby.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I am not using our mock draft simulator until it's like borderline bud free.
Yeah. And that's what I yeah.
So like, what are the hiccups right now?
That was the main thing, and
okay.
And then there was a list of like 4 or 5 minor things.
Okay,
but hopefully it gets figured out. We'll see.
Hopefully.
Brown's making a pick here.
I am getting gassed. The end of round 3 can't come sooner. We've been live for almost 4 hours too, and I could only imagine how Mason would feel on his 8-hour solo sessions.
Yeah, well, I realized at the end of last night, whenever I did like a 45-minute little solo thing, and I was so burnt out, and I was doing the TikToks too yesterday. I was like, I'm so out of shape for doing this. Like, it's almost easy when you're doing it every single day because you get in like robot zombie mode. But if you're not doing it every day, it's brutal. You know, like during the season, it's like easier to do a 6-hour live stream than it is right now to do an hour live stream for me.
Did they add Shough here, by the way?
So Sean Alexander announced the pick, and I do not think he is the uncle of.
He could be. He could be.
You guys need a mini camp, facts. Mason skipped voluntary OTAs with holding out for a new contract, so he's not in shape right now. Pulled his hamstring first week of training camp.
I did, and I'm tired right now, and it's 7:56 here. Like,
oh my God! Wait,
smash water and where depends.
Apparently, Shadur Sanders was so Michael, shout out, he's in the stream. He tagged me on Twitter. Apparently, Shadur Sanders got a call because he's streaming himself at his draft party, right? He got a call from some random person that just said, "Sorry, you have to wait a little longer." That's so cruel. Oh! Oh my God!
What is that, dude?
Dylan Gabriel over Shadur Sanders. Are we serious?
Oh my God, dude. What is that?
Undersized experience with an exclamation mark and touch and timing. Career
Congrats,
backup.
you just drafted Stetson Bennett.
They drafted Cody Kessler 2.0.
Did Shadur Sanders tell these teams that he wants to bang their wives or something? Like, what's going on?
He must have said some horrible shit.
he must be the biggest asshole to ever walk the earth.
This is outrageous.
They drafted Kellen Moore.
Oh my God. They drafted Kellen Moore is actually accurate.
I haven't looked at Twitter, but I imagine it's burning to the ground.
That's insane.
Oh my God. Dude, I'm watching the video. Shadur was on stream, got a prank call from someone. So I thought it was just a prank call being like, haha, I gotta wait a little longer. I didn't realize they were pretending to be an NFL franchise.
Yeah. No, how cruel is that, dude?
Hey, look at this tweet from Underdog. Y'all watched? Y'all have seen what's it called? A Succession, right?
I've seen. I haven't watched the series, but I've seen clips of it.
This is pretty funny. Mel Kiper saying another team needs a QB, not
Yeah, bro, dude. Dude, he must have lost his marbles when Dylan Gabriel went higher.
What?
Oh,
I
dude,
feel
what
good,
if the
Danny,
Patriots
that we
kill
had.
him?
We're too high on him. Apparently,
Apparently, we're too high on him.
we had a third round grade on.
Do
Sanders
y'all
and
remember
we're
at the
too high.
very beginning of the offseason when y'all came on and like did top 24 rankings for my channel? And y'all had like Sanders in the second round. I was like, oh, I'm telling you right now, if he's a top 5 pick, I'm gonna have him way higher than this.
I would hope so.
And what did I tell you? I was like, "There's no NFL
Dude,
teams that's stupid."
Oh, you know he's going through it. He tweeted 13 minutes ago. Thank you, God, all capitals, for everything, all capitals.
You
Yeah,
got to
it's kind
stay
of,
on Twitter.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
like this is what. Yeah, this is why like you're falling, brother.
Yeah.
Jared Wilson, that's a great pick.
That's a good
for the
pick.
Patriots.
Yep.
It's a great
Another
pick.
interior offensive lineman.
They're opting. Here's the thing: when Drake May is this elite, he'll make Jalen Polk look good as a receiver. You got to protect the kid, though.
Yeah, apparently, actually, by the way, Jalen Milroe's uncle is Sean Alexander.
Dead ass.
Yeah.
That's kind of elite that he got to announce that pick then.
Yeah, that's insane.
Dude, I love that for Jalen Milroe. On God, I actually love Milroe, man. Such a great
He's
guy.
He's one of
You
your
know who
favorites.
didn't like shit? Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
Hey, if y'all just search Shedeur Sanders on Twitter, it's hilarious.
Raiders should take Ewers for shits and giggles. I would fucking laugh so hard.
Should take who?
Quinn Ewers for shits and giggles.
Could you imagine? Oh, the Falcons traded up. They're gonna get Shedeur.
Quarterback factory.
Quarterback factory. He was just the best player on our board.
Who's like the okay? Obviously Shedeur is, but like who's the best player available on like the most of the boards here? Jalen Royals, Xavier Watts, Ty Felton, Cam Scattaboo. Taking a running back would really irritate the fuck out of me, to be honest.
Hopefully, it's a wide receiver wouldn't be bad. Shout out Jonah.
Shout out to Jonah. Look at that belt buckle on the kid.
Yo, he's rocking that shit. Nice shot, Reeves. That's a great pick. How did he fall?
Look at that.
How did he fall to 96?
Danny just inhaled his microphone dust.
No, I like chomped down on my own teeth and like
Died.
yeah,
Hey, these Notre Dame kids are just they're great picks, not biased.
You know, that is a fantastic pick at 96 overall, if you ask me.
I feel like the Bucks probably would have been quite interested in him, but I don't think we have a 4.
Are the Texans going to take Scats?
Buccaneers draft.
Hey,
we have
real quick, Joe fixed the crate rankings. Thank God.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Thank God. Heads were about to roll.
Joe's about to pick lose his first, second, and third round picks in the Flock League next year.
Yeah.
Wait, the Texans traded up for this.
Joe was about to be unemployed like Shedeur.
Talk. Goddamn.
Get ready to learn DoorDash, brother. Are the Falcons going to have the Falcons aren't trying to play defense in the NFC South? What are we doing? We all agreed that we don't play defense in this division.
Where do you guys think the Texans go? Running back here? They traded up.
Texans traded up?
Yep.
Scat.
Scattaboo would be nice. I'll guess Samson.
I'm going Scat.
Owen Daniels.
Okay, let's see what we got here. I think Cam Scatterby just looks like a Texan to me, which is why.
What a shot, Luca.
Alex still hasn't gone, has he?
Okay.
Not the
corner.
linebacker.
Has Elliott gone or no?
Nope.
No,
So
he
are we
has not.
pushing Noel over him?
Yep.
Yeah, probably at this point. I mean, they both be thirds if he goes here. Like if he goes to, San Fran or something, they'd both be third round picks.
Yeah, I would give up all 3 of my 5s for 2 4ths.
Yeah, I mean the Raiders could take him too. 2 picks.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I actually didn't look at my NBA pick him, how I did on him.
Dude, where is Shough actually going to go? Genuinely. Like, it's actually outrageous that he's available. Oh, no, bro. Somebody quote tweeted a tweet of Tyler Shough is in the game. Herbert leaves having completed 21 of 26 for 225 and 3 touchdowns in a game for Oregon. The tweet was from November 2nd, 2019. Somebody quote tweeted it. He was playing in college when Pop Smoke was still alive, man.
Not only was he playing in college, he was a sophomore.
Yeah, that's fucking comedy.
Wasn't even his freshman year.
So
Dynasty
how far
land
did-
in the chat.
Yeah, shout out to
Did we have-
lads. Actually, I thought so. The Tyler Booker pick I reacted because like 12th overall guard is not great, but especially today, really good edge rusher, first round caliber edge rusher in the second round at 44. Siobhan Ravel, first round caliber corner. If he didn't tear his ACL, getting him in the third. Art Docker is the one who performed the surgery. Yes, I would have loved speed at wide receiver and a starting caliber running back today. But we got 2 good players, and we got a good player on day one. It's just the position he plays. I wouldn't have taken at 12. I'll be completely straight with that. Even if he's an all-pro player.
Calling him a good player or an all-pro seems like a stretch to me too, because he was like the 30th best player in the class by a lot of people's rankings.
Well, I know. Well, that was mostly because of the position, because you weren't going to rank like an only offensive guard like higher.
I mean,
the
DJ
Cowboys.
had a running back and 2 tight ends in his top 7, so I don't think that's the case.
Maybe. I don't know.
Hey, do y'all mind tearing
Bucks
into
up,
my rankings real quick and tell me what's wrong?
Let's hear it.
Sure. Give it a share.
Give it a share ski.
Okay. Should be shared now. Genty tier by himself. Hampton, Hunter, McMillan, Ward, same tier. Ward at the bottom.
I don't
of it.
think Ward's in that tier, but I don't have a problem with anyone who says he is.
He's in that tier. So I have him quarterback 15 in Dynasty. Bush had him, I believe, 18 or 19, you said?
Yeah, I think when you look at a guy who is, mixing in amongst the Michael Penixes of the world, the Tuas, the Bryce Youngs, the Dak Prescotts, those type of quarterbacks, that type of quarterback goes in like the 4th, 5th, maybe even 6th round of a startup versus a top 6 dynasty running back, and 2 top 12 dynasty wide receivers for me. I just think they're more valuable.
And I had Hunter, Tet both ranked like wide receiver 11, wide receiver 12 in Dynasty at this point.
Yeah,
Henderson,
exactly where
Judkins
I'm
in their
ranking
own
too.
tier.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
I would put, I actually have them both over Ward personally, but
I wouldn't do that.
because they're both top 12 dynasty running backs.
Yeah,
top 10
I would
actually,
rather
there.
have the number 1 overall quarterback, to be honest.
Same.
That's fine. I wouldn't argue with you too much on that.
Golden, Igbuka, Loveland, Warren.
Let me see that. Big over Golden. And I would probably honestly take the 2 tight ends over both.
What's the reasoning with the 2 tight ends? Because my thought process is Loveland could be the 4th option in his offense.
Yeah, I definitely would not take the 2 tight ends over both.
At least I would put them right under Igbuka then, is what I'd say, because like I think they have the opportunity to be high end tight end 1s in Dynasty, and I think that's just inherently more valuable than the wide receiver 30.
I mean, because Golden can be the wide receiver 1 for the Packers day 1.
Yeah.
I think it's reasonable, honestly. If you want to have them higher, like they're gonna all be in the same tier for me.
Yeah, as long as they're in the same tier, I'm chilling.
Yeah.
This tier: Dart, Harvey, Burden, Caleb Johnson, Jaden Higgins.
I think I would take Harvey over Dart, and I'd take Caleb Johnson. It's tough. It's 25th overall capital, but
Call me crazy, man. Like,
Because
I know that you
Earnhardt.
probably have. I know that you probably have to rank Loveland and Warren where you have them ranked. I don't want to pick them that high.
to be fair, I think most people are going to be playing in. I mean, I don't know if it matters for you. Most people are going to be playing in 1.5.
I agree. I still don't want to pick them that high.
So are you taking Harvey over him? Who are you taking ahead of him?
Is this Shough?
Caleb Rogers. Okay.
He was hyping that up like it was about to be Shough.
They have back-to-back, though.
Yeah, they do. I don't know. Maybe I'm nuts, but I look at Colston Loveland being the fourth option on his offense and Tyler Warren playing with Richardson and Daniel Jones with 2 or 3 capable target earners. And I go, is that the 110 this year? Like, I don't know, man.
They have the opportunity to be high end at their positions. I think they have to be.
I get it. I get it. I just
they could be tight ends.
I'm gonna
4
rank
5 in Dynasty.
I'm gonna rank them there. I just don't envision myself making the selection in many leagues.
I think that's reasonable. Also, yeah, I have Golden there.
Like, I think you could talk me into some of the players in the previous tier being over them, I think. Like, you could talk me into Dart specifically being ahead of them.
Yeah. I wouldn't go there, but
You could talk me into Harvey there too. I'm not going to lie. You could talk me into Harvey. Second round pick for a running back core that has Audric Estime as the starting running back. Like, he is going to start from week 1.
I just didn't like Harvey as a prospect. That's my thing.
I did. Prospect model likes him.
RB12 for me. I think there's better running backs like Sampson and stuff on the board.
Seems like a trade down situation. Again, like, do I have to take RJ Harvey over those tight ends? Probably not. Seems like a trade down situation, but
Is this Shough?
Vagers.
Vegas. The Las Vegas Raiders. God, this is tough though, man.
Shitter's going to be a day 3 pick.
He really is.
Tough to watch.
He's way better than that, man. Like that's outrageous. to
Sneakily,
me.
one of the losers of this rookie draft cycle is anybody with the 111 or 112.
Yeah, that's facts.
And then afterwards, Milrow, Trey Harris. I'm assuming Scadaboo has to drop down, right? Since he's going day 3 now.
Can I just posit the question that we all ranked Caleb Johnson over the tight ends? Maybe not all of us, but me and Danny ranked Caleb Johnson over the tight ends. And we fucking knew he was going in the 3rd round, and we knew these tight ends were going high. So why is it different now?
I thought Caleb Johnson could have
That's
went in
good
the
point.
2nd. I really did. That's
I
maybe
did.
what
I figured
thought.
he was going to go early 3rd round the whole time.
I thought he would go in the 2nd personally.
But I think Caleb
and-
Johnson's now a committee back in a bad offense.
Yeah. I mean,
He
I think
is.
he's gonna get the majority of the Najee touches.
He can have all the Najee touches if they're
I
not
mean,
going to get to the
I don't
red
know if you
zone,
heard.
doesn't
You get a
matter.
I don't know if you
more
heard this,
efficient
but
player than
Rodgers
Najee
is
role.
probably going there. I don't know if you heard this, but Rappaport basically said it.
Yeah.
Rodgers is going.
It more or less said he's going to go there.
Yeah. Also, Najee Harris had how many touches last year? Najee Harris had 263 carries and 36 receptions.
The thing that happens here that sucks, or the thing that happened here that sucks, is Burden going to the Bears obviously sucks because he would have probably been over those guys had he just gone to the Titans or the Patriots or something like that where he could get targets. And again, call me crazy, but I think you can make the argument for Dart over the tight ends if you needed a quarterback. Like if somebody was on the board 110 and they're like, I'm going to take Dart over Loveland and Warren, I don't think I would call them nuts.
So are we going Kyle Williams now over Trey Harris?
Yes.
Yeah. Kyle Williams was a higher rated prospect for me, and he went to the better landing spot.
So
I get it's only a 30 or 20 or 15,
Yeah.
20 pick discrepancy between the draft capital. It's not a
I'm
big
assuming
deal.
you guys are both Harris over Novo.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, well, I haven't updated my rankings that far at all because
Where does
Yeah,
like
it's no
Mason
players
Taylor
going
and
on,
they were
Mason Taylor
broken
and
for a
Terrence
second.
Ferguson? Where does Mason Taylor and Terrence Ferguson rank in for you?
I put them mid to late 2nd.
Okay. I have them 22
Admittedly,
and 23 right now until I see what else is going on. So we have 3 picks left, and watch this babe be by Schultuten. Watch it.
Do you have
Watch
Caleb
this
or
be-
Burden higher?
I have Caleb a little bit higher. Immediate opportunity. Again, like I mentioned,
Yeah, I'm gonna
200,
put
299 touches from Najee last year, and I don't think they view Jalen Warren as being all of a sudden an 18 touch per game back. I think it's probably going to be maybe Warren takes 20% of the Najee work, and if we're even getting 80% of the workload from Najee for Caleb Johnson in year 1, we're talking about a guy that, from his talent level, a guy that I had as the RB3 in the class, especially if Aaron Rodgers leading the offense. Like, he could be an RB2 in fantasy even in year 1, despite the draft capital not really being where we wanted to see it.
Is RJ Harvey over Burden?
Yeah. He has to be. RB19 versus wide receiver 25. I think you got to. Or 26.
Yeah, I think 20. I think 25 is pretty optimistic too.
I had him at 26, but yeah.
Well, I'm going to bounce so I can do recorded TikTok for the top 5 winners. Top 5 winners I have from today are Harvey, Swift, Brian Robinson, Pacheco.
The good ones.
And Kyle Williams or Jaden Higgins.
Yeah. I mean, either or would work.
Actually, I'm going to throw Trevion Henderson.
Yeah, Henderson's a great winner for sure.
Yeah,
He could have he could average 8 targets a game this year.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I also would make the point that getting Judkins to an offense that that once deployed a guy like Nick Chubb the way that they did is also excellent news for him, because they're also more of a zone heavy scheme, and he was much more efficient in that scheme than he was in gap at Ohio State.
Yep. So the biggest losers: Ramondre Stevenson, Jalen Warren,
Shadur Sanders.
Yeah, Shadur Sanders.
Who did the 49ers take? Don.
DJ Moore has to fall.
Upton Stout sounds like the name of a beer.
So they now announced him as a nickel corner, 5'8", 181.
Doesn't that sound like the name of a beer? Like, oh yeah, I'll order the Upton Stout.
Yeah, I'm putting DJ Moore as a big loser because Moore, I think his touchdown upside's significantly capped now. Not significantly capped, but
Did the Bears draft a running back?
no.
No.
So I think Swift is arguably the second biggest winner of the NFL draft, only behind Harvey.
Are they just going to throw the ball 40 times per game? Is that what I'm like? They drafted a tight end, a wide receiver, and their main running back is actually terrible between the tackles, and he's better in space. Like, what are they actually going to do? Are they going to run an 80-20 pass to run split? Like,
Denver traded up to 101.
they already got RJ, so maybe this is a tight end.
Tom is wondering, can we talk Judkins over Henderson possibly? I think it's pretty simple.
Full PPR, I can't.
I can't.
Yeah,
either.
I think it's pretty simple to me as someone who would obviously be inclined to favor Judkins. I think if you're a team that's rebuilding and you want to get like best long-term asset, I actually probably can buy that. Like, you would lean Henderson 55% of the time because of PPR scoring and all that kind of stuff. But I do think that Judkins will be the much higher redraft pick. Because of what Ramondre Stevenson can operate as an early down grinder and maybe take goal line work. And here's the thing, like, Judkins, 850 plus touches his college career, never missed a snap, never missed a game, never was on an injury report. Henderson has a major injury history, and he's entering what should be at least a committee year 1. And he never, after his freshman season, regained a full workload in his committee. He either got hurt or they added a guy like Judkins into his backfield. So I think when you're weighing overall volume of touches versus PPR upside, it's scoring format dependent, half PPR, standard. Obviously, you probably go Judkins there, but full PPR, even in full PPR, I think Judkins can contribute as a receiver. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be a tough decision for a lot of people, I think. The other thing, though, is Henderson plays for the Patriots, who have Drake May and just made some offensive line upgrades, whereas Judkins is on a team that just took Dylan Gabriel to play quarterback.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So year one, he'll probably get volume, but in year two, I mean, I guess you probably hope he gets his quarterback then. They go and get Arch Manning or Garrett Nussmeier or whatever. I don't know what quarterbacks can be QB1 in next year's class, but you hope that the Browns are the team that goes after that quarterback, because they now have 2 first-round picks to do it, and they'll probably have 2 high first-round picks, presumably, because Jags are kind of a wild card, and then the Browns will probably be picking high. So it's going to be tough to decide through between those 2 guys for sure.
For sure. Also, did you see Stephen A. Smith? This is a damn disgrace. How the hell is Shough not off the board and not drafted yet? This kid is a first rounder.
I mean,
maybe. And then he said, "This is Kaepernick all over again." Come the fuck on.
maybe, just maybe. Don't be a dick in your interviews. Maybe.
Kaepernick all over again. You couldn't take 2 remotely dissimilar quarterbacks than Kaepernick and Shough Sanders.
Yeah. Can I ask you guys one more question too, Mason, before you bounce out of here?
Yeah.
Is Jaden Higgins over Luther Burden for you? And if he isn't, why isn't he?
I'm not. I discrepancy as a prospect for me.
I have them 15 and 16. I'll have to think about it. I think you can make a strong argument because, again, Burden could reasonably be the 4th option in his offense.
I have them 15 and 16 as well, but I just can't get there.
I think that's fine. I know Danny obviously would prefer the tape of Luther Burden, but in terms of profile, Jaden Higgins has a higher FSC grade than Luther Burden. So they're at least comparable prospects.
And he got the draft capital. Plus,
he has CJ Stroud throwing him the football.
Yeah, I'll flip him. Higgins wide receiver 5 for me.
I'm not there. Ty Felton, Vikings.
Go back on it, but
Ty Felton, the Vikings. I mean, we may as well throw the prospect card up.
Yeah, we got one more fantasy relevant guy who's going to be like the wide receiver 9 in this dog shit class with all these landing spots. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Ty Felton, interesting prospect to say the least. Really explosive, good yards after the catch ability. Freak athlete, tested at a 9.62 RAS score, 4.37 he ran at 183 pounds, 6'1", 72nd percentile speed, 92nd percentile burst. Good versatility. I think he can play pretty much anywhere on the field, X, Y, XZ, or in the slot. And I do think when I watched him, Danny, tell me if you saw the same thing. It looked like he could develop into a decent route runner. He just doesn't have a strong route tree at this point in time. And the production was kind of middling as a result of that.
He's got the snappiness that you like to see from a raw and experienced route runner. And on top of that, like you said, 72nd percentile speed score, 92nd percentile burst score, now 4.37 time at the 183 pounds. My comp to a guy like Curtis Samuel, your comp, I'm assuming if he keeps developing as a route runner to a Jermaine Burton archetype. I really do feel like, though, in terms of what they would need, the Vikings specifically, you have Addison as a downfield guy. You have Jefferson as your number 1, Hawkinson as your middle of the field seam threat. You now have a guy that is a very big horizontal threat in a division that has guys like Jaden Reed, Luther Burden, etc. now.
Yeah, it's an interesting fit because he's not going to be asked to be like the 1 or the 2 right away, but I do think he can be a capable number 3 and displace Jalen Naylor. And if you're in best ball formats, like, I mean, Jalen Naylor had games where he was valuable and had good weeks. Like, I won a championship.
KJ Osborne before him.
In our Debbie Degeneracy League, in part because Jalen Naylor gave me some great weeks off of like my wide receiver 11 or whatever. So obviously regular fantasy managed leagues, he probably won't be relevant, but I actually think he's a half decent player.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that aspect.
I seriously need to know what Sanders said in his interviews. They always try to turn it into race crap. Yeah, I honestly, I just tend to think that Sanders probably just didn't interview well. Like I think that really all it comes down to. The media was higher on Sanders than the NFL was. That's what everybody said the whole time, and it looks like that was the correct opinion.
Yeah,
and Kiper, to be honest, should have adjusted his rankings when he heard that stuff because he has sources.
He does have sources. He could have told if this were to happen, but either way, day 2 is done so far. I mean, I'll ask you this: what are your thoughts on the Buccaneers draft?
Honestly, we needed corners, I thought, more than any other position because we started a human being by the name of Funderburk last year as a corner and Josh Hayes at points in time. And we got a nickel and we got potential outside corner that could be our Jamel Dean replacement for us. So I feel pretty good about that. And then I love the Igbuka pick. Obviously, I would have maybe preferred a defensive player in the first round, but I'm not going to complain about getting one of my favorite players in the draft.
Yeah, no, in terms of the Cowboys specifically, we've already addressed Tyler Booker at 12. Not a valuable position. However, I think he's going to be a good player. I'd give it probably a C grade just because I don't think you could take a guard at 12. But if he does end up being, a very good starter, all pro caliber player, I think you'd be fine with it. Day 2, though, I think they nailed it. Like, I honestly, not trying to be biased here, I've seen Donovan Ezeraku mocked as a first-round caliber at late 20s type of pick for the majority of the cycle. We get him over there at 44 overall. And I saw going into the year that Siobhan Robo was in consideration for cornerback 2, cornerback 3 in the class. Obviously, he suffers that torn ACL, but we do literally have the guy who did his surgery. So I'm excited. I really think in terms of just pure value on day 2, they smash it out of the park, and it makes it easier to stomach knowing that we took a guard at 12 now.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And Nicholas, I think they must be really high on Anthony Walker and Servassier Dennis, I guess, but they definitely could use. It's not a good linebacker class, right? Like, this is not the class that you needed inside linebackers. No. And so if you weren't going to get Jahad Campbell, they might have taken him off their board from the injury. I don't exactly know what would have happened there, but not a good situation for the linebacker position for the Tampa Bay Bucks. I think we could do this tomorrow, Tom. Danny, if you're down for it, we could do a first round super flex mock. Because I can't imagine anybody who goes day 3 is entering that stratosphere. So we should have that locked in no matter what.
Yeah. I'm down. 2 rounds you said?
We could just do a single round one.
Let's do a 1 round because in case like maybe a couple of the running backs might work into the late second. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to be tinkering with my rankings quickly before I head to bed, and definitely tomorrow morning and stuff. And all the prospect model stuff is going to be updated hopefully by the midpoint of tomorrow. Mason working on the back end for it, and the devs too. Hopefully by the midpoint of tomorrow, you guys will be able to see the prospect model stuff with the official draft capital and stuff in there tomorrow. So yeah, we'll rip a top 12 rookie mock for you guys. Probably get that out for around noon, and then we'll be just pretty much grinding, updating the draft guide, updating the prospect model, and updating our rankings. So stay tuned for all that. Appreciate you guys for joining us. Like the stream if you enjoyed. Definitely stay tuned. We'll be live for a little bit tomorrow. Can't promise how long. Maybe we'll go till the early 5th round, mid 5th round, see what happens. Maybe there's an interesting prospect on the board that we want to track. Maybe see how long Shough lasts for example. But yeah, appreciate you guys for joining us. Hopefully you kick ass in your rookie drafts going forward, and hopefully you don't have the 110, 111, or 112 because it looks like you guys took a hit in that area of the class. But yeah, peace out. We'll talk to you guys soon.